Chapter 1543. Although Dao ancestor, Yao had obtained the inheritance, and his strength had improved by leaps and bounds. But in Fang Chen's eyes, it was not worth mentioning. The space-time cultivation system made Fang Chen different from ordinary warriors. He was truly invincible in the creation realm. After killing Dao ancestor Yao, Fang Chen left the welcoming hall. On this day, the ancestral land of inheritance shook as if the end of the world had arrived. All the warriors who were hiding in the dark walked out one after another. They looked up at the sky with grave expressions. What happened? Many warriors were puzzled and did not know what had happened. But soon, the warriors of the four sacred lands knew that the ancestral land of inheritance was about to close. It's finally over. Most of the warriors had survived the disaster. They had obtained the inheritance in the life-and-death battle and had been hiding in the dark to cultivate. They were afraid of being discovered by powerful warriors. Once discovered, they would die without a doubt. Such days had finally come to an end. Now, the ancestral land of inheritance was closed. As long as they left this place, they would be safe. In the sky above the human sacred lands, ripples appeared in the void, followed by a vast aura that emerged. As the doors of the void appeared, one martialist after another walked out in a single file. It's the people of the Ling clan. The four sacred lands are the first to know about the commotion in the ancestral land of inheritance. They came to the human sacred lands at the fastest speed. Seeing the warriors of the Ling clan appear, the lord of the Ling clan was full of smiles. Ling Xian, Ling Yu, Ling Lianzhu, Ling Ming, Ling Qihu, and other geniuses of the Ling clan sacred lands appeared one after another. This made the lord of the Ling clan heave a sigh of relief. His divine sense enveloped everyone and found that there were many fewer Ling clan disciples. However, most of them were ordinary disciples. He was relieved that Ling Ming and the others were fine. Ha! The lord of the Ling clan looked at Ling Ming and the others and laughed. The aura around Ling Ming and the others was strong. One could tell at a glance that they had gained a lot. The lord of the Ling clan waved his hand and summoned Ling Ming and the others to his side. He asked in detail about the process. Then, the people of the Luo clan, Luo Feng Luo Chun, Luo Qinghan, and the others were all there. The Luo clan lord also heaved a sigh of relief. Emperor Blackblade had been waiting for his disciple Purple Sword. However, even though the two Holy Lands cultivators had shown their fists, the Purple Saber had yet to appear. Purple Blade is so strong. He must have obtained some inheritance. Monarch Blackblade believed that Purple Blade would appear at the end. Next were the warriors from the human race's Holy Land. Apart from the deaths of a small number of weaker martial artists, the genius martial artists did not suffer any losses. Among them, Jiang Kuang and the heaven-slaughtering sword's strength had steadily increased. Good, very good. Come over here. An elder of the human clan said happily. No one knew where the human saint lord had gone. Until now, it had never appeared. After that, it was the Yuan clan's Holy Lands martial artists. Yuan Jiaojiao, Yuan Liao, Yuan Hongyun, and Yuan Liang all came out one after another. Where's Yuan Ming? Yuan Gu frowned slightly as he muttered to himself. He shook his head to shake off the thoughts in his mind. If Yuan Liang and the others can come out, Yuan Ming must be fine. Maybe he got the inheritance and was delayed. Yuan Gu had been waiting. However, he was disappointed. After Yuan Liang, the members of the Yuan race all came out. Purple Blade. Monarch Blackblade laughed when he saw Purple Blade. He grabbed Purple Blade and took it away. It's gone. After Purple Blade appeared, the void gate gradually disappeared. This scene made Yuan Gu's face turn gloomy. Yuan Ming was the strongest martial artist of the Yuan race's younger generation. He had monstrous talent. He was also the disciple that Monarch Blackblade valued the most. In order to prepare for the inheritance of the ancestral land, Monarch Blackblade even gave Yuan Ming a rank 9 talisman. Yuan Ming is dead. Yuan Gu cannot believe it. The clone left in the Yuan race immediately checked the life slip in the ancestral hall. Suddenly, Yuan Gu's main body trembled. In the ancestral hall, Yuan Gu's life slip shattered. This meant that Yuan Gu had died in the ancestral land. Yuan Gu clenched his fists. He was furious. Because the ancestral land was isolated from the outside world, the life slip outside would not shatter when one died in the ancestral land. Only when the ancestral land was closed would the life slip change. Purple Blade, tell me, who killed Yuan Ming? The void gate had disappeared. The ancestral land was completely closed. Yuan Ming did not appear. This meant that he had died. It was no wonder that Yuan Gu was furious. Everyone's gaze fell on Yuan Gu. Purple Blade, tell me what you know, said Monarch Blackblade. Purple Blade nodded and said, Yuan Ming was killed by Sanguinati. Impossible. How could Sanguinati kill Yuan Ming? Yuan Ming had a rank 9 talisman. Sanguinati was not his match at all. That's the truth. After entering the ancestral land, Sanguinati's strength increased by leaps and bounds. In a one-on-one fight, Yuan Ming was no match for Sanguinati. At the last moment, Yuan Ming activated the rank 9 talisman, but Sanguinati stopped him. I wanted to help, but Purple Blade did not finish his sentence, but it was no longer important. Damn Sanguinati! Yuan Gu roared furiously. He looked around, but did not find any trace of Sanguinati. Where's Sanguinati? Did he die in the ancestral land as well? At this time, everyone realized that Sanguinati really did not come out. Purple Blade was also somewhat puzzled, but he did not say anything. Damn it! Unable to find someone to vent his anger on, Yuan Gu grabbed at the void, and the void directly collapsed. Yuan Gu left, and Monarch Blackblade also left with Purple Blade. After everyone had disappeared, Fong Chen's figure gradually appeared in the void. He guessed that killing Yuan Ming would definitely infuriate Yuan Gu, so he used the space-time book to hide in the void. Amazing. Fong Chen could not help but praise. The space-time book was too powerful. Even the 4 giants could not detect him when he merged into the void. Quietly, he arrived at a certain residence. This was the residence of the human race's Grand Elder. Fong Chen scanned the human race's sacred land with his divine sense and did not find the sacred lord, so he went to find the Grand Elder. Who is it? The Grand Elder, who was sitting in the courtyard, suddenly looked at a certain spot in the void and asked coldly. Voila! Fong Chen's figure appeared. Sanguinati, you. The Grand Elder was very shocked. The ancestral land had already closed. How did Sanguinati come out? He had carefully checked the void gate before and was 100% sure that Sanguinati did not appear. Grand Elder, I killed Yuan Ming and was afraid that Yuan Gu would vent his anger on me. So when I came out, I hid in the void. Fong Chen explained simply. Although the Grand Elder was full of doubts, he still restrained himself. Grand Elder, where's the Sacred Lord? Fong Chen asked. The Sacred Lord disappeared. I don't know where he went. The Grand Elder's face darkened when he mentioned the human race's Sacred Lord. What happened? Fong Chen asked. The Grand Elder said in a low voice, Not long after you entered the ancestral land, Monarch Blood Fiend sent the Sea Demon race to harass Green Bamboo Island every day. First, your disciple was forced into the Void Ocean. Then, the quasi-divine tree made a move, but Monarch Blood Fiend sensed its aura and forcibly took it away under the obstruction of the 5 giants. Fong Chen clenched his fists tightly. He was full of anger. Not long after, Monarch Qian Yuan of the alien race came out of seclusion. His strength had increased to a very high level. He joined forces with Monarch Blood Fiend to pressure the human race. In the end, the human race was defeated. We ceded some territory to the Sea Demon race and the alien race, the Grand Elder said. This was a disgrace to the human race. At this point, he wished he could find a hole to hide in. How's Green Bamboo Island? Fong Chen asked anxiously. Monarch Blood Fiend has occupied Green Bamboo Island. But don't worry, all the warriors on Green Bamboo Island have been brought to the human race's sacred land, the Grand Elder said. Hearing this, Fong Chen breathed a sigh of relief. However, he was full of anger. The old faker was forcibly taken away by Monarch Blood Fiend, and the fate of his disciple, Tian Exen, was unknown. Monarch Blood Fiend. Fong Chen roared in his heart. Deep in the void ocean, Monarch Blood Mansion. Today, Monarch Blood Fiend was very angry. The entire sea demon race was trembling. They had never seen Monarch Blood Fiends so angry. They were curious about what had happened. In the meeting hall, Monarch Blood Fiend clenched his fists. The air was filled with cold, killing intent. The most outstanding geniuses of the sea demon race that I personally selected were all annihilated. Monarch Blood Fiend's eyes were cold. Monarch Blood Fiend knew that the ancestral land of inheritance had closed. However, due to the Cold War with the human race, he did not go. The life slips of the 9 people had all shattered. Su Xinyue and Mu Hanfu, the 2 supreme geniuses, had all died in the ancestral land of inheritance. The talents of the sea demon race have been killed by you. The geniuses of the human race can forget about living. Monarch Blood Fiend gave an order. Assassinate the human geniuses at all costs. Kill one, and there would be a reward. If one could kill the top geniuses of the 4 sacred lands, they could become his disciple. When this news spread, the entire void ocean was in an uproar. Countless sea demons who dreamed of becoming Monarch Blood Fiend's disciple disguised themselves and left the void ocean, sneaking into the human territory. Monarch Qian Yuan, I agree to the matter you discussed with me previously. Monarch Blood Fiend sent a voice transmission to Monarch Qian Yuan across the void ocean. Monarch Qian Yuan replied immediately. All right, in that case, I'll start the plan. Monarch Qian Yuan said, I've already sent the sea demon race to sneak into the human territory and wait for an opportunity to assassinate the human geniuses. Are you sure your plan will succeed? Monarch Blood Fiend asked. Don't worry, there won't be a problem. This is my painstaking effort after countless years of research. Monarch Qian Yuan was full of confidence. Monarch Blood Fiend nodded. After cutting off the transmission, Monarch Blood Fiend's scarlet eyes looked through the void ocean to the distant horizon. Monarch Blood Fiend Manor was surrounded by blood-red waves. The entire sea demon race was shocked. In this universe era, I, Monarch Blood Fiend, am destined to become the overlord of the mortal universe. Monarch Blood Fiend said in a deep voice. Chapter 1544. In the human race's sacred land, Feng Chun met his family and friends. They were all fine and safe. No matter how bold Emperor Blood Fiend and ruler Qian Yuan were, they wouldn't dare to commit murder here. Island Lord. Nile found Feng Chun. Feng Chun discovered that Nile's Array Dao realm had improved a lot. Not bad. Feng Chun had a high opinion of Nile. When he first saw Nile, he thought that his future Array Dao achievements would not be too low. Island Lord, I have some questions about Array Dao. I hope you can help me. Nile said sincerely. No problem. Immediately, Feng Chun and Nile came to a garden, where the former explained in detail. Feng Chun's explanation was rather unique, and it was easy to wake people up with one sentence. He first asked Nile to talk about his understanding of Array Dao, and then talk about the troubles he encountered. He didn't directly point out the problem, but gradually guided Nile to think about it himself. I see. After listening to Feng Chun's guidance, Nile was enlightened. Just as Nile was about to ask the next question, Feng Chun suddenly stood up. I have something to do. I'll take my leave first. With that, Feng Chun disappeared into thin air. Demon Subduing World. Realm Lord Fu Mo sent a voice transmission to Feng Chun, asking him to quickly return to the Demon Subduing World. Feng Chun didn't say anything and returned to the Demon Subduing World. At the highest point of the Demon Subduing World, there was a simple and unadorned garden. Realm Lord Fu Mo sat in the garden fishing. When he saw Feng Chun, he chuckled. How was it? Feng Chun knew that Realm Lord Fu Mo was asking him about his harvest. Not bad, Feng Chun said. Realm Lord Fu Mo carefully observed Feng Chun and found that his cultivation had improved to the 8th level of the creation realm. Not bad. Your cultivation has improved a lot. With Feng Chun's current cultivation, he could be considered a 6th level disciple. However, according to his true strength, he could enter the 7th level. There are many powerful legacies in the ancestral lands of the human race. Whose inheritance did you obtain? Realm Lord Fu Mo asked. Feng Chun pondered for a moment, then said, "Bone progenitor inheritance." Hearing this, Realm Lord Fu Mo jumped to his feet. His face was filled with surprise. "Are you saying that you obtained the bone progenitor's inheritance?" Clearly, Realm Lord Fu Mo had also heard of the bone progenitor. Fang Chen nodded. "That's right. I received the bone progenitor's inheritance." Realm Lord Fu Mo laughed heartily, and it took him a long time to control his excitement. Then, he looked at Fang Chen and nodded in satisfaction. In this universe epic, the bone progenitor is the pinnacle of the mortal universe. His self-created cultivation system is the dream of countless warriors. "I didn't expect you to obtain it." Realm Lord Fu Mo sighed. "Realm Lord, you also know about the bone progenitor?" Fang Chen asked. Realm Lord Fu Mo nodded. "Of course. I'm afraid there's no one in the mortal universe who doesn't know about the legend of the bone progenitor." The bone progenitor rose from nothing. From the weakest warrior at the bottom, he walked step by step to the peak of the martial Tao. When the bone progenitor entered the eternal realm, he created his own cultivation system and directly became the overlord of the mortal universe. Fang Chen listened attentively. He didn't expect Realm Lord Fu Mo to know so much. "You should know that in the bone progenitor's era, life and death realm emperors could only be considered top experts in the mortal universe. They couldn't be considered overlords. In that era, there were several peerless eternal realm experts. When the bone progenitor entered the eternal realm, he was suppressed by several other peerless eternal realm experts. However, after he created his own cultivation system, his strength increased by leaps and bounds, and he suppressed those enemies with a flip of his hand. After that, the bone progenitor unified the mortal universe, and the human race became the absolute ruler of the mortal universe. After that, the ancestral land he created entered the god world." Fang Chen's heart trembled. What kind of era was it during the bone progenitor's era? 100 schools of thought contending. 100 schools of thought contending for hegemony. When he thought of the fact that there wasn't a single eternal realm expert in the mortal universe, Fang Chen felt incomparably shocked. Heroes were created in times. The bone progenitor's era could be said to be a golden age. There were several eternal realm experts, and the bone progenitor stood out among them. It was really too strong, as expected of the bone progenitor. "Can I see the bone progenitor's inheritance?" Realm Lord Fu Mo looked at Fang Chen and asked sincerely. Fang Chen nodded, and a rich space-time, true meaning spread out from his body. Then he dived into the void. Realm Lord Fu Mo's divine sense spread out, and his face was full of shock. His divine sense couldn't find Fang Chen's hiding place. Whoosh! Fang Chen walked out of the void. The bone progenitor's cultivation system is called the space-time cultivation system. When cultivated to the extreme, it can allow a martial artist to merge with space-time, Fang Chen said simply. The space-time cultivation system is too domineering. Realm Lord Fu Mo couldn't help but sigh when he thought of the legend of the bone progenitor. Fang Chen withdrew his space-time aura and looked at Realm Lord Fu Mo. "Realm Lord, why did you call me here?" "I called you here to see what you've gained, and there's indeed something I need you to do," Realm Lord Fu Mo said. "Please speak, Realm Lord." "The world is about to change," Realm Lord Fu Mo suddenly said. Fang Chen didn't understand, but he could roughly guess. "Realm Lord, are you saying that Monarch Bloodfiend and Ruler Qian Yuan are going to attack the human race?" Fang Chen asked. "The human race has a deep foundation, so the outsiders and the sea monsters don't dare to launch a large-scale attack. However, this situation is very likely to be broken," Realm Lord Fu Mo said. "According to some reliable information, Monarch Bloodfiend has already taken that step and can enter the Eternal Realm at any time." Hearing this, Fang Chen was shocked. He knew best what the Eternal Realm meant. Ruler Qian Yuan isn't as strong as Monarch Bloodfiend, but he has a supreme treasure that surpasses the dark demonic wheel. That's why the two of them joined forces to force the human race to retreat. Realm Lord Fu Mo continued. "The thing I need you to do has something to do with the human race's sacred master, Realm Lord Fu Mo said. Sacred Master? Fangchen was puzzled. I heard from the Grand Elder that the Sacred Master disappeared and no one knows where he went. Realm Lord Fu Mo nodded. If I'm not wrong, the Sacred Master should have gone to a different space-time. He's in seclusion and wants to break through to the Eternal Realm. However, I feel that he's in danger and needs your help. Fang Chun was speechless. A peak life and death expert needed his help. How could he help? As if guessing Fang Chen's thoughts, Realm Lord Fu Mo chuckled. You'll know when you get there. Realm Lord, there's something I don't understand. Fang Chen looked straight at Realm Lord Fu Mo and asked, Speak. What's the meaning of the existence of demon subduing realm? It seems like the 5 tycoons don't know about its existence. Fang Chen asked. This was a question that had troubled Fang Chen for a long time. I thought you'd hold back and not ask. Realm Lord Fu Mo smiled. With his hands clasped behind his back, he walked into the pavilion. With a sigh, he seemed to be lost in his memories. After a long time, he opened his mouth. Actually, what you saw was just a clone of mine. Realm Lord Fu Mo's words shook Fang Chen's heart. Clone? Yes, this is just a clone of mine. My original body is in the God world. Fang Chen was completely confused. How did a clone come to the lower realm if his original body was in the God world? Back then, I offended a big shot in the God world. The big shot chased after me at all costs. In the end, I paid a heavy price and my original body was suppressed. Fortunately, a good friend came forward and made the big shot stop. He only suppressed my original body forever. Realm Lord Fu Mo slowly said, It was at that time that my clone was seriously injured by the big shot. By chance, I found an extremely unstable universe passage. I gritted my teeth and entered the passage. Finally, I came here. Hearing this, Fang Chun was extremely surprised. He didn't expect Realm Lord Fu Mo to be from the God world. No wonder he felt that Realm Lord Fu Mo was unfathomable. Although my clone was seriously injured, it was still a top expert in the lower realm. I wasn't willing to continue like this. I wanted to return to the God world and save my original body. So I created Demon Subduing Realm. The purpose of the creation of Demon Subduing Realm was to select the monstrous geniuses of the lower realm and cultivate them. One day, they will return to the God world with me. Although this is an incomparably long process, I won't give up. It was only at this moment that Fang Chun finally understood. Chapter 1545. For countless years, I've been looking for a monstrous genius. Realm Lord Fu Mo continued. There are many life and death realm disciples in Fu Mo realm, but none of them could meet my requirements. Until you appeared, I saw hope. I'm just a creation realm martial artist. I don't know when I'll be able to enter the God realm. Fang Chen shrugged. Realm Lord Fu Mo shook his head. No, but different from others. I see hope in you. In fact, you didn't disappoint me. Whether it was the purgatory trip or the trip to the ancestral land, you always surprised me. I thought you could get the sword progenitor's inheritance at most. I didn't expect you to get the bone progenitor's inheritance and cultivate the space-time cultivation system. It's beyond my expectations. Realm Lord Fu Mo sat on the stone bench, his old face full of joy. He finally vented all the emotions that had been suppressed in his heart for a long time. This was his secret, and he didn't tell anyone. Today, he told Fang Chun. Do you think I'm selfish? Realm Lord Fu Mo looked at Fang Chun and asked. Fang Chun shook his head. Realm Lord Fu Mo did everything for himself. It wasn't selfish. Moreover, he didn't do anything to harm the human race when he established Fu Mo realm. He was just silently nurturing his own disciple. Without Realm Lord's great efforts, I wouldn't be able to grow to this level. Fang Chun was a person who knew how to repay kindness. Realm Lord Fu Mo had been very good to him and played a very important role in his cultivation. How could he forget such kindness? Good, very good. I didn't misjudge you. Realm Lord Fu Mo was very happy. The human race is in a precarious situation. Blood Monarch is breaking through. Once he does, the human race will be in danger. So I asked you to find the human race's Saint Lord and help him break through to the eternal realm. Of course, that place is also very beneficial for your cultivation. Ordinary people can't enter it. In the entire lower world, besides the human race's Saint Lord, only I have the ability to send you there. Fong Chan was startled and immediately asked, "Then why didn't Realm Master go?" Realm Lord Fuming Demon shook his head. "Once my doppelganger dies, I won't be able to do anything. My true self will be completely suppressed. I can't take the risk." Fong Chen understood. "Pack up. I'll send you away," said Realm Lord Fu. Mo. Fong Chun hesitated for a moment and said, "Sector Lord, I have a request." "Speak. There's no need to be polite with me." Realm Lord Fu Mo said, "My companions and my disciple were kidnapped by the Blood Fiend Monarch. I would like to ask the Realm Lord to step forward and take them back." Fong Chen said. This was Fong Chen's decision after much consideration. The old faker and Tian Xin had been taken away by the Blood Evil Monarch, and he was worried. With his strength, it was impossible for him to save them from Blood Fiend Monarch. Therefore, he could only thicken his face and ask Realm Lord Fu Mo for help. "All right, I'll take you to the Void Ocean." After saying that, Realm Lord Fu Mo waved his hand and tore the void apart. A moment later, Realm Lord Fu Mo and Fong Chun appeared in the depths of the Void Ocean. Actually, Realm Lord Fu Mo is in the deepest part of the Void Ocean. Realm Lord Fu Mo smiled. Fong Chun was shocked. Although Realm Lord Fu Mo was injured, his means were too amazing. "Let's go." Whoosh! In the Void Ocean, the two quickly traveled. Soon, they arrived at the Blood Fiend Mansion. This is the Blood Fiend Monarch's mansion. Realm Lord Fu Mo pointed at the Blood Red Mansion in front of him and then brought Fong Chun into the mansion. "Blood Fiend Monarch, is this how you greet your guests?" Realm Lord Fu Mo's voice spread throughout the Blood Fiend Mansion. When he entered the Blood Fiend Mansion, Blood Fiend Monarch already knew, but he didn't come out to welcome him. Whoosh! Blood Fiend Monarch appeared out of thin air, his blood-red robe fluttering in the wind. "It's you." Blood Fiend Monarch recognized Realm Lord Fu Mo. A long time ago, he met Realm Lord Fu Mo once. "Blood Fiend Monarch, your strength has improved a lot." Realm Lord Fu Mo smiled. Blood Fiend Monarch noticed Fong Chun beside Realm Lord Fu Mo. "Brat, you still dare to come to my Blood Fiend Mansion?" Blood Fiend Monarch said coldly. "Buzz." Blood Fiend Monarch attacked without warning, but he was stopped by Realm Lord Fu Mo. A big shot of the Sea Demon race actually lowered his status to deal with a creation realm martial artist. Realm Lord Fu Mo said, "What do you mean?" Blood Fiend Monarch retracted his hand and asked coldly, "Nothing. I just want to ask you for someone." Realm Lord Fu Mo smiled. "Who?" "My disciple, Tian Xin, and my good friend, the Quasi-God Tree," Fong Chun said. Blood Fiend Monarch looked at Fong Chun, his eyes flashing. "I have never handed over anything that belongs to me." Blood Fiend Monarch sneered. Blood Fiend Monarch, a weak martial artist has no value to you. Why don't you give me face?" Realm Lord Fu Mo said. Blood Fiend Monarch already knew that Realm Lord Fu Mo was very strong. He didn't want to fall out with this person. "I can give you the person, but not the Quasi-God Tree." Blood Fiend Monarch's attitude was firm. Fong Chun felt that the surroundings were silent. He couldn't hear anything. They didn't want him to hear anything. After a while, Realm Lord Fu Mo and Blood Fiend Monarch finished their discussion. "I can let your disciple go, but not the Quasi-God Tree," Realm Lord Fu Mo said. "The Quasi-Divine Tree is here, so there's no danger to your life. Let's save your disciple first." "Okay." Fong Chen nodded. "Thank you, Blood Fiend Monarch." Realm Lord Fu Mo cupped his hands. Blood Fiend Monarch brought the two of them to the garden. When Fong Chan saw the dispirited old faker with only half of his main body left, his heart burned with anger. However, he suppressed it. The old faker had fallen into a coma and was seriously injured. Blood Fiend Monarch took Tian Xin out. "Master!" Tian Xin shouted when he saw Fong Chun. Blood Fiend Monarch casually threw Tian Xin to Fong Chun. "See him out." Monarch Blood Fiend Monarch said. Realm Lord Fu Mo pulled Fang Chun out of Blood Fiend residence. Before he left, he secretly swore that one day he would kill his way to Blood Fiend residence and save the old faker. At that time, he would return the harm that the old faker suffered 100 times. Old faker, wait for me here. I will definitely come back to find you, Fang Chun said in a deep voice. After successfully saving Tian Xan, he placed him in the human race's sacred land. Fang Chun left his clone in demon subduing realm, while his true body left with Realm Lord Fu Mo. At a glance, the void ocean was boundless. In the sky above the void ocean, there were two figures, Realm Lord Fu Mo and Fang Chun. That place is very strange. After entering, don't wander around. Be careful, or you will lose your life, Realm Lord Fu Mo reminded. I know. Fang Chun nodded. Then, Realm Lord Fu Mo took out a small token from his chest and injected a wild power into it. Instantly, the aura emitted from the token enveloped Fang Chun and disappeared into thin air. I hope it works. Realm Lord Fu Mo looked at the boundless blue sky and returned to demon subduing realm. At the same time, in the Yuan race's sacred land, Yuan Gu was playing chess with Monarch Blackblade. Suddenly, he frowned slightly and spread out his divine consciousness. Yuan Gu, what's wrong? Monarch Blackblade asked. I sensed Sanguinati's aura. Whoosh. The void ocean tore open and Yuan Gu stepped into it. After a while, he arrived at a certain place in the void ocean. Yuan Gu spread out his divine consciousness and found that it was empty. There was nothing here. Damn it. I clearly sensed that he was here. Yuan Gu was furious. Sanguinati had not returned. He was in the Yuan clan and was constantly paying attention to the lower realm. The 5 major figurehead class powerhouses, the strength of their divine senses was inconceivable to people. They could scan half of the lower realm with a thought. Just now, he had accidentally scanned with his divine consciousness and found Sanguinati's aura. Whoosh. The void ocean tore open and Monarch Blackblade walked out. Yuan Gu, did you sense it wrongly? Monarch Blackblade asked. Yuan Gu shook his head. There's no mistake. I can't remember Sanguinati's aura wrongly. It must be him. But the ancestral land is closed, Monarch Blackblade said. Yuan Gu's eyes flashed with cold, killing intent. There's only one possibility. He has obtained the strongest inheritance in the ancestral land. Chapter 1546. Birds chirped, flowers bloomed, and towering trees stood tall. What greeted his eyes was an enchanting scenery. Fang Chun calmly stood there. The air was filled with a powerful pressure. Perfect sword body automatically revolved, and sword-shaped runes flickered incessantly. What is this place? Why is the Sacred Lord here? Fang Chun was puzzled. According to reason, the ancestral land should be the foundation of the human race. But what was this place that had suddenly appeared? Fang Chun took out his communication jade pendant and sent a message to the Sacred Lord. The Sacred Lord didn't reply, which made Fang Chun even more puzzled. The Realm Lord wouldn't lie to me, Fang Chun inwardly said. The first thing one had to do after arriving in an unfamiliar place was to check the surroundings. After making sure there was no danger, one could explore. One couldn't wander around blindly, or one would be killed. Spreading out his divine sense, Fang Chun discovered that there was an ice mountain behind the forest. It's familiar. Fang Chun's heart shook. He immediately leaped and merged with the void, rapidly advancing. Soon, he passed through the forest and arrived in front of the ice mountain. Seeing this ice mountain, Fang Chun was shocked. The ice mountain was filled with an extremely cold aura. It towered into the clouds, and one couldn't see the end of it. It's exactly the same as the ice mountain in the Star Ruin. Fang Chun was overwhelmed with shock. What was going on? What was this place? Why was there an ice mountain that was exactly the same as the one in the Star Ruin? He clearly remembered that the ice mountain in the Star Ruin was incomparably dangerous. Blue Thunder Emperor, Nine Firmament Wind Master, and Chaos Origin Demon Master. The 3 life and death emperors didn't have any chance of survival after entering the ice mountain. Both their true bodies and avatars were destroyed. Moreover, they died under the ice. This Fang Chan approached the ice mountain, wanting to see what was going on. But right at this moment, he saw an astonishing scene. On the mountainside of the ice mountain, a figure appeared. Sacred Lord! Fang Chun involuntarily cried out. The human sacred lord who was climbing the mountain heard the cry and turned his head. He was astonished. Sanguinati, the saint lord of the human clan, stopped, talking to Fang Chun from afar. Sanguinati, why are you here? Holy Lord, it's a long story. Do you want to climb to the top of the ice mountain? Fang Chun asked. The human saint lord nodded. I once saw a similar iceberg in a certain ruin. The ice mountain is extremely dangerous. Even life and death realm monarchs would die without a doubt. Saint Master, you have to be careful. Fang Chun reminded. Are you talking about the star relic? Asked the human race's holy leader. Fang Chun froze for a moment, then nodded. The holy lord of the human clan took a deep breath and then walked down from the ice mountain in a flash. You went to the star ruins? Yes, I have. The human clan's holy master nodded and hurriedly asked, do you have a token that allows you to enter the star relic? Fang Chun didn't understand what the white race's holy lord meant. The latter explained, Sanguinati, this is related to the survival of the human clan. Holy Lord, are the two icebergs connected? Fang Chun asked. This iceberg is called the dual polar iceberg. There should have been two icebergs here, but the owner of the star relic forcefully took one of them away and placed it inside the star relic, the human clan's holy master explained. When the two icebergs are connected together, they can form an enormous energy field. Legend has it that as long as one can climb to the top of the iceberg, they can comprehend the extreme laws and break through to the eternal realm. Moreover, there are supreme treasures on top of the iceberg that would make eternal realm experts jealous. Hearing this, Fang Chun was shocked. I do have a way to enter the star ruins, but Holy Lord, can you tell me where this place is? Even now, Fang Chun didn't know where he was. This is where the ice progenitor used to cultivate. The human clan's holy lord said slowly, the ice progenitor doesn't belong to this era. He's a peerless expert from the previous era. During the ice progenitor's era, the bone progenitor hadn't been born yet. At that time, the ice progenitor was known as the strongest expert in the lower world, reaching the extreme laws of the eternal realm. He spent his entire life creating two icebergs, which are called the dual polar iceberg. After the ice progenitor entered the god world, there was a rumor that if someone could climb the dual polar iceberg, they could break through to the eternal realm. However, to this day, no one has been able to reach the top, the human clan's holy lord said. Many years ago, I came here once but failed. The price of failure was great, so the holy lord didn't want to come here often. I see. Fang Chun suddenly realized that the dual polar iceberg was created by an expert from the previous era. He made a mental note of the ice progenitor's name. No wonder the realm lord said, I could help the human clan's holy lord. Seeing Fang Chun's confusion, the holy lord continued to explain, the dual polar iceberg is very difficult to climb. Even life and death realm emperors will die without a doubt. Only emperors who have cultivated to the peak can barely survive. The master of the star relic took the iceberg and placed it in the relic. After refining it himself, the difficulty of climbing the iceberg was greatly reduced. This gave people hope. It seems that the Blue Thunder Emperor, Nine Firmament Wind Master, and Chaos Origin Demon Master were all trying to climb the iceberg. Fang Chun thought to himself. The human clan's holy lord looked at Fang Chun with a burning gaze. The Blood Fiend Emperor is very likely to take the final step. I have to break through to the eternal realm before him. Otherwise, the human clan will be in danger, the human clan's holy lord said. Holy Lord, I'll take you into the star relic, Fang Chun said. The human clan's holy lord nodded, his face filled with joy. Then, Fang Chun took out the star token and activated it. Instantly, the two of them disappeared. In the next instant, the two of them appeared in the star relic. This is the star relic. The human clan's holy lord was overjoyed. Let's go. Fang Chun quickly brought the human clan's holy lord to the bottom of the iceberg. Under the iceberg, 3 corpses sat cross-legged quietly. Even though they had been dead for countless years, they did not lower their heads. This is some memories surfaced in the human clan's Holy Lord's mind. The Blue Thunder Emperor, 9 Firmament Wind Master, and Chaos Origin Demon Master. The 3 of them died here. The human clan's Holy Lord exclaimed. Back then, the Blue Thunder Emperor and the other 2 were famous in the universe. When the 3 of them worked together, their strength was comparable to an Eternal Realm expert. Not long after they came to the lower realm, they disappeared without a trace. The disappearance of the 3 of them had always been an unsolved mystery in the lower realm. No one had expected the 3 of them to die under the iceberg. After a long while, the human clan's Holy Lord sighed and shook his head. In the end, such an expert had died here without a sound. What was the use of being glorious when they were alive? No one remembered them after they died. The human clan's Holy Lord sighed. In order to reach the peak of the martial path, the 3 of them stepped onto the iceberg despite knowing it was dangerous. They died with no regrets. The human clan's Holy Lord admired the 3 of them. It took a lot of courage to make such a decision. Holy Lord, Fongchen called out. The human clan's Holy Lord shook his head and collected his thoughts. Holy Lord, could you please bring their bodies out? Fongchen asked. He had promised that if he had the chance, he would bring their bodies out and give them a proper burial. Okay. The human clan's Holy Lord moved. His body flashed, and Fongchen could not catch him. In the blink of an eye, the human clan's Holy Lord returned. When he returned to Fongchen's side, the 3 corpses sat quietly beside him. The 3 of you are all heroes worthy of respect. Give them a proper burial. After that, Fongchen and the human clan's Holy Lord personally buried the 3 of them. The 3 of them were resolute in their decision, even in death. Fongchen buried the 3 of them under the iceberg so that they could see the iceberg at all times. Whoosh! After doing all this, Fongchen felt that his primordial spirit had improved. Sanguinati, wait here. I'll go and try. The human clan's Holy Lord dashed toward the iceberg as soon as he finished speaking. At the same time, Iron Armor and the others sensed Fongchen's arrival. Kid, I haven't seen you in a while. Your strength has increased a lot, Iron Armor said with a smile. 88. 8. The old man guarding the soul power source exclaimed when he sensed the soul path aura around Fongchen. You actually broke the curse of the 5 lightning tribulation technique. Fongchen chuckled and looked at the iceberg. The top of the iceberg was covered by clouds. There was a blood-red eye with complicated patterns on it. Each pattern could activate the power of heaven and earth. The blood-red eye gave off a terrifying aura. Chapter 1548. Ever since the Bone Progenitors era, the lower worlds had been on the decline. After so many years, a peerless, immemorial realm expert had finally appeared. The change in cultivation environment made the resources in the lower worlds even more scarce, making cultivation extremely difficult. Under such circumstances, it was extremely difficult to cultivate to the immemorial realm with one's own efforts. Therefore, after so many years, the strongest powerhouses in the universe's power rankings were only at the peak of life and death realm. Although they were only a step away from the immemorial realm, it was still extremely far away. Immemorial realm experts could rely on their own strength to rule the entire lower worlds. Their strength was not something ordinary people could imagine. The human race's holy master had ascended the legendary bipolar ice mountain and successfully stepped into the immemorial realm. The current him seemed to have been reborn, giving off an oppressive feeling. Hearing Fongchen's question, the holy master nodded slightly. Let's go. The war should end soon. Saying so, the holy master waved his hand. With a ripping sound, a crack appeared in space, and the 2 stepped into the void. Human race's holy land. The current human race was very different from before. The rise of Blood Fiend Monarch and Heaven Origin Ruler had greatly weakened the human race's control. The foreign races and Sea Demon race constantly infiltrated the human race's territory, assassinating human geniuses. The human race could not guard against them. In just a few short months, the human race had suffered disastrous losses. The younger generation was the hope of the human race, as well as the future of the human race. Assassinating the younger generation's geniuses was tantamount to cutting off the hope of the human race. Although the human race was furious, there was nothing they could do. On this day, many elders gathered in the Holy Palace. Led by the Grand Elder, they were holding an emergency meeting. Grand Elder, you've seen it too. The sea demon race and the foreign races are too savage. That's right. They sneaked into our territory and kept assassinating our geniuses. This is intolerable. We must fight back. We can't show weakness. The many elders spoke one after another. Their attitude was the same. It was a battle. Even if they died, they had to die standing. However, the Grand Elder held a high position and could not make decisions carelessly. Every decision had to be made with the human race's interests in mind. The Sacred Master is nowhere to be found, and Sovereign Emperor Bloodfiend and Universe Sovereign are eyeing us covetously. Once they start fighting, we'll definitely lose. The first elder pondered for a moment before saying, right now, the most important thing is to find the Holy Lord. Although the human Holy Lords were not as strong as Bloodfiend Monarch, they were still a strong deterrent force. Now that he was missing, the human race was without a leader and they couldn't start a war. But some elders wanted to persuade him, but they were stopped by the Great Elder. VR, if there's nothing else, you may all leave. The first elder closed his eyes and rubbed his temples as he spoke tiredly. Seeing this, everyone shook their heads helplessly and left the holy temple. Holy Master, where are you? The Great Elder was very helpless. The current situation of the human race was not what he wanted to see. He hoped that the Sacred Lord could return as soon as possible. While the sacred leader of the human race appeared out of nowhere. Sacred Master, just a moment ago, he was still wondering where the Holy Lord was, and now he had appeared. Great Elder's face was filled with an excited smile. I've already learned about the situation of the human race. Spread this news. The human race Holy Lord flicked his finger, and a ray of light entered the Great Elder's mind. The Great Elder nodded and quickly left. Only Fong Chun and the sacred leader were left in the holy temple. The sea demon race and the other races must have something to rely on for daring to do this. Fong Chun said, in front of absolute strength, everything is nothing. The human race Holy Lord said indifferently. Soon, a message was transmitted to the minds of all the life and death monarchs. The Universe Battle Power ranking had been updated. All this time, the Universe Battle Power ranking had been personally managed by the human race Holy Lord, and it was updated from time to time. And now, the first thing the Sacred Leader did after returning was to update the Universe Battle Power ranking. After the update, the Universe Battle Power ranking had some changes. The first place was still the human race Holy Lord, while the second place, Yuan Gu, had fallen by 2 places to the 4th place. The new second place was Bloodfiend Monarch, the third was Universe Ruler, the 4th was Yuan Gu, the 5th was Spiritual Race Master, the 6th was Luo Race Master, and the 7th was Black Blade Monarch. Every time the ranking changed, it would attract the attention of the life and death monarchs. This time was no exception. With such a big change in the top 5, everyone couldn't help but cry out in alarm. Of course, the high-level life and death monarchs who knew the truth still acknowledged this ranking. Void Ocean, Bloodfiend Mansion. When Bloodfiend Monarch saw the Universe Battle Power ranking, his face was filled with a sneer. A few days ago, he had come out of seclusion and was only a step away from the immemorial realm. His strength had increased by a lot. The human race Holy Lord is truly shameless, placing himself first. Bloodfiend Monarch sneered. In a head-on battle, he could completely suppress the human race Holy Lord. The first place should be him, the second should be Universe Ruler, and the third should be the human race Holy Lord. This ranking is a joke. Bloodfiend Monarch said coldly. At this moment, Universe Ruler transmitted a message. Bloodfiend, have you seen the Universe Battle Power ranking? Universe Ruler asked. I've seen it. It's just a joke. Bloodfiend Monarch said bluntly. Universe Ruler naturally knew the meaning behind Bloodfiend Monarch's words. He said somewhat worriedly, Bloodfiend, with the human race Holy Lord's ranking, do you think he has broken through to the immemorial realm? Hearing the words immemorial realm, Bloodfiend Monarch's expression changed slightly. However, he quickly rejected this idea. Impossible. Even the human clan's holy master is weaker than me. How could he enter the immemorial realm? Emperor Bloodfiend growled. If he wants to enter the immemorial realm, he needs the right time, the right place, and the right people. That's for the best. In a month at most, my plan will be completed. At that time, we'll join hands and massacre the human race. Universe Ruler said and cut off the connection. Bloodfiend Monarch's eyes shot out a blood-red light. Let's wait for another month. The return of the human race, Holy Lord, greatly boosted the morale of the human race. The human race, Holy Lord, and Fong Chun arrived above Green Bamboo Island. This is the territory of our sea demon race. Human, leave quickly. Before they even landed, a creation realm martial artist loudly shouted, "There are no life and death emperors. I'll leave it to you." The human race Holy Lord said. Fong Chun nodded and took a step forward, landing on Green Bamboo Island. My human race's territory isn't so easy to snatch. After saying this, Fong Chun punched out, killing this person. Green Bamboo Island shook. All the sea demon clans moved to encircle Fong Chun. The strongest was only a 9th level creation realm sea demon. They weren't Fong Chun's match at all. Pung, pung, pung wherever the fist passed. Sea demon corpses fell to the ground. An hour later, a large number of sea demons were killed by Fong Chun. Only 2 half-step life and death realm sea demons were left. Kid, who are you? You slaughter my sea demon race. You're dead. The 2 half-step life and death realm sea demons surrounded Fong Chun, preparing to attack. Sanguinati. What's Sanguinati? Hearing this, the 2 sea demons opened their eyes wide in disbelief. Didn't the intelligence say that Sanguinati was only a mid-level creation realm martial artist? How could he be so strong? Go die. The 2 sea demons attacked, their destructive power tyrannical. Kill. Facing the life and death realm Snow White skeleton, Fong Chun wasn't afraid. 2 trifling half-step life and death realm sea demons were nothing to be afraid of. When Heaven and Earth burial sword art was used, the 2 sea demons unwillingly fell to the ground. In just an hour, Green Bamboo Island was recovered. After recovering Green Bamboo Island, Fong Chun notified Yin Fong to organize his affairs. He and the human race Saint Lord headed to the other islands occupied by sea demons and other races. In a short day, the human race recovered all the lost territories. The human race Saint Lord used his thunderous methods to kill several life and death realm experts. This piece of news caused a huge commotion, especially Bloodfiend Emperor and Heaven Origin Ruler. Huff, huff. Above the void ocean, Bloodfiend Emperor stood in the air, glaring ahead. Saint Lord, you want to break the agreement? Agreement. Back then, my human race and your sea demon race signed a non-aggression agreement. Didn't you break the agreement? The human race, Saint Lord and Bloodfiend Emperor looked at each other. Chapter 1549. Are you trying to start a race war? Bloodfiend Monarch sneered. He was certain that the human race's holy leader would consider the big picture and not start a race war. Once a race war was started, there would be no turning back. It would only end when one side was completely destroyed. A race war? I don't think there's a need for that, the human race's holy leader said indifferently. There was no worry on his face. On the contrary, he looked calm and indifferent. Bloodfiend Monarch sneered. He thought that the human race's holy leader was putting on an act. I have a feeling that the human race will completely disappear from history, Bloodfiend Monarch said. At the same time, he sent a message to Universe Dominator. Soon, he received a reply from the latter. Bloodfiend, hold on for a while. My plan is about to succeed. After receiving Universe Dominator's reply, Bloodfiend Monarch revealed a sinister smile. I want to see how strong the so-called number 1 on the Universe Combat Power list is. His words were filled with Noah's emotions. He thought that the human race's holy leader was not worthy of being number 1 on the Universe Combat Power list. You will despair, the human race's holy leader said. Is that so? Let's wait and see. Blood Fiend Monarch exuded an evil aura as his blood-red robe fluttered in the wind. The entire void ocean was dyed red. Blood Fiend Monarch raised his palm, and a layer of blood-red waves swept over, forming a terrifying water pillar in front of him. This water pillar contained an extremely evil aura. Go! Blood Fiend Monarch clenched his fist, and the terrifying water pillar in front of his chest carried a vast amount of power as it rushed towards the human race's holy leader. At the same time, within the three sacred grounds. At the same time, there were exclamations. The leaders of the three sacred grounds and Blackblade Monarch exclaimed, "What's going on?" Who ripples appeared in the void as the four great leaders appeared. When they saw the terrifying water pillar attacking the human race's holy leader, their faces turned solemn. Blood Fiend Monarch's strength has increased again, Yuan Gu said in a low voice. What should we do? Do we need help? Blackblade Monarch asked. It's too late, the leader of the Luo clan said. Rumble, rumble, the human race's holy leader stood there quietly and motionlessly, allowing the water pillar to hit him. Hiss, hiss, the water pillar crashed into the human holy leader's body and dissipated. Suddenly, an aura that made one's heart palpitate appeared between heaven and earth. The four giants' expressions changed drastically as they stared at the Saint Lord of the human clan with their eyes wide open. The human clan's holy master released the aura of the eternal ancient realm, and the color of the sky changed. At this moment, all the martial artists in the lower realm felt their hearts tremble. Monarch Blood Fiend, who was about to continue his attack, was shocked when he sensed the aura. How was the eternal realm possible? Blood Fiend Emperor cried out. Crash without saying another word. Sovereign Emperor Blood Fiend tore open the void and fled. You can't escape, the human clan saint leader said softly as he reached out his hand. His arm expanded as he dived into the void ocean. Crash-raging waves surged in the void ocean. The four giants were incomparably shocked. The four giants looked at each other in shock. Krakmanar Blood Fiend was stopped by the sacred leader of the human race. Scram. Blood Fiend Monarch used his trump card and punched out. Crack. The human clan saint leader grabbed Monarch Blood Fiend Monarch's fist and pulled forcefully, breaking one of Monarch Blood Fiend Monarch's arms. Ark. Monarch Blood Fiend Monarch roared at the sky. At the cost of losing an arm, he escaped again. His body turned into a monstrous wave of blood as he quickly headed for the alien base. Jimin Qian Yuan, there's a change of plans. The human clan's saint leader has broken through to the eternal ancient realm. Jimin Qian Yuan was setting up a formation in the alien base when he suddenly heard Monarch Blood Fiend Monarch's voice transmission. What? Jimin Qian Yuan jumped to his feet, his expression changing drastically. Eternal ancient realm. The worst thing had happened. The human clan saint leader had broken through to the eternal ancient realm. They had lost the battle before it even began. Damn it! Jimin Qian Yuan gritted his teeth and bit his finger, dripping a drop of blood on the formation. Buzz! The formation was instantly activated. A terrifying aura spread out. Jimin Qian Yuan had obtained this formation from an ancient ruin. Crash! A monstrous wave of blood descended. Monarch Blood Fiend Monarch reverted to his human form and arrived in front of Jimin Qian Yuan. An eternal ancient realm expert isn't someone you and I can fight against. This formation can send us into chaotic space, Jimin Qian Yuan explained. There's no time. Hurry up. I hate it. Monarch Blood Fiend Monarch's heart burned with anger. He had never expected the human clan saint leader to break through to the eternal ancient realm at this critical moment. Once they stepped into the formation, it meant that the alien race and the oceanic monsters would be completely wiped out. This was a huge blow to them. There's no time. Jimin Qian Yuan grabbed Monarch Blood Fiend Monarch and entered the formation. Buzz! The formation activated and began to spin rapidly. At this moment, the human clan's saint leader arrived. Trying to escape? The human clan's saint leader punched out lightly, and the formation instantly shattered. However, Hegemon, Qian Yuan, and Monarch Blood Fiend Monarch had already disappeared. The human clan saint leader closed his eyes and spread out his divine sense, enveloping the entire lower realm. However, he didn't find any traces of aura left behind in the formation. In the end, he concluded that the two must have used the formation to escape into chaotic space. Life and death realm martial artists entering chaotic space have a 90% chance of survival, the human clan saint leader said indifferently. Moreover, once lost, they would be eternally exiled in chaotic space. After dealing with the two giants, the human clan's saint leader returned to the human clan's sacred land. This day was the most important day for the human clan. It was enough to be recorded in the annals of history. Under the human clan's attack, the oceanic monster race and the alien races were completely destroyed. The human clan had become the absolute ruler of the lower realm. Most of the oceanic monster race and the alien races had surrendered, but the human clan's saint leader didn't order them to be killed. Instead, he trapped them in some danger zones to temper the human clan's martial artists. Green Bamboo Island regained its former prosperity. Fengshen appeared on Green Bamboo Island as the Island Lord. After Fengshen's improvements, the Green Bamboo Formation's power had grown even stronger. It had become a Dao protecting formation, while Nile and Xiao Xian were in charge of controlling it. Fengshen took all his family and friends back to Green Bamboo Island, and then took the old faker back. Looking at the dispirited old faker, Fengshen's heart was bleeding. "Old faker, how are you?" Fengshen asked. The old faker's branches swayed, and he said in a hoarse voice, "I'm fine. I just need to rest for a while. I heard from the saint leader that your main body was cut off, and your cultivation path was cut off. You will never be able to step into the immortal realm," Fengshen said, trying hard to suppress the agitation in his heart. Hearing this, the old faker fell into silence. After a long while, he smiled. "It's no big deal. I'm already very satisfied that I can grow to this level," the old faker said with a smile. Fengshen shook his head, clenched his fists, and said seriously, "Old faker, don't worry. I will find a way to help you recover." Fengshen. The old faker sighed and said. After settling the old faker down, Fengshen left. In just a few months, the human clan completely controlled the lower world. All the warriors were cheering, and at the same time, some forbidden lands were open to ordinary warriors. There were many prisons in these forbidden lands. A large number of prisoners of the Sea Demon clan and other races were locked up in the prisons. Many warriors poured into the forbidden lands. The lower world regained its peace. On this day, Realm Lord Fu Mo summoned Fengshen. In the garden of Realm Lord Fu Mo, "Realm Lord, you asked for me?" Fengshen asked. Realm Lord Fu Mo nodded, and then said, "The human clan's saint leader has reached the immortal realm. It should be all thanks to you, right?" Fengshen smiled and said nothing. "Do you feel that the saint leader has changed?" Realm Lord Fu Mo suddenly asked. "He has changed. After entering the immortal realm, he has been reborn. It's normal that he has changed," Fengshen said. Realm Lord Fu Mo shook his head. "That day, when the saint leader attacked Blood Fiend Emperor, I secretly watched. I vaguely felt that there was a very deliberate aura on him, but I can't tell what it is," Realm Lord Fu Mo said. "Tell me in detail what happened on the bipolar iceberg," Realm Lord Fu Mo asked. Chapter 1550. Fengshen told Realm Lord Fuming Demon in detail what he'd seen. The latter pondered for a moment and then said seriously, "Be careful." "I know." After hearing Realm Lord Fu Mo's words, Fengshen was also full of doubts. Thinking back to the previous scene, it was indeed a little unbelievable. After chatting with Realm Lord Fu Mo for an hour, Fengshen finally left Fu Mo world and returned to the human clan's sacred land. After the human clan unified the lower realm, the development of Green Bamboo Island was on the right track. It was time to go to the Luo clan's sacred land. The human clan's sacred land had a teleportation formation that led directly to the Luo clan's sacred land. With Fengshen's current status, he could use the teleportation formation directly. Whoosh! With a flash of white light, Fong Chen disappeared from the teleportation formation. Luo clan's sacred land, teleportation formation. Yes, from the human clan's sacred land. The two warriors guarding the teleportation formation were a little surprised and disgusted. I wonder who it is. The teleportation formation opened, and Fong Chen walked out. It's Lord Shui, the guard said with a smile. Sanguinati's name was well known in the lower realm. Everyone in the younger generation knew about him. He was the strongest among the younger generation in the mortal universe. I want to see the Luo clan's saintess. Please inform her, Fong Chen said. Okay, I'll inform her now. The guard left quickly and hurried back in a short while. Lord Shui, the saintess is in seclusion. The elder asked you to go first. On the way, Fong Chen met some acquaintances. Sanguinati, a beautiful figure, walked toward him. She was Luo Fenger, who Fong Chen had met once in the ancestral land. The first time he met Luo Fenger, Fong Chen fought with her. He chased after Luo Fenger for a long time. Why did you come to the Luo clan's sacred land? Luo Fenger asked with a puzzled look. I want to see the saintess. Fong Chen didn't hide it. You want to see the saintess? Luo Fenger asked with wide eyes. What? Is there a problem? Seeing Luo Fenger's expression, Fong Chen asked. Luo Fenger walked over to Fong Chen with light steps. A fragrance instantly assaulted his nose. There are too many martial artists who wish to meet our clan's holy maiden. For the sake of face, the patriarch can't make an appearance. However, in order to stop most of the martial artists, the clan has a rule. If you want to meet the holy maiden, you have to defeat at least 3 elders in the clan. Luo Fenger explained. Hearing this, Fong Chen frowned. If there were 3 life and death elders, how could they have defeated them? Fong Chen asked. Look at you. You won't cry until you see the coffin. Let's go, I'll take you there. Luo Fenger led Fong Chen to the great elder's residence. Provoked by the human clan's holy master, the Luo clan leader went into seclusion to break through to the eternal ancient realm. The holy maiden was also in seclusion. Therefore, the first elder was in charge of all matters of the Luo clan. I've heard a lot about you, Lord of Blood Island. Now that I've met you, I can see that you live up to your reputation, the first elder said with a smile. With his position, he naturally knew some secrets. It was rumored that the reason the human clan's holy master was able to enter the eternal ancient realm was closely related to Sanguinati. Sanguinati was the genius that the human clan's holy master valued the most. His position was extraordinary, and the Luo clan naturally treated him with respect. First elder, Sanguinati wishes to meet the holy maiden, Luo Fenger said from the side. The first elder nodded. He had already known. Sanguinati, you know the rules of our clan. If you want to meet the holy maiden, you have to defeat 3 elders. The first elder said, but don't worry, the 3 elders aren't too strong. 2 of them are half-step life and death realm, and 1 is at the first layer of life and death realm. If I defeat 3, I can meet the holy maiden, Fong Chen said. In truth, he was incomparably nervous. His mother only existed in his memories, and he had yet to see her. Correct. If you defeat 3, you can meet the holy maiden. The first elder said. When do you plan to act? Right now. Not long after, a piece of news spread throughout the Luo clan's holy land. Green Bamboo Island's master, Sanguinati, had come to meet the holy maiden and challenge the 3 elders. Hearing this news, the Luo clan's clansmen were all shaken. This was especially true for Luo Qinghan and the others. They had interacted with Fong Chen before. Sanguinati has come to meet the holy maiden. Luo Qinghan, who was cultivating, was slightly startled. After thinking for a moment, he stopped cultivating and headed to the martial stage. In 15 minutes, the martial stage was packed with people. Standing at the very front were the Luo clan's young geniuses. Luo Qinghan, Luo Fenger, Luo Chen, Luo Xia, and the others. Sanguinati. Seeing Sanguinati arrive, Luo Qinghan and the others took the initiative to greet him. Sanguinati, I didn't think that you would also come to meet the holy maiden. Luo Qinghan smiled. Sanguinati, I heard that you killed the Yuan clan's Yuan Ming. You really vented your anger. Good job, Sanguinati. I support you." After greeting the geniuses of the Luo clan, Fang Chun walked up to the martial stage. Sounds of discussion could be heard from the crowd below. "He is Sanguinati, who is at the 8th level of the creation realm. How dare he challenge the elders of our clan? Don't underestimate this person. His combat power can't be determined by his cultivation level. Yes, Bloodsword Saint has great potential. He even killed Yuan Ming of the Yuan race in the ancestral land of inheritance. I have to say that the human clan's holy master thinks highly of Sanguinati. Otherwise, Yuan-gu wouldn't have let him go. Many people didn't think highly of Sanguinati. No matter what, he was still a creation realm warrior. He might be able to deal with a half-step life and death realm elder, but a creation realm warrior couldn't be compared to a true life and death realm warrior." Luo Qinghan and the others, who were standing at the front, stared at Fang Chun with their eyes wide open. Any miracle could happen to Sanguinati. Maybe he can really defeat a life and death realm elder. Luo Qinghan muttered to himself. In his mind, the scene of Fang Chun killing the Sea Demon Clan's prodigy in front of the reception hall appeared. Splash! The first elder jumped onto the martial stage. A dense aura emanated from his body. It was extremely terrifying. He wanted to suppress Fang Chun with his power, but Fang Chun didn't care. "Sanguinati, don't blame me for not warning you. Weapons have no eyes in battle. If I hurt you, don't blame me for being ruthless," the elder said. "Elder, please attack." Fang Chun nodded. "Huh." The half-step life and death realm elder roared and suddenly released his aura. In the next moment, his body flashed and a dense milky white aura appeared in his palm. "Kill." The elder clenched his fist and punched at Fang Chun's head like a mountain. Fang Chun raised his head. His pitch-black eyes looked at the elder who was charging at him menacingly. "Too weak." Fang Chun shook his head. Compared to the snow-white skeleton, this elder was really too weak. Boom! Fang Chun's fist was covered in black flames. The flames were mixed with purple light as he punched out without any warning. Dong! The two fists collided and a dazzling light burst out, causing the martial stage to tremble. The black flames instantly swept out and enveloped the elder. What's going on? Below, everyone opened their eyes wide, wanting to see what was happening inside the flames. However, at this moment, a figure flew out of the flames and fell to the ground with a bang. Everyone subconsciously thought that Sanguinati had been defeated. However, when they saw the person's face, they burst into an uproar. How is this possible? How can Sanguinati be so strong? Elder was actually defeated, and in such a thorough manner. Sanguinati is too strong. Everyone's expression changed drastically. Only now did they realize how powerful Sanguinati was. Luo Qinghan and the others at the front curled their lips. "It seems that Sanguinati obtained a lot of benefits in the reception hall," said Luo Xia. "He likes to show off." Luo Feng'er snorted and whispered. Luo Qinghan shook his head. The gap between him and Sanguinati was getting bigger and bigger. It was too difficult to catch up. On the martial stage, the flames dissipated. Fang Chun turned to look at the first elder who was in a daze and reminded, "First elder, does this count as my win?" Hearing this, the first elder woke up from his shock and said, "Sanguinati wins the first round." The first elder's words were full of surprise. He did not expect Sanguinati to be so strong. The second elder to enter the martial stage was called Luo Wa. "Sanguinati, go back to Green Bamboo Island obediently. The Luo clan's sacred ground is not a place for you to behave atrociously." Elder Luo's face was gloomy and a little angry. Sanguinati had shown off in the Luo clan's sacred ground and defeated their elder. This was a slap to the Luo clan's face. Chapter 1551. Within the Luo clan, there were many factions. The fighting and scheming between the factions was extremely frightening. Fortunately, the Luo clan's clan leader was suppressing them, so the factions under him did not care about fighting too openly. However, even so, there were still frequent conflicts between the factions. It wasn't without reason that the Luo clan had fallen to such a state. The conflict between the factions was one of the reasons. Luo's faction was led by the Second Elder. The Second Elder often went against the Great Elder. This time, the Great Elder brought Sanguinati to challenge the three Elders. The Second Elder naturally placed the Second Elder in the Great Elder's faction. Moreover, there was another reason for dealing with Sanguinati. Luo's eyes were scarlet red as she stared at Sanguinati, wishing she could tear him apart. "Let's begin," Fang Chun said indifferently. "Kill." The moment Luo made his move, he took out his grade 9 weapon. Water Fire Sword. Luo was grade 9 weapon. In the lower realm, grade 9 weapons were already considered super powerful weapons. Luo's cultivation base was high, and with the grade 9 weapon, he instantly suppressed Fang Chun. Rumble, flames spewed out from the Water Fire Sword, enveloping Fang Chun. "Sanguinati, you're only SOSO. If you have the ability, come out of my flame cage." On the martial stage, Luo held the Water Fire Sword and sneered. Below, Luo Chun inwardly cursed. Elder Luo's flame cage is extremely powerful. Even life and death experts aren't willing to face it. Elder Luo was bullying him. His cultivation base is high, and he even took out the Water Fire Sword. Luo Fenger snorted, extremely dissatisfied with Elder Luo. Luo Qinghan didn't say anything. His intuition told him that Sanguinati should have the ability to escape from the flame cage. On the martial stage, raging flames engulfed the entire martial stage. Fang Chun was trapped within. Countless flames condensed into solid sword lights that pierced toward Fang Chun. Hearing Elder Luo's voice outside the flame cage, Fang Chun sneered. Then, with a thought, the undying flame spread out. "You want to compete in flames with me?" The aura of the undying flame was released, instantly suppressing the flame cage. The undying flame was the king of all flames in the world. When the undying flame appeared, the flames in the cage started to scatter, as if they were frightened. Outside, Elder Luo was preparing to increase the power of the flame cage. However, a sudden change occurred. What happened? He felt that he could no longer control the flame cage. What the hell is going on? He tried his best to activate the fire and water sword, but the flames in the flame cage were getting smaller and smaller. Hiss, hiss, his Fang Chun was surrounded by the undying flame, which was overbearing and fierce. It was rapidly absorbing the flames inside the cage. A few breaths later, the flame cage disappeared. The undying flame revolved around Fang Chun. All the martial artists below were shocked once again. How is this possible? Elder Luo cried out. Feeling the flames on Fang Chun's body, he actually wanted to retreat. "This is an illusion to confuse me." Elder Luo was shouted in his heart as he slashed out with the fire and water sword. The first elder, who was watching the battle, recognized the undying flame. He looked at Fang Chun with eyes full of surprise. "It's actually the undying flame. This kid is really powerful," the first elder praised. On the other hand, the second elder's face was gloomy as killing intent was hidden in the depths of his eyes. "It's time to end this." Fang Chun took out the red glass sword. He used the Burial of Heaven and Earth sword art, and a terrifying red sword light shattered Elder Luo was attacked before hitting the fire and water sword. Crack! A crack appeared on the red glass sword's body. As expected of a rank 9 divine weapon. It's a pity that the wielder is too weak. Fang Chun shook his head as he stepped forward and kicked Elder Luo away. Dong! Elder Luo's body fell below the martial stage. Damn it! Elder Luo went crazy and charged onto the martial stage, but he was stopped by the first elder. Elder Luo, haven't you embarrassed yourself enough? The first elder scolded. Elder Luo's face was filled with unwillingness, but after seeing the second elder's eyes, he snorted and walked off the martial stage. Defeating 2 half-step life and death realm elders in a row had shaken the entire Luo clan. All the martial artists were discussing Sanguinati. Consider yourself lucky. But let's see how you'll defeat the third elder. The second elder inwardly said, "Blades and spears have no eyes. If he cripples or kills you in battle. Even the human clan's Saint Lord won't be able to say anything. The second elder transmitted his voice to the third elder. The latter lightly nodded and walked onto the martial stage. Kid, although you're strong and have few opponents in the younger generation, life and death realm is still life and death realm. However, fortune realm is fortune realm. There's an insurmountable gap between it and life and death realm. Elder Luo Ming said, "Is that so?" Fang Chun shrugged, showing that he didn't care. It wasn't like he hadn't faced life and death realm experts before. "Since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish." Elder Luo Ming didn't say anything and directly attacked. His strength wasn't something Luo could compare to. Elder Luo Ming opened his palm, and a trace of the power of the law appeared. The law energy? Feeling the terror of the law energy, the crowd below the martial stage had a drastic change in expression and quickly retreated. Only Fang Chun faced it head-on. Go to hell. Seeing that Fang Chun was about to charge over, Elder Luo Ming clenched his fist and punched at Fang Chun with the law energy in his fist. Crack! The terrifying fist smashed onto Fang Chun's body, and the law energy instantly corroded his body. Amidst the exclamations of the crowd, Fang Chun's body dissipated. Elder Luo Ming, who had a joyful expression, was furious. He had only hit Sanguinati's afterimage. Where'd he go? Elder Luo Ming was a little shocked. He couldn't detect Sanguinati's figure at all. The first elder and second elder stood up at the same time, their faces filled with shock. This kid should have used a space-related true intent, but why can't I detect a trace of it? The first elder was shocked. Even a high-grade space-related true intent couldn't disappear without a trace in front of a life and death realm sovereign. Could it be a transcendent grade true intent? The first elder guessed. Shortly after, he shook his head and denied his own thoughts. He had seen a transcendent grade true intent before. A life and death realm sovereign's spiritual sense was extremely sharp. Even if there was a trace of movement, they would be able to detect it. Thinking of this, the first elder's heart was in turmoil. His eyes widened as he stared at the void. Peerless true intent? The first elder's heart trembled. If Sanguinati truly possessed a peerless true intent, then it would be too heaven-defying. At the same time, the second elder also thought of this point. His eyes were sharp as he stared at the void. While everyone was still in shock, Fang Chen's figure appeared out of nowhere. Swish! Using the heaven and earth burial sword art, the red glass sword ruthlessly stabbed towards Elder Luo Ming's back. You're courting death. Sensing Fang Chen's appearance, Elder Luo Ming's law power surged and blasted towards Fang Chun. Fang Chun disappeared once again, and Elder Luo Ming's attack missed. Damn it! Sanguinati, do you only know how to dodge? Elder Luo Ming roared furiously. In the martial arts field, everyone was dumbfounded. Sanguinati's concealment ability was too strong. Even a life and death realm sovereign like Elder Luo Ming couldn't detect his location. In the void, Fang Chen's space-time true intent spread out. The energy in his body transformed into the space-time cultivation system's energy. Then, he used the space-time book. Let's end this. If he didn't use the space-time cultivation system's energy, it would be very difficult to defeat a life and death realm sovereign. Rumble, after using the space-time book, Fang Chun merged with space-time as one. From time to time, Elder Luo Ming would stab out a sword in the void. 15 minutes later, Elder Luo Ming was battered and exhausted. There were several injuries on his body, and blood was constantly flowing out. His eyes were scarlet, and he was burning with anger. I don't believe that you can hide in the void forever. Elder Luo Ming fell into madness, crazily attacking the surrounding void. It was almost impossible for a space-time cultivation system martial artist to be discovered after merging with space-time. Luo Ming fell into madness, revealing many flaws. Fang Chun seized the opportunity and used the heaven and earth burial sword art. A powerful attack emerged. The red glass sword pierced into Luo Ming's arm. Crack! Luo Ming, who was in a frenzy, punched the red glass sword with his broken arm. Suddenly, the red glass sword shattered. His body flew out and fell below the martial arts field. Sanguinati, I'm going to kill you. Chapter 1552. There was a huge gap between life and death realm and creation realm. It was hard to make up for it with secret techniques. Luo Ming was a first-level life and death realm elder. Although he wasn't the strongest among the elders, he wasn't someone a creation realm martial artist could compare to. But now, he was defeated by an 8th-level creation realm martial artist. Luo Ming couldn't accept it. He crawled up from the ground and roared. His body flashed, and he jumped onto the stage. His aura exploded as he wanted to kill Fong Chun. Are all the people of Luo clan like you? Fong Chun sneered and said with disdain. How could an elder of Luo clan, a life and death realm martial artist, be so petty? Hearing his words, Luo Ming's face turned sinister. His killing intent surged as he said coldly, I haven't admitted defeat. Let's continue the battle. Luo Ming felt that he was careless. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been defeated by Sanguinati. He wanted to regain his face. Since that's the case, I'll make sure you lose even more thoroughly. Fong Chen's body disappeared into thin air as soon as he finished his words. This move again. Elder Luo Ming was prepared for Fong Chen's attack. Seeing Fong Chun hiding in the void, Elder Luo Ming's face was full of mockery. After suffering a loss last time, Elder Luo Ming had learned his lesson this time. After Fong Chun disappeared, he didn't rush to attack. Instead, he defended himself. He knew that Fong Chun would definitely launch a sneak attack on him. All he had to do was wait here patiently. Moreover, he was confident that if he defended himself with all his might, Fong Chun wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Whoosh, whoosh. Behind Elder Luo Ming, ripples appeared. Then, Fong Chun appeared silently. The sword in his hand emitted a dazzling sword light as it pierced towards Elder Luo Ming. Just in time, Elder Luo Ming sneered. He had been waiting for Sanguinati to appear. He had been waiting for this moment. Die! Elder Luo Ming used his trump card. Above the stage, a terrifying aura filled the air. Whoosh! The sword light was enveloped by the terrifying aura and dissipated. Elder Luo Ming's attack landed on Fong Chen's body, while Fong Chen's figure once again disappeared into the void. Sanguinati, I don't believe that you'll keep hiding in the void. Elder Luo Ming gradually gained control of the battle and laughed heartily. On the other side of the martial arts arena, the second elder frowned. Sanguinati's concealment technique was very strong. If he wanted to conceal himself, Elder Luo Ming would not be able to find him. In that case, the battle would never end. The second elder turned to the first elder and said, First elder, as you can see, Sanguinati has been dodging the entire time. How is this a battle? One had to know that it was Sanguinati who had challenged the elders of the Luo clan to meet the Saintess. And now, he was constantly dodging, which caused many people of the Luo clan to be dissatisfied. Second elder, I'm sure you know how strong Sanguinati is. On the other hand, Elder Luo Ming clearly lost the battle, but he still refused to admit defeat shamelessly. The first elder said in a deep voice. Fong Chun heard the conversation between the first elder and the second elder clearly. At this moment, Elder Luo Ming's arrogant voice could be heard. Umph. Fong Chun, who was in the void, snorted coldly. Immediately, a strong space-time aura emanated from his body. The true meaning of space-time, which was at the peak of rank 8, was activated to the extreme. Immediately after, he displayed the divine skill, Book of Space-Time. Buzz! Fong Chen's figure jumped continuously, which gave people a very shocking feeling. Elder Luo Ming widened his eyes. Although he saw Sanguinati close to him, he could not touch Sanguinati's clothes no matter how he attacked. Damn it! Elder Luo Ming roared in his heart as he attacked the surrounding void crazily. Dong! Fong Chun kicked Elder Luo Ming away forcefully. The latter did not even have the chance to fight back. Bang! Elder Luo Ming's body fell heavily to the ground. Ah! Elder Luo Ming was indignant as he roared into the sky. He had been kicked away by a rank 8 creation realm martial artist twice in a row. How could he face others? Haven't you embarrassed yourself enough? The first elder frowned slightly and said unhappily. Although Elder Luo Ming was under the second elder's control, the first elder's words were still very authoritative. Now that the Luo clan leader was in seclusion, the first elder was in charge of all matters in the Luo clan. He was equivalent to the acting clan leader of the Luo clan and held a high position. Even the second elder only went against the first elder secretly. On the surface, he still had to give face to the first elder. The first elder's reprimand made Elder Luo Ming feel extremely ashamed. He wished he could find a hole to hide in. First elder, I'm sorry to disappoint you. Elder Luo Ming cupped his fists and quickly left the square. Elder Luo Ming's departure meant that Sanguinati, who was at rank 8 creation realm, had defeated 3 Luo clan elders consecutively. After passing the checkpoint, he could see the Saintess. First elder, did I pass? Fang Chun turned his head and looked at the first elder. The first elder smiled and nodded his head. Seeing this, Fang Chen's heart pounded. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. Finally, he could see his mother. When can I see the Saintess? Fang Chen asked. Lord Blood Island, the Saintess is in seclusion. If you have nothing else, you can wait at the sacred ground of the Luo clan. Once the Saintess comes out of seclusion, I'll bring you to see her immediately. The first elder was very polite to Fang Chen. This was because he had guessed something from Fang Chen's battle. Sanguinati could possibly possess an unparalleled true meaning. Such a martial artist had great potential and was worthy of being roped in by the Luo clan. All right, I'll have to trouble the first elder. Fang Chen nodded his head. You're welcome, Lord Blood Island. The first elder waved his hand and called Luo Qinghan and the rest over. You youngsters should interact with Lord Blood Island and improve your relationship. The first elder's intention was obvious. He wanted Luo Qinghan and the rest to befriend Sanguinati. Don't worry, first elder. I'll take good care of Sanguinati. Luo Qinghan smiled. During the time he spent with Sanguinati in the ancestral land, Luo Qinghan felt that Sanguinati was a person who valued friendship and was worth befriending. All right, you can all leave now, the first elder said. After a while, the crowd in the square dispersed. However, Sanguinati's actions caused a stir in the sacred ground of the Luo clan. All the youngsters regarded Sanguinati as their goal. Brother Blood, this is your first time in the sacred ground of the Luo clan. I'll show you around, Luo Qinghan said. Fang Chen nodded his head. Luo Qinghan walked in front and led the way. Luo Feng walked lightly to Fang Chen's side with a smile on her face. Sanguinati, I didn't expect you to be so strong. When Fang Chen heard this, he scratched his head awkwardly. We first met Luo Feng in the ancestral land. He had chased after Luo Feng for a long time. Brother Blood, you're too strong. I really admire you. Can you give me some pointers? Luo Chun said with a smile. The sacred ground of the Luo clan was different from the sacred ground of the human race. There is only one style in the sacred ground of the human race, and that was cultivation. Usually, the entire sacred ground of the human race was dead silent. Not a single cultivator could be seen. They were all in closed-door cultivation. The cultivators in the sacred ground were all focused on cultivation. However, the sacred ground of the Luo clan was different. The cultivators here were more active, especially the younger generation. They often gathered together and exchanged pointers. Because the saint was in closed-door cultivation, Fang Chun temporarily stayed in the Luo clan. Almost every day, Luo Qinghan would come to find Fang Chun to exchange pointers. Such an opponent was hard to find, so Luo Qinghan naturally wouldn't let him go. Fang Chun liked Luo Qinghan's character, so he naturally wouldn't reject his request. Speaking of which, it was strange. Under Fang Chen's training, Luo Qinghan's strength had clearly improved. This discovery made Luo Qinghan very excited. Brother Blood, you're really my benefactor. If only you were always in the Luo clan. Luo Qinghan stopped cultivating and chuckled. If he could always fight with an expert like Sanguinati, it wouldn't be long before he could touch the threshold of law. Perhaps he could even step into the life and death realm. Unfortunately, he knew that this was impossible. Shaking his head and collecting his thoughts, Luo Qinghan brought Fang Chun and continued to wander around the Luo clan's sacred ground. Such days continued for half a month. There was finally news from the first elder. Blood Island Lord, the saint has come out of closed-door cultivation. Quickly come to Color Glass Palace. Great Elder transmitted his voice to Fang Chun. After hearing this, the latter was ecstatic. Brother Luo, I can accompany you. With that, he activated the space-time true meaning and arrived in front of Color Glass Palace at lightning speed. Color Glass Palace was an important place in the Luo clan's sacred ground. Ordinary warriors weren't qualified to enter at all. This was where the saint lived. However, with Great Elder's advance notice, Fang Chun wasn't stopped. Great Elder, how is it? Seeing Great Elder waiting for him from afar, Fang Chun asked excitedly. Sanguinati, the saint has just come out of closed-door cultivation. Wait here. I'll go in and ask the saint for her opinion. Great Elder said. Although he was the Great Elder, Colored Glass Palace was the saint's territory. He had no right to interfere. Colored Glass Palace. Great Elder. The saintess opened her eyes and spoke when she saw the first elder enter. The saint of the Luo clan had a peerless appearance. There was an aura of a superior being coming from his body. Saint, while you were in closed-door cultivation, Green Bamboo Island Lord Sanguinati came to the Luo clan's sacred ground to meet you. Great Elder said. He defeated 3 elders and passed the test. I'm here to ask for your opinion. Great Elder added. Hearing this, the Holy Maiden's fair face revealed a trace of surprise. Green Bamboo Island Lord hasn't entered the life and death realm yet, right? Not yet. He defeated 3 elders with his cultivation at the 8th level of the creation realm, said the Grand Elder. Oh, if that's the case, I'd like to meet him. The saint blinked and laughed. Defeating life and death realm warriors with creation realm cultivation base was definitely a genius. At least, the younger generation of the Luo clan's sacred ground couldn't do it. Let him in, the saint said softly. Outside Colored Glass Palace, Fang Chun waited anxiously. He was nervous and apprehensive. At this moment, Great Elder came out. Blood Island Lord, the saint wants you in, Great Elder said. Hearing this, Fang Chun was extremely excited. Chapter 1553. Step by step, Fang Chun walked towards the Lapis Lazuli Palace. He was extremely nervous. The more he cultivated, the more he merged with the soul of the original owner of this body. He had completely inherited the memories of the original owner. Deep in his heart, he still longed for his mother. Even though his parents on Earth were his real parents, they were still his biological parents. However, no one could understand this feeling. The path of martial arts was called cultivation, but it was better to say that it was cultivation of the heart. Cultivation of the heart was a very important process. Any warrior who wanted to reach the peak of martial arts must cultivate the heart to a certain level. And this step was the process of Fang Chun's heart cultivation. Dong. The golden heart beat with the ups and downs of Fang Chun's emotions. It seemed like a short path, but to Fang Chun, it was extremely long. Every step he took felt like he was crossing a century. Fang Chun didn't know when he arrived at the entrance of the Lapis Lazuli Palace. He stopped in his tracks and raised his head. His pitch-black eyes looked at the golden plaque above the main hall. There were 3 bold and powerful words on it. Lapis Lazuli Palace. In the depths of his mind, the deepest memories were awakened. He tried hard to suppress the nervousness in his heart. He took a deep breath and immediately took a step forward and entered the Lapis Lazuli Palace. The Lapis Lazuli Palace was the palace of the Luo clan's Holy Maiden. It was also an important place of the Luo clan. Unless one had the approval of the clan leader or the Holy Maiden, one could enter. The Lapis Lazuli Palace occupied a large area and was very spacious inside. After Fang Chun entered, he looked around and found that it was very simple, but it gave him a very familiar feeling. A familiar aura. The depths of Fang Chun's mind trembled. He didn't know why, but he felt that this aura was very familiar. At a glance, he saw a woman in green sitting quietly on one side of the palace. Fang Chen's arrival attracted the woman's attention. A smile appeared on the woman's fair face. She was about to speak when she paused. The smile on her face instantly froze. Her beautiful eyes flickered as she stared straight at Fang Chen. Fang Chen looked at the woman in green. His golden heart beat rapidly. He couldn't suppress his emotions and poured out in an instant. He took heavy steps towards the green-clothed woman. The latter stood up, her delicate body trembling slightly. "You?" The green-clothed woman couldn't believe her eyes. "Fang family, Fang Chen." Fang Chen finally mustered up his courage and spoke with a smile when he arrived in front of the green-clothed woman. The green-robed lady's body trembled as tears flowed uncontrollably from her eyes. She had been waiting for this day for a long time. It had been so long that even she had forgotten the time. She had thought that she would never see her son again in this lifetime. Who would have thought that his son was right in front of him? This isn't an illusion. The lady shook her head vigorously. She wanted to confirm that this was not an illusion. This was real. Seeing this, Fang Chen pulled his mother into his arms. The blood in their bodies throbbed, and when they embraced each other, their blood resonated. "Mother, I finally found you," Fang Chen said, his words full of bitterness and joy. When he was in the ancient Sword Continent, the Shangfeng country he was in was just a small place. However, from then on, Fang Chen made up his mind to find his mother in this life. Every time he went to a new place, the first thing Fang Chen did was to inquire about his mother's whereabouts. It wasn't until he entered the purgatory and met Ling Yu, a young disciple of the Ling clan, that he learned that his mother was most likely the Luo clan saintess. At that time, Fang Chen knew the gap between him and the Shen clan. Therefore, he suppressed the excitement in his heart and worked hard to improve his cultivation. And now, he thought that he was qualified to step into the Luo clan's sacred land. "Chen, I'm not dreaming, am I?" Luo Liuli cried tears of joy. She hugged Fang Chen tightly, afraid that her son would disappear in front of her eyes. When she was forced to leave the Shangfeng country, her son had just been born. All these years, she had been thinking about her son in her heart. And now, she finally got her wish and saw her son. "Mother, Chen, I'm so happy. Even in my dreams, I wondered when I would be able to see you again. Now, my wish has finally come true." Luo Liuli cried. The mother and son hugged each other and talked about all the things that had happened in the past few years. The feelings that had been suppressed for a long time suddenly erupted. Fang Chen felt much better. This atmosphere lasted for 6 hours. Luo Liuli left Fang Chen's embrace. She pulled Fang Chen's hand and sat on a stool. "Chen, you really surprised me." Luo Liuli smiled. It had been a long time since she smiled so happily. She was really happy now. "Chen, I really didn't expect you to grow to this extent." Fang Chen chuckled and didn't say anything. "My son is really promising." At such a young age, he became the strongest expert of the lower realm's younger generation. Moreover, he defeated a life-and-death sovereign emperor with the fortune scripture. Most importantly, he's the youngest island master in this era. Luo Liuli smiled with gratification. As a mother, she was naturally happy that her son was so promising. However, before this, Luo Liuli hadn't connected sanguinity with her son, Fang Chen. Not even in her dreams would she have thought that her son's strength would rise so quickly. Luo Liuli gently rubbed Fang Chen's head, an uncontrollable smile on her face. "Son, it's been hard on you these past few years." "Mother, it's not hard on me. It's hard on you," Fang Chen said. He knew that his mother had sacrificed a lot in the Luo clan. Becoming a holy maiden didn't give her much freedom. "Where's your father?" Luo Liuli suddenly asked. "My father is on Green Bamboo Island." "Mother, do you want to go see him?" Fang Chen asked. Only now did he remember that his father was waiting for him on Green Bamboo Island. Hearing Fang Chen's words, Luo Liuli's expression changed. She shook her head and said, "It's not convenient for me right now. I'll go when I have time." Fang Chen was a bit puzzled. Could it be that his mother didn't want to see his father? His father was an ordinary warrior. It was impossible for him to see his mother. Even with his own face, He couldn't casually bring an outsider to the Luo clan. So the only solution was for his mother to go to Green Bamboo Island. "Mother, could it be that there's something you can't tell me?" Fong Chen asked. Luo Liuli shook her head, seemingly unwilling to say. "It's nothing. Mother, your son isn't young anymore. I have the ability to solve your problems. If there's anything, you can tell me." Fong Chen said, "If your son can't solve it, I can go find someone to help. I'm sure I can help you." Seeing her son's resolute gaze, Luo Liuli sighed and said, "It's not that I don't want to go. On the contrary, I really want to go. But as the Luo clan's holy maiden, unless I'm in the sacred land, I can move freely. My authority is even greater than the Grand Elders. But I can't leave the Luo clan's sacred land. This is the ancestral teachings." Hearing this, Fong Chen understood. The ancestral teachings couldn't be disobeyed, let alone the ancestral teachings of the three god clans. They couldn't be disobeyed. Even if his mother was the holy maiden, she wouldn't dare to openly disobey the ancestral teachings. It was infuriating. Luo Liuli didn't dare to disobey the ancestral teachings, mainly because of Fong Chen and his son. The Luo clan has a divine art that was left behind by our ancestors. Only the holy maiden and the clan leader can cultivate it. Luo Liuli said, "This divine art is very difficult to cultivate. It requires an extremely rich bloodline of the Luo clan to cultivate it. The richer the bloodline, the easier it is to cultivate it. But the Luo clan has been established for countless years. From the glory of the Luo clan to the present, the bloodline power of each generation has become thinner and thinner. Now, the bloodline of the Luo clan's disciples is so thin that it makes people sigh." Luo Liuli continued, "My bloodline is considered very rich in the Luo clan, but I haven't made much progress in cultivating this divine art." Fong Chen understood from Luo Liuli's words. CCC Pavilion before the Holy Maiden could cultivate the divine art, she couldn't leave the sacred land. The first reason was to protect her safety. The second reason was to allow the Holy Maiden to cultivate the divine art without any distractions. After all, the divine art was the foundation of the Luo clan. If it was cultivated, it would shake the lower realm. "Has the clan leader cultivated it?" Fong Chen asked. Luo Liuli shook her head. The clan leader went into seclusion to make the final push. Chapter 1554. Strictly speaking, Fong Chen was considered half a member of the Luo clan. Furthermore, the blood in his body also contained the bloodline of the Luo clan. Back in the human race's sacred land, the leader of the Luo clan had already discovered this. At that time, he had even invited Fong Chen to visit the Luo clan when he had the time. However, he was currently in seclusion. Hearing Fong Chen's words, Luo Liuli hesitated. After all, the ancestral teachings could not be disobeyed. However, the person in front of him was his son. She was caught in a struggle, fighting with her thoughts. However, a moment later, Luo Liuli made her decision. "Chen, I can show you this divine technique, but you must remember not to spread it," Luo Liuli said. In reality, Luo Liuli only wanted to broaden Fong Chen's horizons. After all, every divine art had its own corresponding mental cultivation method. Without a mental cultivation technique, it was almost impossible to cultivate it. The heart mantra of the Luo clan's divine art was in the hands of the Luo clan leader. While Luo Liuli waved her lily-white hand, instantly, a powerful seal appeared around the colored glass palace. Primordial spirit exploration was prohibited to prevent others from peeping. After doing all this, Luo Liuli took out a yellowed book from her bosom. There were 4 large words written on it. Luo Water 3000. The ancestor of the Luo clan was known as Luo Shen. Back then, Luo Shen was an existence comparable to the gods of the god realm. During the Luo Shen period, the Luo clan suppressed the Yuan clan and the Spirit clan. Even the forefathers of the Yuan and Ling clans had to give way to Luo Shen. At that time, Luo Shen was extremely powerful. The divine technique he left behind, the 3,000 rivers of Luo, was powerful enough to shake the universe. However, ever since Luo Shen no one from the Luo clan had been able to cultivate this divine technique. The other two clans were developing rapidly, while the Luo clan was going downhill. After Luo Shun entered the God realm, the strength of the Luo clan plummeted. They became the weakest of the three God clans. Until now, the Luo clan could barely make it into the top three God clans. They were completely beaten by the other two God clans. As for the Luo River 3000, it was even more buried. Stimulated by the human clan's Holy Master's breakthrough to the eternal ancient realm, the Luo clan leader went into seclusion to comprehend the 3000 Luo River. This is the only divine art of our Luo clan, Luo Lioli said. Feng Chun took the yellowed book and slowly opened it. Feng Chun earnestly read the contents of the 3000 Luo River. Luo River 3000 was a water-type divine art that was supplemented by the law of water. Its power was astonishing. If he could cultivate the Luo River 3000, his law of water would reach the pinnacle. Divine arts were very profound, but for Feng Chun, it was still easy to understand. After becoming a space-time cultivator, Feng Chun's understanding of the space-time cultivation system had deepened. His cultivation of the space-time book was also improving steadily. The space-time book was a divine art left behind by the bone progenitor. Since he could even cultivate the book of time and space, it was only natural that he could understand the obscure and profound 3000 Luo River. Seeing Feng Chun frowning from time to time, Luo Lioli nodded lightly. This was within her expectations. After all, Feng Chun was a Fortune realm martial artist. No matter how strong he was, it was impossible for him to have the comprehension of a life and death realm monarch. It was almost impossible for them to understand high-level divine arts. After a long time, Feng Chun closed the book. Chun'er, divine arts are obscure and profound. With your current realm, it's normal that you can't understand them. Once you step into the life and death realm, you'll understand. Luo Lioli comforted. She was afraid that her son would be affected by this. Feng Chun was stunned for a moment, but he soon understood. His mother didn't know about him cultivating the space-time book, so it was normal for her to say this. Mother, although your son is slow-witted, I can still understand a bit. Feng Chun modestly said, through my observations, I discovered that the 3000 Luo River is a water-type divine art. When cultivating it, you need to supplement it with the law of water. After speaking, Feng Chun paused for a moment. Right, it's exactly like that. A trace of astonishment appeared on Luo Lioli's fair face. Her son was actually able to understand divine arts. This is just a normal cultivation method. Mother, have you ever thought of using other methods? Feng Chun asked. Luo Lioli shook her head. This divine art had been left behind by the Luo Shun, and the method had been tested and refined countless times. This was the most shortcut and the only way to cultivate it. Mother, divine arts aren't as difficult as you think, Feng Chun slowly said. He had just tried to memorize the 3000 Luo Rivers chant and then transmitted it to the Golden Heart. He was shocked to find that after the Golden Heart filtered it, the chant had undergone a heaven-toppling change. After comparing it, he discovered that the Luo clan's 3000 Luo River was actually an incomplete version. It was no wonder no one else after the Luo Shin had been able to successfully cultivate it. Of course, Feng Chun couldn't directly say this. The Luo clan's 3000 Luo River was already deeply imprinted in their minds. It was impossible to change it in a short time. I've discovered that the 3000 Luo River should be cultivated like this. Feng Chun cleverly explained the incomplete version of the technique he had obtained from the Golden Heart to his mother. For an entire hour, Feng Chun explained it to her. At the beginning, Luo Lioli didn't think much of it. However, towards the end, Feng Chun's every word resonated with her. When Feng Chun finished, Luo Lioli's face was filled with shock. Chun'er, this is all your own comprehension. Mother, I once saw a divine art by chance, so I have some comprehension of it, explained Feng Chun with a chuckle. Feng Chun spoke casually, but in Luo Lioli's eyes, she was incomparably shocked. Genius. He was simply a peerless genius. Just by looking at the 3,000 Luo River once, he was able to have such deep comprehension. Mother, try cultivating according to my instructions. Fong Chan interrupted his mother and said directly. Luo Liuli just happened to have some comprehension, so she nodded and immediately began cultivating. Seeing the aura emitting from his mother's body, Fong Chen grinned. In the outside world, the first elder and the others were all puzzled. Just what were Sanguinati and the Holy Maiden talking about? It had already been several hours. Why hadn't they come out yet? First elder, we don't know what Sanguinati's intentions are. He hasn't come out for several hours. We should go in and take a look. If something happens to the Holy Maiden, we won't be able to bear the responsibility, said the second elder. With the Holy Maiden's strength, even if Sanguinati is plotting something, it's just throwing an egg at a rock, said the first elder. Then tell me why there hasn't been any movement at all after so long, said the second elder. Let's wait a bit longer. The first elder shook his head. Sanguinati had passed the checkpoint and defeated the three elders to obtain permission to enter the Luli Palace. They couldn't interfere in this matter. Although they were puzzled, they still had to wait. In the plaza, the Luo clan's younger generation disciples were sparring with each other. Luo Fenger and Luo Chan were sparring, while Luo Qinghan was giving them pointers. Fenger, use more strength when you attack. Little Chun, why is your palm so soft? Did you not eat? Luo Qinghan was the strongest among the Luo clan's younger generation, and his talent was outstanding. Usually, he was the one giving pointers to Luo Fenger and the others. Bang! Under Luo Qinghan's guidance, Luo Fenger and Luo Chan improved greatly. After the two's fists collided, they both retreated. While retreating, Luo Chan pushed off with the tip of his foot and used the rebound force to continue attacking. However, at this moment, he felt his bloodline throb. What's going on? Luo Chin's body landed on the ground, and he stopped fighting. At the same time, Luo Fenger, Luo Qinghan, and the others also felt their bloodline throb. What a strong force. Is someone breaking through? Luo Xia said in a low voice. This oppressive force seems to be coming from the Luli Palace, Luo Fenger said with a frown. Aunt Luli. Luo Chan was very anxious when he heard that. He stepped out and headed for the Luli Palace. A terrifying aura spread around the Luli Palace. The terrifying aura contained an extremely strong bloodline power. At the same time, all the clansmen in the Luo clan's sacred ground felt the suppression of their bloodline. The first elder and the second elder's expressions changed drastically. What's going on? The saintess is breaking through, but she's still in danger. The suppression of their bloodline had not appeared for a long time. The entire Luo clan's sacred ground was in chaos. Everyone's eyes were focused on the Luli Palace. Their faces were pale. The suppression of their bloodline was too strong. The lower the concentration of their bloodline, the stronger the suppression. The higher the concentration of their bloodline, the lower the suppression. Soon, a large number of clansmen gathered in front of the Luli Palace. What's going on? Chapter 1555. Outside the colored glass palace, the Luo clansmen were waiting anxiously. They were worried about the saint's safety, especially some of the higher-level elders. They were even prepared to rush in and take a look. Sanguinati was inside the colored glass palace. If something happened to the saintess, it would be terrible. However, everyone's impulsiveness was stopped by the great elder. With the saintess' strength, it was impossible for Sanguinati to plot against her. The only explanation was that the saintess was breaking through. The biggest taboo for life and death realm martial artists was to be disturbed. Once disturbed, they would go berserk or die. Considering the saintess' safety, the great elder held back. I hope the saintess is breaking through. The great elder's black eyes stared at the colored glass palace as he muttered to himself. Inside the colored glass palace, Fong Chun sat on a stool, watching his mother cultivate with a happy smile on his face. Ever since he met his mother, Fong Chun felt that his Yuan spirit had been refined. With mother's comprehension, she should be able to understand. Fong Chun said inwardly. Although he said it very vaguely, his mother was able to become the saintess of the Luo clan. Her potential was unquestionable. Fang Chun believed that his mother would be able to reap some benefits this time. Fang Chen's gaze was fixed on his mother. Suddenly, his Yuan spirit trembled in his mind. Immediately, Fang Chen's face revealed a trace of surprise. Immediately, he closed his eyes and began to comprehend. Finding his mother had always been Fang Chen's obsession. This obsession had spurred Fang Chun to continue forward and cultivate diligently. And now, this obsession had finally disappeared. At this moment, Fang Chun felt that his Yuan spirit had been refined. In an instant, it was as if he had entered the soul sea. A vast soul Tao aura spread out. Fang Chun entered a state of enlightenment. When Fang Chun entered the state of enlightenment, Luo Liuli opened her beautiful eyes. Puchi Luo Liuli spat out a mouthful of blood, her face somewhat pale. Luo Liuli raised her fair hand and gently wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. Although she was injured and spitting out blood, Luo Liuli was excited. Because Fang Chen's words had enlightened her, her comprehension of the Luo Water 3000 divine art had improved. In the short moment of enlightenment, Luo Liuli had already cultivated the Luo Water 3000 divine art to the entry level, as expected of the inheritance left behind by the Luo clan. It's really powerful. Luo Liuli couldn't help but sigh. She was very happy. Her eyes twinkled as she looked at Fang Chun. When he realized that his son was experiencing an epiphany, he was overjoyed. Chen Er's potential is not below mine. Perhaps his future achievements will surpass Luoshan's, Luo Liuli said to herself. About 2 hours later, Fang Chen's primordial spirit had finally completed its refinement. By the time he opened his eyes, his aura had risen significantly. With just a thought, the terrifying aura of the soul path began to spread out. Martial Grandmaster, Fang Chun mumbled to himself with a smile on his face. Martial Grandmaster Soul Cultivators and Martial Grandmaster Soul Cultivators only differed by one word, but the difference was huge. I really didn't expect my son to be a soul cultivator. With Luo Liuli's insight, she could tell at a glance that her son cultivated the soul Tao. Moreover, he was a genuine martial grandmaster soul cultivator. Soul cultivators were very rare in the lower realms. Soul cultivation was very difficult to cultivate. By relying on one's own efforts to become a martial grandmaster soul cultivator, one could look down on all the younger generation in the lower realms. Even some of the older generation soul cultivators would have to admit defeat. It was a coincidence. Fang Chun scratched his head and chuckled. But when he raised his head, he saw his mother's pale face. Then his expression changed, and he hurried to her side. "Mother, what's wrong?" he asked worriedly. "I'm fine." Luo Liuli shook her head. "You spat out blood. How can you be fine?" asked Fang Chun. "There were some problems with my cultivation." Luo Liuli saw how worried Fang Chun was and couldn't bear to lie to him. "Problems with your cultivation? Mother, what exactly is the problem?" "Tell me," said Fang Chun. What he had told his mother was almost all the chance filtered by the Golden Heart. Why had his mother spat out blood after cultivating it? Fang Chun even wondered if the divine art filtered by the Golden Heart was really the 3000 Luo Water Divine Art. Fang Chun helped Luo Liuli up and sat her down on a stool. She explained, "Through your explanation, my comprehension of the 3000 Luo Water Divine Art has deepened. In the moment of enlightenment, just now, I successfully gained entry." Fang Chun was delighted to hear that. He knew better than anyone how difficult it was to cultivate a divine art. For his mother to be able to gain entry in such a short time was enough to see how great her potential was. However, after gaining entry, I discovered that if I want to advance further, I need 2 kinds of medicinal catalysts. Luo Liuli said helplessly, "The 3000 Luo Water Divine Art seems gentle, but it's actually soft on the outside and hard on the inside. It's extremely fierce, and once it explodes, it's very destructive. Naturally, cultivating the 3000 Luo Water Divine Art requires some medicinal catalyst to neutralize the fierce energy within the divine art. It's precisely because I forcefully cultivated it that my organs became chaotic and I spat out blood." but it's no big deal. I'll be fine after a bit of rest. Luo Yoli was afraid that Fong Chun would be worried. Hearing this, Fong Chun nodded his head. His tensed face relaxed. It seems I still underestimated the 3,000 Luo water divine art, Fong Chun said inwardly. Mother, what kind of medicinal catalyst do you need? The Luo clan can find the other medicinal catalysts, but two of them are very difficult to find even in the lower realms, said Luo Yoli. One of them is called the rootless grass, and the other is called the flame dragon whisker. Rootless grass and flame dragon whisker. This was the first time Fong Chun had heard of these two medicinal catalysts. Mother, don't worry. I'll definitely help you find them, said Fong Chun solemnly. Luo Yuli stretched out her hand and gently stroked Fong Chun's face. She said gently, as long as I can see you, I'm already very happy. How could I let you take the risk? Fong Chun stood up and was about to speak. Suddenly, there was a commotion outside. Luo Yuli's mind moved, and she saw the scene outside. Let's go out and take a look. After saying that, the two of them walked out of the colored glass palace one after the other. At this time, there were many Luo clan members standing in front of the colored glass palace. Standing in front were the first elder, second elder, and the others. Behind them were mostly ordinary clansmen. The aura has disappeared. Suddenly, someone shouted. Instantly, there was a commotion in the crowd. Creak. The doors to the colored glass palace opened, and Luo Liuli walked out in a green robe. In an instant, the entire hall was silent. Everyone's gaze was focused on Luo Liuli. Holy Maiden, are you all right? The first elder quickly walked over and asked. I'm fine, said Luo Liuli softly. At this time, the second elder suddenly spoke. Holy Maiden, there's a trace of blood at the corner of your mouth. What happened? Did that bastard sneak attack you? The second elder's words attracted the attention of many clansmen. Only now did they realize that the Holy Maiden's complexion wasn't too good. It was somewhat pale. Holy Maiden, what happened? If that bastard really did attack you, I'll personally tear him apart. Bastard, you dare sneak attack the Holy Maiden? I'll kill you. The second elder's words directly caused everyone to be angry at Sanguinati. Many clansmen were indignant and wanted to attack Sanguinati. Luo Liuli frowned. She wanted to speak, but Fong Chun beat her to it. Do you all have pig brains? If I sneak attacked the Holy Maiden, would I still be standing here? Sneered Fong Chun. Besides, even if I sneak attacked the Holy Maiden, would I be able to succeed with my strength? Do you think the Luo clan's Holy Maiden is weaker than a manifestation realm cultivator? Or are you all blind? Faced with Fong Chun's naked mockery, the second elder couldn't keep his cool. Brat, the Luo clan treats you fairly. Don't think we're easy to bully, said the second elder. Apologize immediately. Otherwise, I don't mind helping the human race's Holy Maiden teach a lesson to a brat like you who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Apologize? What crime have I committed? Fong Chun wanted to laugh. The second elder had been targeting him ever since he challenged the three elders. He didn't understand why a dignified elder of the god race would target a weak cultivator like him. Now, he actually wanted him to apologize. That's right. Sanguinati, you must apologize. You're insulting the Luo clan. Apologize. Chapter 1556. Sanguinati, I challenge you. Sanguinati, you have ill intentions towards the Holy Maiden. You deserve death. Sanguinati, you despicable person. It could be seen that the Holy Maiden's status in the Luo clan was very high. She had many supporters. Now, everyone had been led to attack Sanguinati by the second elder's words. Fong Chun coldly looked at these clowns. A bunch of pigs. Just because someone fanned the flames, you brainlessly attack others. If this wasn't the Luo clan, and if you weren't Luo clan's disciples, you'd already be dead by my sword. Fong Chun sneered, his face full of ridicule. Fong Chun's words infuriated them even more. Many of the clansmen were young and hot-blooded. How could they not be angry when Fong Chun said this? Sanguinati, you bastard, I'll tear you to pieces. Someone roared and took a large step forward, arriving in front of Fong Chun and punching. Fong Chun stood there without moving. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the second elder's sinister smile. Stop. At this critical moment, Luo Liuli spoke. Luo Liuli gently waved her hand. Immediately, it was as if there was some kind of energy holding back Fong Chen's clansman. No matter how hard he tried, he was unable to break free from this energy's bindings. Sanguinati didn't sneak attack me. The blood at the corner of my mouth is something I injured myself when I was cultivating, said Luo Liuli indifferently. Furthermore, even if Sanguinati did attack me, do you think I would be attacked by him? Luo Liuli's words caused those clansmen to sober up. They lowered their heads and listened to Luo Liuli's words. Holy Maiden, did something happen to your cultivation? Asked the first elder worriedly. I'm fine, said Luo Liuli. She couldn't say that she had vomited blood because she was cultivating a divine art. Seeing that the Holy Maiden didn't want to say more, the first elder didn't ask. The saintess is fine. Everyone, disperse. The great elder waved his hand, indicating for everyone to disperse. In the blink of an eye, all the clansmen had left. Since the saintess is fine, this old man will return. The great elder cupped his hands and said. The second elder also chuckled and said, this old man is also leaving. Luo Liuli looked at second elder's back and said unhappily, Second elder, manage the younger generation well. There was a hint of displeasure in Luo Liuli's words. She was an astute person, so she could see through the trick at a glance. The second elder was deliberately targeting Fong Chun. The retreating second elder's body trembled for a moment before he quickly left. Fong Chun and Luo Liuli looked at each other. I've made you suffer. Fong Chun was her son, but he was ridiculed and insulted by the Luo clan. She felt that Fong Chun had been greatly wronged. If she wasn't a saint, she would have already taught them a lesson. It's fine. Fong Chun grinned. At this moment, an ancient voice sounded in the minds of the saintess and Fong Chun. The two of you come to the Luo Divine Hall. Upon hearing this, Fong Chen's heart stirred. The owner of the voice was clearly the Luo clan's patriarch. From the looks of it, the Luo clan's patriarch had ended his reclusive training. It was unknown if he had broken through to the eternal realm. Let's go. Luo Liuli led Fong Chun to the Luo Divine Hall. The Luo Divine Hall was the core hall of the Luo clan. It was equivalent to the sacred hall of the human race's sacred grounds. It had an extremely high status. The average person could not enter it. With Luo Liuli in front and Fong Chun behind, the mother and son entered the Luo Divine Hall. Inside the Luo Divine Hall, there was a throne. The Luo clan's patriarch sat on the throne and looked down. Greetings, patriarch. Luo Liuli bowed. Fong Chun, who was behind her, cupped his fists and said, Patriarch. The Luo clan's patriarch glanced at Luo Liuli before asking, Is there a problem with your cultivation? Patriarch, I gained some insights while cultivating the 3,000 rivers of the Luo River. Luo Liuli said. Upon hearing this, the Luo clan's patriarch's eyes lit up as he hurriedly asked, You succeeded in cultivating it? Luo Liuli nodded slightly and said, I have gained basic mastery. Really? The Luo clan's patriarch was extremely excited. Although it was only basic mastery, it was enough to shock him. Let me take a look. Luo Liuli nodded and with a thought, rich laws of water surged out from her body. Upon seeing this, the Luo clan's patriarch laughed out loud. As expected of the most outstanding saintess of our Luo clan in the past tens of thousands of years, the Luo clan's patriarch was overjoyed. Only the patriarch and saintess of each generation were qualified to cultivate the 3,000 rivers of the Luo River Divine Technique. However, the reason why the Divine Technique was called Divine Technique was because of its unpredictable changes. The 3,000 rivers of the Luo River Divine Technique was not something that could be cultivated with strength. It required perception and a series of opportunities. After 10,000 years of meditation, the Luo clan's patriarch had yet to understand the mysteries of the 3,000 rivers of the Luo River Divine Technique. And now, the saintess had taken the lead and gained basic mastery. Upon sensing the completely different laws of water from the saintess, the Luo clan's patriarch was extremely happy. Patriarch, Have you broken through? The Luo clan's patriarch was in seclusion and had come out now. It must be because he had broken through. Upon hearing this, the Luo clan's patriarch stopped smiling and shook his head. He sighed and said, "At our level, it is not so easy to break through. By the way, why is Sanguinati with you?" The Luo clan's patriarch's gaze landed on Fong Chun. He had once sensed the rich bloodline of the Luo clan in Sanguinati and had invited Sanguinati to the Luo clan's sacred ground. But he had not had the time. Now, he had come out of seclusion and discovered that Sanguinati was with the Saintess. "Patriarch, I have something to report to you." The Saintess hesitated for a moment and was prepared to say it in the end. "What is it?" "Sanguinati. His original name is Fong Chun, and he is my biological son," Luo Liuli said. Upon hearing this, the Luo clan's patriarch's face turned serious. "When did this happen?" The Luo clan's patriarch asked in a deep voice. "When I left the sacred ground," Luo Liuli said. "Some things had to be said sooner or later." After a moment of silence, the Luo clan's patriarch raised his head and looked at Fong Chun with his dark eyes. "No wonder when I was in the sacred ground, I sensed the rich bloodline of the Luo clan in his body." The Luo clan's patriarch's expression softened as he said softly, "Patriarch, you can't blame my mother for this." Fong Chun thought that the Luo clan's patriarch would vent his anger on his mother and hurriedly said. Upon hearing this, the Luo clan's patriarch laughed. "Don't worry. Liuli is the saintess of the Luo clan, and she has mastered the Luo Water 3000 divine technique. In the future, the Luo clan's rise will depend on Liuli. How can I vent my anger on her?" The Luo clan's patriarch's words made Fong Chun heave a sigh of relief. In fact, Luo Liuli knew that the reason why the patriarch was like this was because of the name Sanguinati. These 3 words represented the most monstrous genius of the younger generation in the lower domain. The 5 great leaders of the human race had once discussed that Sanguinati's potential was too heaven-defying, and he had a high chance of stepping into the eternal realm in the future. Such a monstrous genius with such great potential had a close relationship with the Luo clan. If he stepped into the eternal realm in the future, the Luo clan's strength would surpass the other 3 sacred grounds. The Luo clan's patriarch had his own plans. After thinking for a long time, he raised his head and said, "Liuli, as the saintess of the Luo clan, having an illegitimate child outside will affect the Luo clan." I know." Luo Liuli interrupted the Luo clan's patriarch and nodded heavily. In fact, as a mother, she was also unwilling to reveal Fong Chen's identity. After all, this would cause a lot of trouble for Fong Chen. "It's good that you understand," the Luo clan's patriarch said. Then he looked at Fong Chun. "Sanguinati, you are Liuli's son and can be considered half a member of the Luo clan. Cultivate well and strive to become a great leader of the lower domain in the future." "I will." Fong Chen's attitude towards the Luo clan's patriarch changed greatly. He thought that the Luo clan's patriarch would vent his anger on his mother and make things difficult for him. But it turned out that he had thought too much. "Patriarch, actually, I was able to cultivate the 3000 Luo water spell because of Churk," Luo Yuli said. She wanted to think of ways to increase Fong Chen's position in the patriarch's heart. Only then would the patriarch truly accept Fong Chun. 88 oh what? Even the patriarch, who was as calm as a mountain, was moved. "I showed the 3000 Luo water spell to Chun'er." Luo Liuli recounted what had happened. After listening, the Luo clan's patriarch's attitude was as Luo Liuli had predicted. He was very surprised and looked at Fong Chun with a burning gaze. Chapter 1557. The clan leader looked at Fong Chun with joy in his eyes. Just by reading the 3000 Luo water divine technique once, he was able to point out some cultivation problems. Moreover, he helped the saintess learn it. If the outside world knew about this, it would definitely cause an uproar in the lower realm. The Luo clan leader knew how difficult it was to cultivate the 3000 Luo water divine technique. What is a genius? This is a true genius, the Luo clan leader thought to himself. Then he looked at Fong Chun. "Sanguinati, no, I should call you Fong Chun." The Luo clan leader said, "You are Liuli's son, so you are considered a member of the Luo clan. I wonder if you are willing to cultivate the 3,000 Luo water divine technique." The Luo clan leader could not care less. With Feng Qin's understanding of the 3,000 Luo water divine technique, it would be easier for him to cultivate it. Once he succeeded, the strength of the Luo clan would increase greatly. He was not worried that Feng Qian would take the 3,000 Luo water divine technique for himself, because he had Luo Liuli. Clan leader, the 3,000 Luo water divine technique is profound and requires expertise. Right now, I am cultivating a divine technique, but I'm afraid it will be difficult for me to specialize in it. Feng Qin declined tactfully. Hearing this, the Luo clan leader was even more shocked. A martial artist in the manifestation realm actually possessed a divine art. You have a divine technique. He really could not understand where Feng Qin's divine technique came from. Since he had already confessed to this point, Feng Qin went straight to the point. Clan leader, I received the bone progenitor's inheritance in the ancestral land's welcoming hall. There's a divine technique in it. Feng Qin said simply. Tung the Luo clan leader stood up from his throne. Two rays of light shot out from his dark eyes as he looked at Feng Qin. The bone progenitor's inheritance. You actually received the inheritance of the bone clan. The Luo clan head's heart was in turmoil. He naturally knew what kind of person the bone progenitor was. Everyone on the universe's combat power ranking probably knew about him. All the strong people had the bone progenitor as their goal, hoping to reach the level of the bone progenitor one day. The bone progenitor was the strongest person in this era of the universe. He had created his own cultivation system, and it was unique in its own way, shocking the heavens. Now, his inheritance was right in front of the Luo clan leader. I'm not dreaming. The Luo clan leader could not believe it. Not only the clan leader of the Luo clan, even Luo Liuli widened her eyes as she looked at her son. Her face was filled with a happy smile. His son had grown up and achieved so much. He was proud of him. Clan leader, the bone ancestor's inheritance is of great importance. So far, other than you and my mother, no one knows about it, Feng Qin reminded. To Luo's is Luo waters, Li Luo technique. Luo water to Luo water, Luo. All the resources of the Luo clan will be given to you. If you have any needs, feel free to tell your mother. As long as the Luo clan is able to do it, we will do our best to nurture you. The Luo clan leader said in a deep voice. In the blink of an eye, he made a decision. That was to nurture Feng Qin with all his might. His intuition told him that this decision might change the entire Luo clan. A monstrous martial artist with heaven-defying talent who had inherited the bone progenitor's legacy. His future achievements were destined to be glorious. Coincidentally, this person was related to the Luo clan, so they had to seize this opportunity. Thank you, Patriarch. Luo Liuli thanked him on behalf of Feng Qin. The Patriarch of the Luo clan waved his hand and said, Feng Qin is also considered a member of the Luo clan. All of this was obtained through his own efforts. There's no need to thank me. The leader of the Luo clan seemed to see the future of the Luo clan rising again under the leadership of Luo Liuli and Feng Qin. Recreate the glory of the Luotian era. Feng Qin did not expect to get along so well with the patriarch of the Luo clan. Thinking about it, it was also because of his heaven-defying potential. Otherwise, the patriarch of the Luo clan would not have bothered with him. In a world where the strong were respected, everything depended on one's strength. During this period of time, if you have nothing to do, stay in the sacred grounds of the Luo clan. Guide your mother in cultivating the Luo Water 3,000 divine technique and raise your own cultivation level. The patriarch of the Luo clan said. He had a good chat with the patriarch of the Luo clan. Finally, Feng Qin and Luo Liuli returned to the colored glaze palace. The patriarch of the Luo clan was very happy and his face was full of smiles. I'm really looking forward to the rise of the mother and son. The patriarch of the Luo clan said to himself. At night, Feng Qin returned. he found the patriarch of the Luo clan. Patriarch, Fong Chen greeted. In the study, the patriarch of the Luo clan did not even lift his head. He was focused on reading. To be able to enter my study without me noticing, it must be because of the bone progenitor's legacy. Actually, the patriarch of the Luo clan was very shocked. The moment Fong Chen appeared, he even felt a sense of shock. However, when he thought of the bone progenitor's legacy, he felt relieved. Patriarch is wise. Fong Chen flattered. Speak. Why did you come to find me in the middle of the night? The patriarch asked. Fong Chen had already prepared his words and said, Patriarch, I would like to ask you about something. Oh, what is it? The patriarch of the Luo clan closed the book in his hand and looked at Fong Chen with interest. Patriarch, do you know where the rootless grass and flame dragon beard are? Fong Chen asked. The rootless grass and flame dragon beard were herbs that his mother needed for her cultivation. Fong Chen wanted to do something for his mother, so he came to ask in the middle of the night. Why are you asking this? The rootless grass and flame dragon beard were extremely rare in the entire universe. They were almost impossible to find. Moreover, they were exceptionally precious. Under normal circumstances, even life and death realm emperors might not be able to obtain them. To be honest, Mother has reached a bottleneck in her cultivation of the Luo River 3000 divine art. She needs these two heavenly treasures as herbs to improve. Fong Chen said. Hearing this, the patriarch of the Luo clan became interested. Rootless grass and flame dragon beard as herbs. This is what Mother told me. Fong Chen said. The patriarch of the Luo clan nodded and fell into deep thought. After a long time, he said, I know of a place with rootless grass. However, I don't know about flame dragon beard. There, no matter what, he would get whatever he could. The place where the rootless grass is located is a dangerous place. It was a territory before the foreign races lost the war. However, because of the foreign races' defeat, the territory was destroyed, causing rivers of blood to flow. The living beings there were in a terrible situation. The patriarch of the Luo clan said, some life and death realm emperors of the foreign races fled into this dangerous place to guard it. The human clan's Saint Lord sealed this forbidden land for the human clan's warriors to train themselves. However, not just any warrior has the qualifications to enter. There are many foreign races' life and death realm experts hidden inside. Therefore, weak warriors can't enter at all. So it was a place where the foreign races were imprisoned. There's rootless grass there. Fong Chen asked. The patriarch of the Luo clan nodded. A long time ago, I heard Black Blade Monarch say that he took out a rootless grass. The patriarch of the Luo clan said, as for whether it exists now, I'm not sure. After the foreign race's defeat, most of the life and death realm emperors hid in this dangerous place. These foreign races couldn't do anything, so they were sealed and used as whetstones for human warriors. Every powerhouse had walked through life and death to reach where they were now. Cultivating peacefully meant that they couldn't reach the peak. Every martial artist who entered a danger zone would have this kind of awareness. However, up until now, there were only a few warriors who had entered. It was very dangerous inside, and human life and death realm warriors would enter from time to time. Fong Chen was tempted. If there was really rootless grass here, he wouldn't mind going in to take a look. It just so happened that his strength had reached a bottleneck, and he was invincible under the life and death realm. Even if he encountered a low-level life and death realm warrior, he could rely on the void cultivation system to escape unscathed. This was the best place to temper himself. Patriarch, can I ask for your help? Fong Chen asked. You want to enter the dangerous place? The patriarch of the Luo clan asked. Fong Chen nodded. I want to help my mother. Even if there's a trace of hope, I won't give up. After pondering for a long time, the patriarch of the Luo clan said, Fong Chen, you have to think this through. The seal is very strong. Even if you encounter danger, I won't be able to save you in time. If you die, you'll die for nothing. I've already made my decision. On the martial path, there's no such thing as peace and tranquility. Only by tempering oneself in battles of life and death can one improve quickly. Fong Chen said. Seeing this, the patriarch of the Luo clan nodded in satisfaction. Good. I'll send you to Winged Dragon Dangerous Place tomorrow. Many thanks, patriarch. Fang Chun was overjoyed and hurriedly cupped his fists in thanks. Chapter 1558. Pterosaur Danger Ground was one of the lower realm danger grounds. It was located at the edge of the Void Ocean and was as remote as Green Bamboo Island. However, Pterosaur Danger Ground was on the other side of Green Bamboo Island, and it spanned across the entire Void Ocean. Back when Qin Yuan ruler was still around, the alien race's main camp was here. After a huge battle, the human race's Saint Lord suppressed Blood Fiend Monarch and Qin Yuan ruler, forcing the two to use heaven-defying secret techniques and escape into the spatial turbulence outside of the void. Even now, no one knew if they were still alive. Of course, in the eyes of the human race, the two were already dead. After the two giants escaped, the remaining alien race and ocean demon race were nothing to worry about. The human race's Saint Lord acted and killed all the high-level life and death realm monarchs. The remaining life and death realm monarchs all hid in Pterosaur Danger Ground and were imprisoned. Fang Chen's goal this time was Pterosaur Danger Ground. Early the next morning, Fang Chun bid farewell to his mother and secretly found the Luo clan master. The latter personally brought him to Pterosaur Danger Ground. Not long after the Luo clan master left, a voice sounded in the second elder's mind. Soon after, his expression turned grave. Soon, he summoned a subordinate. Are there any life and death realm monarchs in Pterosaur Danger Ground? The second elder asked. Second elder, Elder Luo Zhu entered Pterosaur Danger Ground not long ago and hasn't returned yet. The subordinate said softly. Find a way to contact Elder Luo Zhu and let him spread the news of Sanguinati entering Pterosaur Danger Ground. The second elder said gloomily. The subordinate hesitated for a moment, then said, Second elder, this is betraying the human race. The aura around the second elder's body rippled. He snorted and said coldly, Who told you that I'm betraying the human race? I'm just finding some motivation for Sanguinati. Do as I say. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Hearing this, the subordinate nodded and quickly left. In the vast void ocean, ripples of light sparkled. A series of ripples appeared in the void. The Luo clan master and Fang Chun were rapidly advancing. Life and death realm monarchs were extremely fast, able to cross a distance of 10,000 li with a single thought. However, even so, it still took him several days to get close to the Pterosaur Danger Ground. The closer they got to the Pterosaur Danger Ground, the harsher the environment became. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth here was very thin. It was not even 1% of the sacred land of the human race. Fang Chun sighed. No wonder the non-human kind wanted to rebel against the humankind. If it were him, he would also do his best to resist. However, Fang Chun had no pity in his heart. He was a descendant of the human race. The war between the outsiders had disturbed the peace of the human race. In his heart, he still hated the outsiders. In a few breaths' time, the Luo clan head and Fang Chun arrived before an island. This island was extremely huge, even bigger than an archipelago. What a big island. Fang Chun sighed. This island is the Pterosaur Danger Ground, the headquarters of the non-human kind. The Luo clan had explained, Everything you see now is an illusion. There are powerful illusion seals around the Pterosaur Danger Ground. Everything you see with your eyes is fake. You'll know once you enter. The environment of the Pterosaur Danger Ground is extremely harsh. All the life and death realm experts of the non-human kind are here. Even some life and death realm experts of the ocean demon race reside here. If they discover that a human has entered, they will definitely hunt you down with all their might. The Luo clan had warned Fang Chun to be careful. As for the rootless grass, you'll have to find it yourself. I know. Fang Chun nodded. The Luo clan head waved his hand, and a small gap appeared in the sky above the Pterosaur Danger Ground. Go! Fang Chen's figure flashed and entered the Pterosaur Danger Ground. The gap in the sky disappeared. At the same time, a piece of news that made the non-humankind go crazy spread out in the pterosaur danger ground. Green Bamboo Island Lord Sanguinati had entered the pterosaur danger ground. This piece of news spread like a virus. Green Bamboo Island Lord was very famous among the non-humankind. According to the legends, the reason why the human Saint Lord could break through to the eternal ancient realm was greatly related to Green Bamboo Island Lord. Many non-humankind life and death realm emperors viewed Sanguinati as their enemy. When they heard that Sanguinati had entered the pterosaur danger ground, they hated him to the bone. Surround and kill Sanguinati with all our strength. The non-humankind life and death realm emperors issued the orders simultaneously. In the huge pterosaur danger ground, life and death realm emperors were frantically searching for Sanguinati. Pterosaur danger ground, on a dilapidated plain. The plain was full of potholes, and not a single weed could be seen. With a single glance, one could tell that it had been destroyed by war. Wisps of smoke drifted in the air above the plain. The entire sky was incomparably dark, isolated from the outside world. The spiritual chi in the world was extremely thin. This, Fong Chun was dumbfounded. How did the non-humankind survive in such a harsh environment? The cultivation environment here was only slightly better than the ancient Sword Continent. To life and death realm emperors, it was too trashy. How hard was it to raise one's strength in such an environment? Bang! Fong Chen's body fell from the sky and smashed into the plain. Immediately, a lot of soil splashed up. Fong Chun lightly patted his clothes, causing the soil to fall off. After tidying up his clothes, Fong Chun looked around. After coming to an unfamiliar place, the first thing to do was to check the surroundings and ensure his safety. There are many non-humankind life and death realm emperors in the pterosaur danger ground. I should conceal my aura, Fong Chun inwardly said. Soon after, he used the concealment technique that Realm Lord Fu Mo had taught him. Who? Before long, Fong Chun concealed his aura. Soon after, he walked on the plain. There's someone ahead. Fong Chun saw a person cautiously looking in his direction. Voila! Using the space-time true intent, he instantly passed through the void and arrived in front of this person. Bang! This person wanted to flee, but it was too late. He was slapped to the ground by Fong Chun. Multi-hand race. This person was from the multi-hand race. When he saw Fong Chun, he was terrified. Who are you? Asked the multi-hand race expert. From now on, you'll answer whatever I ask you. Otherwise, I'll smash your head, said Fong Chun. The multi-hand race expert was terrified and quickly nodded. Do you know where the rootless grass is? Asked Fong Chun. The multi-hand race expert shook his head. I don't know. Next, Fong Chun asked a few more questions, but the multi-hand race expert didn't know anything. Finally, Fong Chun performed a soul search. His soul cultivation had reached the martial grandmaster realm, and his Yuan spirit was very powerful. He could easily soul search a creation realm martial artist. The results of the soul search shocked Fong Chun. Who was it that leaked the news? Fong Chun's face completely darkened, and killing intent surged around him. His heart was burning with anger. He had obtained some information from the multi-hand race expert's Yuan spirit. What surprised him the most was that the foreign races in the pterosaur danger ground knew that he had entered the pterosaur danger ground. They were searching for him in a large area. Damn it! Fong Chun clenched his fists and cursed. Was it the Luo clan's master? Fong Chun quickly denied his thoughts. If the Luo clan's master wanted to kill him, it would only take a thought. It was impossible for him to do such a shameful thing. Then, who else knew that he had entered the pterosaur danger ground? He had been in the Luo clan's sacred ground, and only the Luo clan's master knew of his whereabouts. That's not right. Suddenly, Fong Chun had a flash of inspiration as he thought of the second elder. Could it be the second elder? Fong Chun's face was cold as he said in a deep voice. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that the second elder was the most suspicious. But how did the second elder know of my whereabouts? After thinking for a while, he couldn't figure it out, so he decided not to think about it. Let's talk about this when we get out. I won't let off anyone who dares to stab me in the back. Fang Chun said coldly. Immediately after, he exerted force and crushed the multi-hand race expert's head. 88. 8. Then, he absorbed a trace of the multi-hand race expert's essence blood. Immediately, he emitted the aura of the multi-hand race. Fang Xin was confident that even if a life-and-death realm martial artist appeared, they wouldn't be able to discover him. I would like to see how you can find me. Fang Chen's eyes revealed a sinister smile. Since the foreign race experts want to play, he would play with them. Chapter 1559. Fang Chen couldn't help but be impressed. The concealment technique that Realm Lord Fu Mo gave him was too profound. Only now did Fang Chen realize that this concealment technique didn't seem like a secret technique from the lower realm. It seemed more like a technique from the God realm. Concealing his aura and disguising himself as a multi-armed race member, Fang Chen strolled on the broken plain. From the multi-armed race's primordial spirit, the winged dragon Forbidden Land was divided into 5 regions, each under the control of 5 life and death realm experts. The broken plain that Fang Chen was in belonged to the 7 tigers. There are 7 tigers in this region. Of course, the 7 tigers were self-titled. The so-called 7 tigers were the 7 people with the strongest combat strength in this area. They were called the 7 tigers. The subordinate that he killed was the subordinate of multi-armed tiger, one of the 7 tigers. What a joke. Fang Chen wanted to laugh. Their families were ruined and their race was about to be exterminated, yet they still had the heart to give these titles. What was the point? Just as Fang Chen was thinking, a voice sounded. Do obey. Did you find any clues? Hearing this voice, Fang Chen turned his head and saw a few multi-armed race members looking at him. He said calmly, I didn't find anything. Let's go. Sanguinati definitely isn't in this region. Let's look elsewhere. With that, the leader led the group and left. The group walked on the broken plain. Fang Chen found a chance to find out the whereabouts of the rootless grass. Brother Duo Jin, have you heard of the rootless grass? Fang Chen asked casually. Hearing this, the multi-armed race member called Duo Jin stopped and looked at Fang Chen with a frown. Why are you asking this? I'm just asking casually. Fang Chen smiled awkwardly. Seeing this, Duo Jin's expression softened. Don't mention the rootless grass in the future. It'll bring you death. Duo Jin reminded. Brother Duo Jin, what's going on? Fang Chen asked curiously. Recently, news of the rootless grass has appeared in the Pterosaur Forbidden Ground. The 5 leaders are fighting over the rootless grass, Duo Jin said in a low voice. Fang Chen's heart skipped a beat. It seemed like the rootless grass was really in the Pterosaur danger zone. The 5 giants are fighting over the rootless grass. I wonder who will get it in the end, Fang Chen muttered to himself. Who else could it be? It must be that terrifying existence from the 3 gods' holy land. Duo Jin pursed his lips. The 5 regions have a total of 5 experts with extraordinary strength. Although our 7 tigers land has 7 powerhouses, the strongest is still the boss of the 7 tigers. The leader of our multi-hand race can barely make it into the 7 tigers, but he's ranked last. Even if the 7 from the 7 tigers land join forces, I'm afraid they won't be a match for the 3 god from the 3 gods land. Fang Chen was not familiar with the Pterosaur Forbidden Ground. However, from Duo Jin's tone, it seemed that the 3 experts from the 3 holy lands were very powerful. In my opinion, our 4 great regions should join hands and destroy the 3 divine lands first, another person said. That's right. Why should the sea demon race occupy the 3 divine lands and steal the majority of the resources? I wonder what the leaders of the 10,000 races are thinking. They actually let the sea demon race in. The multi-hand race was very dissatisfied with the sea demon race. So the 3 gods' land is the territory of the sea demon race. Fang Chen secretly remembered this information. Let's go. Our mission is to find the Sanguinati. We have no fate with a supreme treasure like the rootless grass. Duo Jin waved his hand and said no more. Fang Chen walked at the back of the group, his mind constantly thinking about the rootless grass. After an unknown amount of time, Duo Jin suddenly roared. There are humans approaching. Be careful. Just as Duo Jin's voice faded, a human expert appeared in the void. Fong Chen secretly observed. It was a first-layer life and death realm human expert. N. Yuan race expert. Fong Chen recognized the clothes the Yuan race expert was wearing. All of you ants deserve to die. The Yuan race expert unleashed a thunderous attack and launched an all-out attack. Miserable cries came from the multi-hand race experts. In an instant, several multi-hand race experts died one after another. Looking at the corpses on the ground, the Yuan race expert frowned. Where did the other one go? The Yuan race expert spread out his consciousness, wanting to find Fong Chen. However, he didn't find anything. Strange. The Yuan race expert leaped and left this place. After a long time, Fong Chen's figure appeared in the void. I have to hurry to the Three Gods' land. Fong Chen made up his mind and immediately rushed with all his might. The Seven Tigers' land was a bit far from the Three Gods' land. Several days later, Fong Chen arrived at the edge of the Seven Tigers' land. The Three Gods' land was right in front of him. Whoosh, whoosh. Right at this moment, Fong Chen felt a wisp of light rush out of the soil and flash past him. What's that? Fong Chen subconsciously stretched out his hand and grabbed the light. When Fong Chen saw the light in his hand, he was extremely excited. Rootless grass leaf. A large amount of information about the rootless grass appeared in Fong Chen's mind. This information completely matched the leaf in his hand. The aura it emitted was also the same as the description. It's so easy to get. Fong Chen laughed foolishly. Although it was just a leaf of the rootless grass, as long as he had a leaf, he could find a complete rootless grass. Fong Chen's luck was too heaven-defying to be able to obtain a leaf of the rootless grass as soon as he entered the winged dragon land. Kid, hand it over. Just as Fong Chen was feeling happy, an angry roar sounded. Fong Chen turned his head and saw a black-clothed alien race appear in the void. Who are you? Fong Chen asked. Seeing that you're the descendant of King Duo, I'll let bygones be bygones. Hand over the leaf in your hand obediently. Otherwise, I'll tear you into pieces. Hearing this, Fong Chen understood a little. In the memories of the multi-hand race, King Duo was one of the Seven Tigers of the Seven Tigers' land. He was also the leader of the multi-hand race. Yet he dared to call King Duo by his name in such a tone. This person should be one of the Seven Tigers, but he didn't know which one. I obtained it. Why should I give it to you? It wasn't easy to obtain the rootless grass leaf, so how could Fong Chen give it to someone else? You dare to provoke me? You could die now. The black-clothed alien race waved his hand, and a terrifying aura spread out. Fong Chen felt a little suffocated. Wall of the space-time cultivation system activated, and the space-time book was activated, directly fusing with space-time. The black-clothed alien race's hand missed, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. It's gone. The black-clothed alien race was shocked. A trash in the creation realm was actually able to avoid his detection. He must not have gone far. The black-clothed alien race's figure flashed and disappeared on ground. A moment later, Fong Chen appeared in the void. His gaze fell on the rootless grass leaf in his hand. It is indeed the Three Gods' land. The rootless grass leaf vaguely points to the Three Gods' land. It seems that the rootless grass should be born in the Three Gods' land. Fong Chen muttered, Kid, do you think you can escape from me? The black-clothed alien race returned and stared coldly at Fong Chen. His aura burst out, and he locked onto Fong Chen. Hand it over. The black-clothed alien race took a step forward and closed in on Fong Chen. How dare you play with me, the Black Qilin King? You are courting death. Under the temptation of the rootless grass leaf, it didn't matter if he was the descendant of King Duo. The black-clothed alien race attacked. So, it's the Black Qilin King, ranked 5th of the Seven Tigers. Fong Chen understood the identity of this person. The Black Qilin race was quite unique. They had extremely strong defense, and, after transforming, their entire body was covered in scales. The Black Qilin King punched at Fong Chen, who used the space-time book to fuse with space-time. I don't believe that you can hide in the void forever. The Black Qilin King crazily attacked the void. Fong Chen smiled bitterly. His attack power was not strong enough, so he could only dodge. Whoosh, 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 his body flickered in and out of existence as he dodged and escaped. "You can't escape from me," the Black Shieling King roared. However, just as Fang Chun was escaping, a powerful aura appeared in front of him. Not good. Just as Fang Chun was about to turn around, a voice sounded in his mind. "Come behind me, King Duo." Fang Chun was stunned, and then he was secretly delighted. King Duo must have treated him as one of his race. Since he wanted to protect him, he would let the alien race fight each other. With that thought, Fang Chun traveled through space-time and appeared behind King Duo. Chapter 1560. Duo King appeared and blocked Black Shieling King's path. Black Shieling King was furious and started arguing with Duo King. "Duo King, get out of the way," Black Shieling King said gravely. "Black Shieling King, you dare to touch my descendant?" In fact, the reason Duo King was so unyielding was because of the rootless grass in Fang Chun's hands. Otherwise, he wouldn't have offended Black Shieling King over a weak clansman. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being impolite. As soon as his voice faded, Black Shieling King and Duo King started fighting. Both of them were mid-level life and death experts and possessed great destructive power. Even after Fang Chun had walked a long distance, he could still hear the deafening sound. "Two idiots," Fang Chun mocked. Soon after, he used the time-space book and rushed toward the Three Gods' territory. On this day, the most intense battle erupted in the Seven Tigers' territory. For the rootless grass, Duo King and Black Shieling King went all out. The intense battle between the two ended with the Black Shieling King winning by a slight margin. Duo King was injured and fled. At this time, Black Shieling King discovered that Fang Chun had already disappeared. "Damn guy," Black Shieling King clenched his fists and roared. At this time, Fang Chun had already entered the Three Gods' territory. This was the territory of the Sea Demon clan. It was dangerous for him to disguise himself as an outsider. However, Fang Chun soon encountered a sea demon and killed it. After obtaining its bloodline, he successfully disguised himself as a sea demon. From the sea demon's memories, Fang Chun learned that there were human martial artists nearby. "Let's go take a look." Fang Chun's figure hid in the void and flew toward his destination. Before long, Fang Chun arrived in front of a mountain peak. There's a cave halfway up the mountain. Fang Chun gazed at the mountain peak. Without the sea demon's memories, he wouldn't have found the cave. "This cave is really well hidden," Fang Chun faintly said and quietly arrived in front of the cave. He used the space-time book to merge with space-time and sneaked into the cave. There were two people in the cave. One of them was an elder of the Luo clan, and the other was an elder of the Yuan clan. "Luo Zhu, if we spread the news that Sanguinati has entered the winged dragon danger zone, would the outsiders be able to kill him?" asked the Yuan race elder. The elder known as Luo Zhu exuded a black aura. The foreign races hate Sanguinati very much. I'm afraid they are searching for him with all their might." Luo Zhu sneered. "Luo Zhu, we've been here for too long. Will the outsiders discover us?" asked the Yuan race's elder worriedly. "Don't worry, there's a seal around the cave. Once someone approaches, I'll be able to detect it immediately. The most important thing now is to find a way to bring out the body of that expert from the depths of the cave," Luo Zhu said in a deep voice. Hearing this, the Yuan clan elder nodded. They had stumbled upon this cave by accident, and only after entering did they realize that there was a peerless expert's body here. The two of them were greedy and wanted to absorb the power of the peerless powerhouse. However, they hadn't been able to do so after such a long time. In the air, Fang Chun sneered. It seemed that this matter was related to the second elder, and even the Yuan race. Fang Chun carefully observed. Luo Zhu's cultivation was at the second level of the life and death realm, while the Yuan race's elder was at the peak of the first level. With his strength, he was confident in dealing with the Yuan race's elder, but he had no chance against Luo Zhu. Just as Fang Chun was pondering, a slight tremor came from the depths of the cave. Luo Zhu immediately stood up. "There's movement." Luo Zhu's face was filled with excitement. Soon after, he quickly arrived at the depths of the cave. The peerless expert's body was sitting cross-legged in the depths of the cave. With a single glance, one could tell that it had been exposed to wind and rain. The bones were covered in dust. Something's wrong. Luo Zhu discovered that something was wrong and quickly walked towards the bones. Elder Luo Zhu, what did you discover? Asked the Yuan race's elder. There's another world beneath the body. Elder Luo Zhu was extremely excited. What? The Yuan race's elder was shocked and hurriedly walked over. The surroundings of the skeleton emitted a gray light. Below it, a bottomless cave appeared. Luo Zhu and the Yuan race's elder exchanged glances and made a decision. Let's see if we can move the bones, Luo Zhu said. Immediately, the two elders moved together, try to lift the bones. Dong suddenly, a strange aura came out of the bones and corroded the Yuan race's elder's arm. Crack! The Yuan race's elder's arm was directly broken. There's danger. The Yuan race's elder panicked and quickly retreated. However, before he could take a few steps, he found that something was pressing against his body from behind. Then, a saber pierced into his body with a poochie sound. The Yuan race's elder's primordial spirit was severely injured and was about to collapse. With blood flowing out of his mouth, he tried hard to turn his head. He saw Elder Luo Zhu with a sinister smile on his face. You, the Yuan race's elder, tried hard to stretch out his hand, but he couldn't believe it. How dare you kill me? Who would know that I'm the one who killed you? Besides, you're too weak and will only be a burden to me. Why don't you help me? After saying that, Luo Zhu quickly pulled out the saber from the Yuan race's elder's body. The Yuan race's elder's body fell to the ground weakly. Even if you die, you have to die in vain. Luo Zhu sneered and grabbed the Yuan race's elder's body and threw it on top of the bones. Hiss! Suddenly, countless lines shot out rapidly and penetrated the Yuan race's elder's body. Seeing this scene, Elder Luo Zhu was also scared. Fortunately, he didn't act rashly. Otherwise, these lines would have rushed into his body. After a long while, the bones stopped moving completely. The Yuan race's elder's body was already beyond recognition. It was completely penetrated by the lines and was in a sorry state. After confirming that there was no danger, Elder Luo Zhu kicked the Yuan race's elder's body away. Then he placed his palm on the bones. But soon, his face turned gloomy. Damn it, all my strength has dissipated, Elder Luo Zhu said unhappily. Whoosh! Fang Chun had long been prepared. Finding an opportunity, Zhang Xian abruptly appeared and sent Elder Luo Zhu flying with a kick. Then, with a leap, he jumped into the pitch-black cave below. Bang! Elder Luo Zhu's body was kicked away by Fang Chun. He got up from the ground with a furious face. Damn it! How dare you plot against me? Luo Zhu roared in anger and murderous intent. He followed closely behind and entered the dark cave. Whoosh! Fang Chen's surroundings were dark. His body had been falling all this time. What is this place? Fang Chun thought to himself and prepared the Starfield Dragon Boat at the same time. Once he encountered danger, he would leave on the Starfield Dragon Boat immediately. After falling for a long time, he finally landed on the ground. Bang! Fortunately, Fang Chen's body was tough, so he didn't suffer any serious injuries. After landing on the ground, Fang Chun waved his hand and set up the chaos element killing array. Here's a feast for you. Fang Chun laughed sinisterly. Soon after, he disappeared into the darkness. After a while, a trembling sound resounded through the dark land. Then, Luo Zhu's angry roar could be heard. Sanguinati, I'm going to tear you into pieces. At first, Elder Luo Zhu was not sure. But after seeing the chaos element killing array, he was sure that the martial artist who attacked him was Sanguinati. Damn the array, you want to trap me? Elder Luo Zhu clenched his fists and kept bombarding the array. Something's wrong. After attacking wildly, Elder Luo Zhu realized that this array was not ordinary. So what? The day I break the array will be the day you die. Elder Luo Zhu was furious. Fang Chen knew that the chaos element killing array would not be able to trap Elder Luo Zhu for a long time. So, he quickly moved forward. The more he moved forward, the more he realized. He seemed to have come to an underground castle. What's here? Fong Chun was puzzled. At this moment, Fong Chun saw a shocking scene. In a forest not far away, an enchanting woman was wearing very little clothes, only enough to cover her important parts. Her every move exuded a seductive aura. In front of her stood a second-level life and death realm sea demon. This sea demon had a confused look. "Do you want to try it?" the enchanting woman said softly. Chapter 1561. The enchanting woman had a dainty figure. Even in the outside world, she would be a top beauty. There was a strange smile on her delicate face. Seeing the sea demon walk over, her body emitted an extremely flirtatious aura. The sea demon didn't have any power to resist and arrived before the enchanting woman. Then, under Fong Chen's stupefied gaze, the enchanting woman took off her clothes, revealing her pure white body. "Come," the enchanting woman teased. Fong Chen couldn't bear to watch the next scene. It was simply a disaster. Who was this enchanting woman? Why was she seducing the sea demon? Moreover, from the looks of it, the enchanting woman's cultivation base hadn't even reached the life and death realm. Yet, she was able to use her charming technique to bewitch a life and death realm sea demon. After making love, the enchanting woman put on her clothes. A blush appeared on her face, but it quickly disappeared. She snapped her fingers, and the bewildered sea demon instantly woke up. "How was it? Did it feel good?" the enchanting woman asked. "Yes," the sea demon subconsciously said, but his face soon changed. "What's going on? What did you do to me?" the sea demon asked in a deep voice. "I didn't do anything. I just poisoned your body." The enchanting woman smiled. "Don't try to struggle. Only I have the antidote for this poison. As long as you use your strength, the poison will flare up." The sea demon didn't seem to believe her and urged his strength. In an instant, his body trembled, and he started foaming at the mouth. His entire body felt sore and powerless. The enchanting woman flicked a green pill and stuffed it into the sea demon's mouth. A moment later, the sea demon returned to his original state. It was extremely miraculous. "As long as you're obedient, I'll give you the antidote on time," the enchanting woman said. "Otherwise, you could just wait for your death." The sea demon's face changed, and his heart was filled with humiliation. However, he still chose to compromise in the end. "Good, very good. From now on, you're my subordinates, dog. You'll do whatever I tell you to do," the enchanting woman shouted. "Yes, master." Fong Chun was inwardly apprehensive. What kind of poison was this? Even a life and death realm emperor couldn't resist it. And who is this enchanting woman? Why is she doing this? Don't expose yourself. After you return, try your best to lure as many life and death realm monarchs as you can to meet me here, the enchanting woman instructed. "The poison in your body will relapse every 7 days. If you don't have my antidote, you will definitely die," the enchanting woman said. The sea monster nodded and then quickly left. At this moment, the alluring woman's gaze fell on a certain spot in the void. "Haven't you seen enough?" Fong Chun stared blankly for a moment before walking out of the void awkwardly. I didn't expect him to be a human. Furthermore, he's so handsome. The enchanting woman licked her dry lips and said, "Who are you?" Fong Chun asked. "I can see it in your eyes. If you want to let go, then let go." The enchanting woman was bewitching Fong Chun. Dong the golden heart beat rapidly, and Fong Chen's mind suddenly became clear. Swish! Fong Chen was the first to make a move. He arrived beside the enchanting woman in an instant. Then he stretched out his big hand and grabbed the woman's throat. "You!" The enchanting woman did not expect this person to be able to resist her bewitching technique. "Speak, who are you?" Fong Chen said coldly. "Boy, I dare to bet that you can't kill me." The enchanting woman woke up from her shock and sneered. "Really? Are you sure?" While speaking, Fong Chun exerted force in his hand, and the enchanting woman's throat made a cracking sound. However, at this moment, a green pill appeared in the enchanting woman's hand. Fong Chun knew that this was the antidote that he had just given to the sea monster. Boom! The thumb-sized green pill exploded beside Fong Chun. The power of the explosion instantly sent Fong Chen's body flying. When he got up, the enchanting woman had already disappeared. Damn it, Fangchen cursed. He could not stay here for long, so he quickly left. After escaping from Fangchen's evil clutches, the enchanting woman was furious. Where did this guy come from? The enchanting woman muttered to herself. Coincidentally, she ran into Elder Luo Zhu, who had just escaped. The enchanting woman was full of anger and did not know where to vent it. She just happened to find a target. Immediately, she released a bewitching aura around her. When Elder Luo Zhu saw the enchanting woman, his eyes widened. Half an hour later, the enchanting woman used the same method to control Elder Luo Zhu. Then, she woke Elder Luo Zhu up. Slap! A slap landed on Elder Luo Zhu's face. Slap! Another slap was very loud. Facing the enchanting woman's fat slap, Elder Luo Zhu did not dare to fight back. He was poisoned and his life was in the hands of the enchanting woman, so he did not dare to act recklessly. He put all his hatred on Fangchen. Sanguinati, I will never let you go. Elder Luo Zhu thought to himself. After a while, the enchanting woman finished venting her anger. Then she asked, "What are you doing here?" "Master, I am chasing after a human martial artist." Luo Zhu replied in a low voice. Human martial artist. Luo Zhu described Sanguinati's appearance to the enchanting woman. After hearing it, the latter's face turned cold. "I'll give you a chance. Go and capture him." The enchanting woman said, "Capture him alive." "Yes, master." Walking out of the forest, Fangchen arrived at the entrance of a stone cave. There were 3 passages at the entrance of the stone cave. Each passage was pitch black, and his divine sense could not see through them. How should I choose? Fangchen hesitated. How should he choose? If he had not met the enchanting woman, he could have chosen any passage. However, after meeting the enchanting woman, he felt the seriousness of the situation. Why was the enchanting woman here? What was her goal in controlling a life and death realm emperor? All of this made Fangchen extremely puzzled. Fangchen even wondered if there was a huge force behind the enchanting woman. Just as Fangchen was pondering, Luo Zhu appeared. Sanguinati, Elder Luo Zhu said in a deep voice. Elder Luo Zhu walked over and looked at Sanguinati vigilantly. Sanguinati, we seem to have fallen into a dangerous situation. Why don't we let go of our former enmity and work together? Our personal grudges can wait until we get out of here. Elder Luo Zhu's words left Fangchen a little confused. However, Fangchen soon thought of something. Could it be that Elder Luo Zhu is also being controlled by the demoness? Thinking of this, Fangchen was inwardly vigilant. We can work together, but you have to tell me who told you to spread the news of me entering Winged Dragon Danger Ground. Fangchen asked. This, Luo Zhu's expression changed. It's the second elder. He's colluding with the Yuan race and wants to kill you. As expected, Fangchen sneered as he saw Luo Zhu approaching. Stop right there, Fangchen berated. Sanguinati, let's work together. Before Elder Luo Zhu could finish speaking, Fangchen interrupted him. Elder Luo Zhu, I have one more request. If you agree, I'll work with you, said Fangchen. Luo Zhu's fury soared, but he held back. Speak. Your cultivation base far surpasses mine. I don't feel safe working with you. Unless you break your own arms, mocked Fangchen. Sanguinati, you're messing with me. Luo Zhu roared furiously. Yes, I'm messing with you, sneered Fangchen. He looked at Luo Zhu like he was an idiot. You're courting death. Luo Zhu was furious. He opened his hand, and a terrifying power shot toward Fangchen. Crash! A cave residence appeared in front of the 3 paths. This is the Coiling Moon Immortal Cave. Seeing this, Luo Zhu turned pale with fright. Sanguinati can actually control the Coiling Moon Immortal Cave. This discovery set off waves of shock in Luo Zhu's heart. After a long while, he calmed down. CCC Pavilion Master Sanguinati is hiding in his cave residence. I can't capture him. Luo Zhu messaged the woman. The latter quickly replied. Stay there and guard him. I'll be there soon. In the forest, The enchanting woman's eyes revealed a trace of coldness as she sped forward. Human, you better pray that you don't fall into my hands. Otherwise, I'll make you my slave forever. Chapter 1562. Elder Luo Zhu was at the second level of life and death realm and was very strong. Although Fang Chun was strong, he was still at the fortune realm. It would be very difficult to make up for this gap with the space-time cultivation system. And in this dangerous place, it was even more impossible to use the dark demonic wheel. Once he used it, he would fall into a deep sleep. The enchanting woman was still in the dark, and he would be in endless danger. Therefore, Fang Chun didn't hesitate to activate the coiling moon immortal cave and enter it. Swoosh! Under Fang Chun's control, the coiling moon immortal cave turned into a thumb-sized particle. Sanguinati, you can't escape. Luo Zhu sneered and stretched out his hand. A wild aura spread out and sealed the surrounding space. Luo Zhu was currently in the process of comprehending laws. If he had grasped a law, he wouldn't be in such a passive position. However, even so, the methods of a life and death realm emperor were not something Fang Chun could imagine. Sealing the void, the coiling moon immortal cave was sealed. Even if Fang Chun controlled the cave, he couldn't break free. Looking at the small particle, Luo Zhu's body emitted a frightening cold aura. Boom! Luo Zhu clenched his fist and gathered all the power in his body before punching out. Dong! The entire ground trembled, and the three passages swayed. The small particle smashed into the ground, raising a cloud of dust. I don't believe you can hide here forever. Luo Zhu attacked the coiling moon immortal cave crazily. Inside the cave, Fang Chun was in full control. Rumble. The cave would shake from time to time, but it didn't affect Fang Chun. Damn it, Fang Chun couldn't help but curse. He wasn't Luo Zhu's opponent yet. The ladder seal would definitely attract the demonic woman. I have to think of a way to get out as soon as possible, Fang Chun inwardly said. Soon after, he sat down cross-legged, closed his eyes, and started cultivating. Outside, hoo-hoo-hoo. The enchanting woman quickly rushed over. Where is he? Asked the enchanting woman. Master, he is hiding in his portable cave. My attacks are unable to blast him open. I can only seal the void. Luo Zhu said respectfully when he saw the alluring woman. Actually, Luo Zhu was also furious at the enchanting woman. But there was nothing he could do. He had no choice but to lower his head under the eaves. Luo Zhu was an elder of the Luo clan, one of the three great god clans. As a life and death realm monarch, as long as he didn't seek death in the lower realms, he wouldn't be in any danger. However, he wholeheartedly wanted to increase his cultivation. For this reason, he did not hesitate to pay any price and entered the pterosaur danger ground. Who would have thought that in the process of chasing Sanguinati, they would encounter such a terrifying demoness? He could sense the aura of someone in the blessed realm from the demoness. In other words, the demoness was only a creation realm martial artist. He was a life and death realm monarch, yet he was being controlled by a fortune realm demonic woman. Moreover, he had to listen to her every word. Damn it, if I get the antidote, I will tear you to shreds. Luo Zhu swore in his heart. The beautiful eyes of the enchanting woman frowned as she looked at the small speck within the seal. Do you know what cave this is? The enchanting woman asked. Master, this cave is called the Coiling Moon Cave. It was left behind by a powerful being in the god world. I don't know how Sanguinati could control it. Luo Zhu said. Hearing this, the enchanting woman's face changed slightly. A cave left behind by a powerful being in the god world? This is troublesome. The enchanting woman muttered to herself. In her mind, she was quickly thinking of a solution. After a while, the enchanting woman made a decision. You stay here and guard. I will go look for reinforcements. With that, the enchanting woman turned and left. Inside the Coiling Moon Cave, Fang Chun was racking his brains to think of a solution. He borrowed the power of heaven and earth in the cave to temper his body and increase his cultivation. However, he was stuck at the 8th level of the creation realm. This made Fang Chun speechless. Suddenly, he sensed that the enchanting woman had left. Let's give it a try, Fong Chen muttered to himself. Soon after, he gritted his teeth and stood up. Buzz! Fong Chen controlled the coiling moon cave and crazily attacked the seal. At the same time, Fong Chen walked out of the coiling moon cave. Without saying a word, he took out the dark demonic wheel. A terrifying dark aura surged out like a vast ocean. Boom! The earth was trembling, and the three passageways were swaying as if they would shatter at any moment. Crack! The seal that Luo Zhu had set up shattered instantly. The sudden change made Luo Zhu's face change drastically. Sanguinati, you are courting death. Luo Zhu bellowed and immediately launched a fierce attack. Boom! However, before his attack could get close to Fong Chen, he felt a terrifying dark aura. No! Elder Luo Zhu panicked and roared in anger. His primordial spirit was trembling. This was the first time he felt the aura of death. Whoosh! Elder Luo Zhu kept retreating and attacking crazily. The master and disciple blocked the dark aura. However, he was at his lowest point. The power of the dark demonic wheel. Crack! When the dark aura enveloped Luo Zhu, the latter's body was directly shattered. Only a wisp of broken primordial spirit was left behind and escaped. At the same time, Fong Chen hurriedly put away the dark demonic wheel and entered the coiling moon cave. The starlight in his chi-si was instantly drained of energy. His eyelids were fighting, and he was about to fall asleep. Go down. Before falling asleep, Fong Chen controlled the coiling moon immortal cave and broke through the shattered seal. Then, he directly charged into the passage in the middle. Whoosh! After the coiling moon cave entered the passage, it disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. In front of the passage, a terrifying aura spread out. The surrounding towering trees instantly withered and turned yellow. As Fong Chen's strength increased, the power of the dark demonic wheel was also gradually unsealed. The domineering dark aura harvested the vitality of the surrounding plants. After an unknown amount of time, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. Then, led by the enchanting woman, 7 or 8 beautiful women quickly rushed over. They sensed the remnant aura in the air and their expressions changed. Junior Sister Shuao, what happened? The woman in yellow asked in a low voice. The enchanting woman's expression was gloomy. She tried to contact Luo Zhu. Soon, Luo Zhu's reply came. Then, Luo Zhu, who had been hiding in the dark, appeared. Right now, he was just a wisp of primordial spirit. He was about to fall asleep and his life was in danger. Master, Sanguinati has a supreme treasure. It's extremely powerful. I can't block it. My body is broken and my primordial spirit is damaged. Ball Master, save me. Luo Zhu begged for help. Trash, you can't even keep a manifestation realm human in check, said the enchanting woman coldly. Where did he go? Master, you can't blame me. Sanguinati's supreme treasure is too powerful. Even the 5 heads of the human race are envious of it. How can I block it? Luo Zhu bitterly smiled. He entered the passage in the middle. Whoosh! The enchanting woman opened her mouth and a small green snake shot out from her red lips, pouncing towards Luo Zhu's primordial spirit in the sky. Ah! The small green snake drilled into Luo Zhu's primordial spirit and began to devour it. Master, save me! Luo Zhu cried out in fear. The enchanting woman looked on coldly. In the blink of an eye, Luo Zhu's primordial spirit completely disappeared and the small green snake returned to her mouth. Junior Sister Shuao, what happened? A few beautiful women who had followed the enchanting woman asked. Junior Sister Shuao, it seems even you have times when you fail. Junior Sister Shuao, you can't control a mere manifestation realm human. Your charm technique is only SOSO. A few mocked her. The enchanting woman said, this person is very mysterious. His body confused with the void, and he has an immortal cave left behind by an almighty expert of the divine world. I originally wanted to call my senior sisters over, but I didn't know the refining flame burning heart formation and forced him to appear. Everyone already knew what happened next. According to what you said, this person's supreme treasure is truly extraordinary, said the yellow-clothed woman from before. The enchanting woman no longer spoke and looked at the 3 passages. What do we do now? What do we do? We can only return, said one of the women. You should know how terrifying these 3 passages are. If we rashly enter, we'll definitely die. In the end, they all left. Chapter 1563. Elder Luo Zhu's death was his own doing. If he hadn't dealt with Feng Chun, he wouldn't have ended up like this. Inside the coiling moon immortal cave, Feng Chun fell unconscious. However, before he lost consciousness, the coiling moon immortal cave rushed into a passage in the middle. In fact, Feng Chun didn't want to take the risk, but he had no choice. He couldn't just sit and wait. From the words of the woman, there should be a terrifying power behind her. Once he fell unconscious, the defense of the coiling moon immortal cave would be greatly weakened. After entering the passage, the coiling moon immortal cave kept falling. From time to time, arrows would shoot out from the passage with terrifying power, comparable to the attacks of life and death realm monarchs. Along the way, they encountered countless dangers. Fortunately, the coiling moon immortal cave was left behind by the coiling moon war immortal, so its defense was extremely strong. In the end, the coiling moon immortal cave blocked all the attacks and fell to the ground. There was a pool of lava here, with scalding flames jumping inside. Dong! The coiling moon immortal cave landed beside the lava, stirring up a lot of dust. After a long time, the place calmed down, and a white thing suddenly appeared in the lava. Then the white thing poked its head out of the lava. It was a large white dog that looked like a pug. It was in the lava, but the scorching lava couldn't hurt it. What is this? The big white dog was puzzled, and it carefully observed the coiling moon immortal cave. After checking for a full hour, he finally jumped out of the magma and onto the shore. So strange. The big white dog spoke in human language. It arrived in front of the coiling moon immortal cave and scratched it with its big paws. It found that the defense of the cave was very strong. What a strong defense. The big white dog was surprised and then said helplessly, "Unfortunately, the seal in my body can't be removed. Otherwise, I would have shattered it." After studying for a long time, the big white dog couldn't do anything about the coiling moon immortal cave. In the end, it lay on the ground and looked at the coiling moon immortal cave with its head raised. It had been a long time since an outsider entered this place, and the big white dog was very lonely. Seeing the coiling moon immortal cave, it was very curious. Every few hours, the big white dog's stomach would rumble, and it would return to the lava. After a while, he patted his round belly and jumped to the shore again. Time passed quickly. This time, Feng Chun was in a coma for nearly half a month. This was because he had become a Grandmaster Soul Cultivator and was able to resist some of the backlash from the dark demonic wheel. Within the coiling moon immortal cave, Feng Chun rubbed his head, feeling some pain. Instantly, pain spread throughout his entire body. Whoosh the little mouse suddenly appeared and worriedly asked, "Boss, are you all right?" "I'm fine." Feng Chun mobilized the power within the starlight to recover from his weakened state. After a while, Feng Chun's expression eased a little. He stood up from the ground and took control of the coiling moon celestial cave. His gaze passed through the coiling moon immortal cave and looked outside. This is there. Feng Chun clearly remembered that he had controlled the coiling moon immortal cave and entered the middle passage. How did he end up here? However, what shocked Feng Chun even more was that the coiling moon celestial cave that had been in perfect condition had actually been reduced to an incomparably sorry state. This, Feng Chun was a little shocked. What kind of danger had he encountered along the way? Even the coiling moon celestial cave, which had a super strong defense, had been reduced to such a sorry state. At the same time, Feng Chun's heart also palpitated. Fortunately, he had not been rash back then. Otherwise, he would have died countless times already. Fortunately, the basic functions of the coiling moon celestial cave can still be used. Although it's a little damaged, the defense is enough. Feng Chun said with a sigh of relief. At this moment, A voice rang out from within the coiling moon celestial cave. Human, quickly come out. Hearing this voice, Fang Chun turned pale with fright. He hurriedly looked outside the coiling moon celestial cave and saw a big white dog lying on the ground, staring at the coiling moon celestial cave. Is it talking? Fang Chun was a little stunned. How did the big white dog know that he was hiding in the coiling moon celestial cave? Also, how could his voice be transmitted in here? A series of questions surfaced in his mind. This made Fang Chun even more fearful of the world inside the passage. Just what was the winged dragon danger zone hiding? First, he had encountered the bewitching woman, and then he had fallen into this place. And now he had encountered an extremely strange big white dog. Are you talking? Fang Chun probingly asked. Nonsense, of course it's me talking. Who else but me? The big white dog glanced at the coiling moon celestial cave and said impatiently. Who are you? Asked Fang Chun. I'm me, said the big white dog. Fang Chun was speechless. Although the big white dog seemed gentle, it actually gave him a very dangerous feeling. Before he figured out the big white dog's goal, he definitely couldn't go out. I was unconscious for so long, and the big white dog was outside the entire time. It didn't charge in. This means that with its strength, it can't break through the coiling moon celestial cave's defenses. Fang Chun thought to himself. After a while, Fang Chun recovered his composure. He controlled the coiling moon celestial cave and communicated with the big white dog. What is this place? Asked Fang Chun. Human, why are you talking so much nonsense? I'm very lonely. Come out and accompany me, said the big white dog. I don't even know where I am. What if I go out and get eaten by you? Fang Chun definitely wouldn't joke around with his life. Boss, there's something wrong with this big white dog. Little Mouse said in a low voice. He could feel the suppression of his bloodline. In the world of monster beasts, there are only a few that could suppress the heaven-devouring divine rat in terms of bloodline. Fang Chun and the big white dog chatted for a while. The big white dog was hungry, and it quickly dove into the fiery red lava. Seeing this, Fang Chun was even more shocked. Based on the temperature of the lava, even a manifestation realm martial artist wouldn't be able to withstand it. Even if a manifestation realm martial artist entered, they would be instantly turned into ashes. But the big white dog could enter and exit as it pleased. What is this place? Fang Chun sank into deep thought. He guessed that the big white dog was something like a guardian guarding this place. Gurgle. Some bubbles appeared on the surface of the lava. The big white dog jumped out once again. Eating lava? That's too exaggerated. Fang Chun was stunned. Little Mouse, on the other hand, didn't think much of it. Boss, this is nothing. The universe is big, and there are all kinds of strange things. Some races are born with very powerful innate abilities. For example, our heaven-devouring divine rat race can devour all ores in the universe, even primordial ancestral stones. Little Mouse said. However, this big white dog shouldn't be able to compare to our heaven-devouring divine rat race. Okay. Fang Chun turned to look at Little Mouse. Little Mouse had just felt the suppression of his bloodline, so why was it saying something like this now? Boss, I really did feel the suppression of my bloodline, but I soon discovered that it wasn't the suppression of my bloodline. It was the suppression of the aura of a monster. Rather than saying that the big white dog is a special monster beast race, it's better to say that it's a powerful, ordinary monster beast. The only reason the big white dog was able to suppress me was because it was too powerful. It was so powerful that I couldn't even catch up to it. Little Mouse said. But it couldn't even open the coiling moon immortal cave, Fang Chun said. Little Mouse shook its head. It was a heaven-devouring divine rat, and, as a monster beast, it was extremely sensitive to other monster beasts. My guess is that the big white dog's power has been sealed, and it's guarding something here. Little Mouse said. Fang Chun's heart trembled slightly when he heard this. On the shore of the lava, the big white dog pressed its paws against the coiling moon immortal cave. Human, if you don't come out, I'll toss this cave into the lava. The temperature of the lava was enough to incinerate everything. A mere cave definitely wouldn't be able to last for long. I can come out, but you have to tell me who you are. Fang Chun transmitted. The big white dog shook its head. How annoying. However, he still revealed his identity. If I said that I was a weapon, would you believe me? The large white dog asked. 88. A weapon. Fong Chen's heart was in turmoil. What kind of weapon could do this? Feed on lava? He didn't believe the big white dog's words. I know you don't believe me, but I can only say that your vision is too narrow, said the big white dog. If you don't want to come out, that's fine. Have that mouse by your side come out. Chapter 1564. The big white dog's words made Fong Chen exclaim in his heart. What kind of existence was it? It even recognized the god-devouring rat? One had to know that in the lower realm, there were only a handful of people who could recognize the god-devouring rat. In the entire universe, there was only one little mouse in the god-devouring rat clan. There was once another one that followed the Zongjin Emperor, but it had already fallen. Big white dog, you know us god-devouring rats? Little mouse widened its eyes and looked at the big white dog. The big white dog stood lazily, stuck out its tongue, and laughed. Isn't it just a god-devouring rat? I almost ate one once. Hearing this, Fong Chun was speechless. If what the big white dog said was true, then it was too terrifying. The god-devouring rat's innate ability was incomparably heaven-defying, and the big white dog had almost eaten it. Big white dog, keep bragging, little mouse said disdainfully. No one knew better than it how terrifying the god-devouring rat clan was. It thought that the big white dog's words were simply nonsense. However, the big white dog didn't care. Kid, are you coming out or not? The big white dog said impatiently. Then the big white dog's big paw hugged the coiling moon fairy cave and threw it into the hot magma. Not good. Before getting close to the magma, Fong Chun felt a scorching aura coming at him. Fong Chun pressed his foot down and exclaimed. Soon after, with a thought, he put away the coiling moon's celestial cave. Then, with a leap, he jumped onto the shore of the lava. At the same time, the little mouse looked at the big white dog covetously. Finally willing to come out, the big white dog chuckled and looked at Fong Chun. Splash! Fong Chun operated the space-time cultivation system, and the space-time aura emerged. His figure merged into the void. Seeing this, the big white dog's eyes had a hint of imperceptible joy. This kid is interesting. The big white dog didn't even look and grab at the void with its big paw. Suddenly, Fong Chun, who was hiding in the void, felt a trace of unease. He subconsciously moved his body out of thin air and was forced to show himself. You, how did you discover me? Fong Chen's heart was in turmoil. The Snow White Dog's methods were too powerful. It should be known that even a life and death realm monarch wouldn't be able to find him when he used the time-space book. Right now, the big white dog didn't even bother to look at him. It simply grabbed him and forced him to show himself. Was it a coincidence? Or was the big white dog able to see him? At this moment, Fong Chen's heart was in turmoil. He tried his best to suppress the shock in his heart as he stared at the big white dog. Kid, your cultivation is too shallow. The big white dog laughed loudly. It came to Fong Chen's side. He spread out his large hands and grabbed Fong Chun before plunging into the magma. Rumble at the same time, the entire space began to tremble as though it was about to collapse. Above the magma, outside the tunnel, the enchanting woman and the others were attracted by the sound of the tremors. Junior Sister Shui, you were the first to arrive. What did you discover? That's right. Junior Sister Shui, this place is shaking. Is a supreme treasure coming into being? Look, the tunnel seems to be changing. 7 or 8 beautiful women arrived in front of the tunnel, their faces full of shock. What's going on? Junior Sister Shui's face was full of doubt. Before long, the life and death realm monarchs under her control arrived in front of the tunnel. Master, what are your orders? The 3 of you, each take a tunnel and go down to take a look. The 3 tunnels were incomparably terrifying. For a long time, the enchanting woman and the faction behind her had been exploring the mysteries of the 3 tunnels. The people sent down suffered disastrous casualties. In the end, they didn't dare to act blindly without thinking. The 3 sea demons looked at each other in dismay, not daring to resist. They could only endure the fear in their hearts and jump into the tunnel. Junior sister Shui, how is it? Not long after the three entered the tunnel, the other women hurriedly asked. There's still no reaction. The enchanting woman said. Sect Master is still in seclusion. What should we do now that something like this has happened? The yellow-robed woman whispered. Just as the women were pondering, a trace of excitement suddenly appeared on the enchanting woman's face. Senior sisters, the three of them have successfully entered. What's successful? I know. All these changes must be related to the previous tremors. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go in and take a look. There was a supreme treasure at the bottom of the tunnel. Everyone had been drooling over it for a long time, but no one had been able to enter. Now that they could finally enter, how could they miss out on this opportunity? Should we inform the sect sisters first? The enchanting woman asked. This matter is of great importance. Let's go in and take a look first. What if the supreme treasure is obtained by someone else? Yeah, let's go in first. With our strength, even if we meet a life and death realm monarch, we won't be afraid. After some discussion, they finally decided to explore the tunnel. We can enter any of the three tunnels. Where should we go? The enchanting woman's gaze fell on the tunnel in the middle. Fang Chen's image appeared in her mind. The middle. After saying that, the enchanting woman took the lead and stepped into the tunnel. The other women followed closely behind. Fang Chen was caught off guard and was brought into the lava by the white dog. Immediately, a fiery aura spread out. So hot. Fang Chen felt an extreme pressure. However, right at this moment, the white dog spat out a wisp of white qi, which wrapped around Fang Chen. Immediately, the fiery aura disappeared. Where are you taking me? Fang Chen asked. You'll know when you get there. The white dog said. At this point, Fang Chen no longer struggled. The white dog was very strong. Moreover, it could even detect him when he merged with the space-time. Even if he struggled, it would be useless. He might as well let the white dog bring him into the lava. Huff, huff. After an unknown amount of time, Fang Chen was brought into the depths of the lava. The fiery aura here could even threaten life and death realm monarchs. The little mouse's body finally couldn't take it anymore. You're too weak. You're a disgrace to the name of the heaven-devouring divine rat. The white dog glanced at the little mouse and said. Then it spat out a white qi, which wrapped around the little mouse. How long have I cultivated? How can I compare to the ancestor? The little mouse curled its lips and said, If I cultivate for 10,000 years, no, just 1,000 years, I'll be able to surpass the ancestor and become the most outstanding heaven-devouring divine rat in history. Hearing the little mouse's lofty words, the white dog chuckled and didn't say anything else. On the shore of the lava, the enchanting woman and the others entered the passage. When they landed on the shore, their faces were covered in sweat. What is this place? It's so hot. This lava is too scary. Even life and death realm monarchs would die if they fell in. Be careful. This place is strange. The enchanting woman said in a low voice. She looked around but didn't find anything. Let's go around the lava and take a look elsewhere. The enchanting woman said. The other women nodded. After going around the lava, they discovered a large bronze door. Is there a supreme treasure behind this bronze door? We'll know once we open it. After speaking, the yellow-clothed woman attacked. A terrifying power ruthlessly bombarded the bronze door. Dong! A deafening sound came from the bronze door. Soon after, the yellow-clothed woman's body was sent flying by the terrifying power. Master, this bronze door is very strange. We can't open it. Right at this moment, the 3 sea demons under the control of the enchanting woman walked out from behind a rock. You tried. The enchanting woman discovered that one of the sea demons' aura was weak, seemingly injured. The stronger the power used to attack the bronze door, the stronger the backlash. The injured sea demon said in a low voice. For a moment, everyone sank into contemplation. They were thinking of a way to open the bronze door. Being trapped outside the bronze door was not a good idea. Junior sister Shui, do you have any ideas? Although the enchanting woman's seniority was the lowest, her prestige was very high. Many people were asking for her opinion. Chapter 1565. At the bottom of the magma. There was a palace here. In front of the palace, there were two warriors sitting cross-legged. Their bodies emitted a terrifying aura. Someone's here. Fangshan opened his eyes wide in disbelief. What is this place? Why are there two people sitting in front of the palace? Fangshan's appearance attracted their attention. Voila! The two of them opened their eyes and looked at Fangshan with deep gazes. Another guy from another cultivation system. One of the men in cotton clothes smiled. This guy looks very young. I wonder which cultivation system he cultivates. The other man said. Just as Fangshan was in shock, the big white dog spoke. Kid, aren't you curious why I brought you here? The big white dog said, I can tell you now. Do you see the palace in front of you? This palace is called the Cultivation Palace. The big white dog said, anyone who can be brought here by me is a peerless genius who cultivates other cultivation systems. My master spent his entire life researching the connections between the major cultivation systems. He wants to create a heaven-defying cultivation system. The big white dog was very proud when he talked about his master. There are other cultivation systems in the universe. Fangshan was shocked. The bone progenitor was the most powerful existence of the human race in this era. He created the space-time cultivation system and shocked the entire universe. All this time, Fangshan thought that other than the existing cultivation systems, there was only the space-time cultivation system left behind by the bone progenitor. However, when he came here, he discovered that there were other cultivation systems in the universe. What was going on? Why didn't the bone progenitor say anything? Did the bone progenitor not know? To be able to create a unique cultivation system, he was definitely not an ordinary person. The bone progenitor should know. But why? The universe is big and full of wonders. There are many powerful people who have created other cultivation systems. Some warriors were not strong themselves, but they have been studying other cultivation systems. For example, these two guys in front of you cultivated other cultivation systems. The warriors who created these two cultivation systems are not strong. They did not even leave their names in the universe. This, Fangshan couldn't understand. In fact, it is very difficult to create a unique cultivation system. Many people could not succeed in their entire lives. These two revered ones of the world died after creating their own cultivation systems. They only left behind their legacies, which were obtained by these two by chance. Fangshan's heart was in turmoil. He had thought that he already had a good understanding of the lower realms. Now it seemed that the waters of the lower realm were too deep. However, their cultivation systems are not as strong as yours. The big white dog continued. The bone progenitor is recognized as the strongest human in this universe era. He is the totem of the human race. The space-time cultivation system he created is even more mysterious. No one can compare to him. Speaking of which, you're really lucky to be able to obtain the inheritance of the bone progenitor. Fangshan listened to the white dog quietly. After hearing about the bone progenitor's space-time cultivation system, the two sitting cross-legged were shocked. They stared at Fangshan with their dark eyes. What kind of existence is your master? Fangshan could not help but ask. The white dog shook its head and said, my master's Taoist name is Longming. He has been around since the birth of the universe. The reason why he is not famous in the universe is because he is focused on studying cultivation systems. Back then, the bone ancestor also came to pay his respects to my master. After receiving my master's guidance, he comprehended the space-time cultivation system. Because my master's mind was not on the path of martial arts, he was not strong. The white dog said, my master left his insights here. Only warriors of other cultivation systems are qualified to obtain them. They have been here for 100 years, but they have been unable to open the palace door. What you need to do is to open the palace door. The white dog pointed at the cultivation palace in front of them. Fangshan was a little excited. The inheritance left behind by the white dog's master must be extraordinary. He spent his entire life studying other cultivation systems. Kid, work hard, the white dog said. Then he looked at the little mouse. I'll take you to a good place. Not allowing the little mouse to refuse, The white dog grabbed the little mouse with its big paw and took him away. Fang Chun and the others were left looking at each other. The big white dog only introduced its master and the cultivation palace to him. However, the white dog did not say what was in the cultivation palace. This made Fang Chun speechless, but there was nothing he could do. It could be said that he was lucky to be able to come here. Little brother, your luck is really good. You actually obtained the bone progenitor's space-time cultivation system. The linen-clothed man said with a smile. Yeah, I didn't expect to have another member in our team. The three of us have to work hard together in the future. The other person said. Fang Chun knew what he meant by work hard. Gathering his thoughts, Fang Chun turned to the two of them and asked, Brothers, is the door to the cultivation palace very difficult to open? Why don't you try and find out? The linen-clothed man looked at Fang Chun with interest. Fang Chun came to the door of the cultivation palace and gathered all his strength in his palms. Then he exerted force and placed it on the door of the cultivation palace. Boom! An incredible force came from the door of the cultivation palace and drilled into Fang Chun's body, causing Fang Chun to vomit blood. Fang Chun was shocked and wanted to retreat. However, he found that his palms were stuck to the door of the cultivation palace, and he could not pull them out. What's going on? An unimaginable power drilled into his body, destroying his internal organs. The space-time cultivation system started operating on its own. Immediately, Fang Chun fell into a state of shock. Fang Chun's face was full of shock. When the space-time cultivation system started operating, it easily absorbed the force that was destroying his body. Moreover, Fang Chun could clearly feel that the space-time aura was pouring into the cultivation palace. What's going on? Dong! His mind felt as if it was struck by lightning. An obscure voice was transmitted into Fang Chun's mind. Then, Fang Chun felt a wave of tiredness coming from his body. Then, he closed his eyes and fell into a coma. The two martial artists were talking and laughing. Do you think this kid can enter the dream realm to cultivate? I think it will be difficult. When you and I first came here, we were directly blown away by the door of the cultivation palace. The linen-clothed man was not optimistic about Fang Chun. However, just as he finished speaking, a tremor came from the cultivation palace. Then, the two of them looked at the unconscious Fang Chun in shock. How is this difficult? The linen-clothed man cried out. The other man was relatively calm. He was able to obtain the space-time cultivation system of the bone progenitor. His potential is already heaven-defying. This is nothing. On the shore of the magma, the enchanting woman and the others have been looking for the mechanism to open the bronze door. However, no matter how hard they searched, it was in vain. Junior Sister Shui, we can't find the mechanism at all. Yeah, I think this bronze door can only be opened with absolute strength. Why don't we inform our senior sisters? In the end, after a discussion, they finally decided to inform their senior sisters. Terrasaur Forbidden Land, somewhere under the ground, it was dark. Suddenly, a black-clothed woman appeared. She picked up the communication jade pendant. After hearing the words that came from it, her expression changed greatly. Then, she suddenly slapped out with her fair hand. Instantly, the sound of a bell rang in the pitch-black underground. The sound of the bell, what's going on? Who summoned us? The sound of the bell would not ring easily unless there was an emergency. After a while, everyone came in front of the black-clothed woman. Senior Sister Ding, what happened? Senior Sister Ding, did the foreign race and the sea demon race discover our stronghold? Why are you afraid of them? If they dare to come, just kill them. Several women said aloud. The black-clothed woman looked around and said in a deep voice, Junior Sister Shui and the others entered the passage. Boom! Exclamations came from the crowd. They were hiding here to explore the passage and obtain the treasures inside. Chapter 1566. Under the guidance of the black-robed woman, many of her fellow disciples quickly arrived in front of the passage. At this moment, the three passages had already changed their appearance, and no dangerous aura emerged. Because she had already learned of the situation from Junior Sister Shui, the black-robed woman didn't hesitate and directly entered the middle passage. A moment later, many of her fellow disciples gathered together. Junior Sister Shui, what's the situation? The black-robed woman called Senior Sister Ding walked around the magma and arrived in front of the enchanting woman, asking in a low voice. Seeing the arrival of her fellow disciples, the enchanting woman pointed at the bronze gate and said, "We came here and found this bronze gate. However, no matter how hard we tried, we couldn't open it." Bronze gate. Senior Sister Ding's gaze looked at the bronze gate, and a trace of pleasant surprise appeared in her eyes. Soon after, she personally walked in front of the bronze gate. She gathered all her strength and attacked the bronze gate. Dong! Countless complicated patterns appeared on the bronze gate. These patterns instantly formed a whirlpool, and a tyrannical devouring power appeared from the whirlpool, directly devouring Senior Sister Ding's strength. Bang! At the same time, Senior Sister Ding's body was sent flying. Senior Sister Ding. The enchanting woman saw this and asked worriedly, "I'm fine." Senior Sister Ding's face was gloomy as she stared at the bronze gate. There must be a supreme treasure behind the bronze gate. With our strength, it's impossible to open it. Senior Sister Ding said, "Then what do we do?" Seeing the supreme treasure in front of them, but unable to obtain it, everyone was incomparably anxious. For the supreme treasure behind the passage, they had prepared for many years and were unwilling to give up. Hearing everyone's question, Senior Sister Ding's eyes flickered and a light flashed in her mind. Although we can't open it, we can let the sea demons and other races outside help us consume the power of the bronze gate. Hearing this, everyone was tempted. Soon after, Senior Sister Ding issued an order. Those who have cultivated the Gu arts to large success, go out and control the sea demons and other races. The reason why they didn't go out before was because the sea demons and other races had experts that made them apprehensive. The second reason was because they didn't want to cause more trouble. But now it was different. The gate master was in seclusion, and they could only use this method to open the bronze gate. Moreover, those who had cultivated the Gu arts to large success had a high success rate. It would be best if we could control some life and death realm monarchs, Senior Sister Ding said. After a while, all the women who cultivated Gu left. This was their mission, to use as many Gu arts as possible to control life and death realm monarchs. Right at this moment, the beautiful woman glanced at Senior Sister Ding and said, "Senior Sister Ding, let me go as well." Senior Sister Ding thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. Senior Sister Ding and the others had their eyes fixed on the bronze gate. Little did they know that the real treasure was in the cultivation palace beneath the magma. The master of the cultivation palace was known as Longming. Although he was not as strong as the bone progenitor, he was not as strong as the bone progenitor. In the universe, no one knew. However, the success of the research was still quite terrifying. If the outside world knew that the bone progenitor had also been guided by Longming to comprehend the space-time cultivation system, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. At this moment, at the bottom of the magma, in front of the cultivation palace, Fang Chun placed his hands on the door of the cultivation palace. Strands of power flowed out from the cultivation palace and fused into Fang Chen's body. Fang Chen closed his eyes and fell into a coma. He seemed to be unconscious, but he was actually cultivating in his dream. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Fang Chun was still cultivating, which made the two men envious. This kid is really lucky. He hasn't woken up after a month. The linen-clothed man said, "Yeah, back then, the two of us fought with our lives on the line, but we only cultivated in the dream for more than 20 days. The other cultivator said. In the end, the two looked at each other and smiled. They shook their heads and sighed. In the dream, Fang Chun saw an unparalleled expert. This unparalleled expert stood in the void. His black clothes fluttered in the wind, and his aura shook the heavens. His gaze was deep as he stared at the battle beneath his feet. Below him, there was a huge battlefield. There were countless life and death realm monarchs fighting on the battlefield. Fang Chun recognized the battle between the alien race and the human race. The battle was very tragic. From time to time, life and death realm monarchs would die. Suddenly, the black-clothed cultivator revealed his withered palm. Seeing this scene, Fang Chun exclaimed in his heart. He already knew who this person was. He stood at the peak of the human race and created the space-time cultivation system, the bone progenitor. Bone progenitor, Fang Chun shouted. The bone progenitor's withered palm slowly raised, and the space-time aura gathered. Then, the bone progenitor clenched his fist and loosened it. Suddenly, a terrifying space-time aura enveloped the entire battlefield. Rumble. A deafening sound resounded in the sky. The bone progenitor made his move. He used a thunderous method to forcefully end the battle. Wherever the terrifying space-time aura passed, the alien race either died or suffered heavy injuries. The human race cultivators fought back. Soon, the battle ended. From beginning to end, Fang Chun stared at the bone progenitor's figure. At this moment, his heart was in turmoil. Although the bone progenitor's figure did not move, Fang Chun knew that the bone progenitor had just moved. This is the true space-time cultivation system. Fang Chun could not help but exclaim. In that instant, the bone progenitor's figure moved at least 10,000 times. Every time it moved, it caused a large number of alien race cultivators to die. If not for the fact that Fang Chun was also a space-time cultivator, he would not have been able to see the bone progenitor's movements. Fang Chun's heart trembled. After coming into close contact with the bone progenitor, he saw how the space-time cultivation system operated. His mind was filled with the scene just now. Unknowingly, his understanding of the space-time book deepened. The battle ended. The human race cultivators were all shouting the bone progenitor's name. The bone progenitor nodded slightly. Its gaze pierced through space-time and looked at a certain place. Fang Chun was shocked to find that the bone progenitor's gaze seemed to be looking directly at him. Space-time. The bone progenitor softly uttered two words, which immediately echoed in Fang Chun's mind. The next moment, the scene disappeared. Fang Chun's eyes were filled with darkness. The two words uttered by the bone progenitor echoed in his mind. These two words contained some of the bone progenitor's understanding of the space-time cultivation system. It shook his soul. Fang Chun fell into an epiphany. The true meaning of space-time spread out. The space-time book's incantation was circulating in his body. Open. After an hour, Fang Chun shouted in his mind. Suddenly, the space-time book broke through the second level and reached the third level. Fang Chun was overjoyed. Immediately, he waved his hand. The true meaning of space-time around him finally broke through the bottleneck and reached the ninth stage. Whoosh! In an instant, Fang Chun opened his eyes and shot out two substantial rays of space-time light. Dong! The space-time light hit the door of the cultivation palace. A series of ear-piercing sounds erupted and finally dissipated. However, because of this, the door of the cultivation palace was slightly dented. The two martial artists in the distance stood up. Their faces were filled with shock. The door of the cultivation palace is dented. How is this possible? His strength is so strong. The two martial artists looked at the door of the cultivation palace in disbelief. After countless confirmations, they finally believed the truth in front of them. The two of them took a deep breath. A hint of joy appeared in the depths of their eyes. Perhaps their chance had come. Perhaps the appearance of this person could really open the cultivation palace. The shock in Fang Chun's heart could not be calmed down for a long time. The bone progenitor's cultivation system is too powerful. Fang Chun could not help but exclaim. Just by looking at the bone progenitor's space-time cultivation system, he could comprehend it. The space-time book had reached the third level. The true meaning of space-time had also reached the ninth stage. This feeling is really good. The true meaning of space-time surrounded him. Fang Chun felt that he could merge with space-time at any time. Brother, you are too strong. Yes, brother. You actually dented the door of the cultivation palace. Lu Xiong, am impressed. The linen-clothed man, Lu Xiong, said. Hearing this, Fang Chun remembered that there were two people here. He smiled at the two of them. It was just luck, Fang Chun said humbly. Chapter 1567. The first time Fang Chun came here, he entered the dream realm to cultivate. Moreover, it took him more than a month, which made the two of them blush with shame. Now, when they saw the small dent on the door of the cultivation palace, they were even more shocked. At this moment, they finally let go of their pride and took the initiative to befriend Fong Chun. When Fong Chun was brought here by the big white dog, although the two of them were surprised, they were only surprised by the bone progenitor inheritance. As for Fong Chun himself, they did not think highly of him. The space-time cultivation system was very difficult to cultivate, and Fong Chun had only cultivated for a short time, so it was impossible for him to completely control the space-time cultivation system. But now, they had completely changed their view of Fong Chun. The linen-clothed man, Lu Xiong, had not smiled for a long time. When he saw Fong Chun, he was full of smiles. They had been here for a long time, but they were unable to open the cultivation palace. But now they saw hope. Brother, don't be humble. In terms of potential, you are stronger than both of us. Lu Xiong said, it is fate that the three of us are able to meet again. Moreover, the three of us have our own cultivation system, so we can be considered as fellow cultivators. My name is Lu Xiong. What's your name? Fong Chun. Brother Fong Chun, from today onwards, you are the brother of Lu Xiong. Although I am not very strong, if you are in trouble, I will help you without hesitation. Lu Xiong said generously. The other cultivator beside him also said, Brother Fong Chun, I am Saber 3. The three of them got along well. The two of them were able to obtain other cultivation systems, so they were naturally dragons and phoenixes among men. Fong Chun definitely wouldn't resist befriending such a person. After chatting for a while, the linen-clothed man, Lu Xiong, said, in the future, the three of us will have to help each other. Only when we are familiar with each other can we unleash our full strength. Let me introduce myself first. The cultivation system I have is called the bloodline cultivation system. The bloodline cultivation system is to absorb as many powerful bloodlines as possible to improve one's own bloodline to reach the strongest state, Lu Xiong said. It was clear that Lu Xiong did not hide anything from Fong Chun. He even told him the details of the bloodline cultivation system. Actually, this was not a big deal. Different cultivation systems meant that there would be no competition for resources. I see. Fong Chen's heart skipped a beat. This bloodline cultivation system was also very domineering. I wonder if this bloodline cultivation system only absorbs the power of human bloodlines. Or can it absorb the power of demon beasts? Asked Fong Chen. I can absorb all of them. As long as it's a super powerful bloodline, it'll help me greatly. According to my master's last words, the bloodline cultivation system has yet to be truly perfected. However, he believed that the most perfect bloodline cultivation system, when cultivated to the extreme, would possess a bloodline that would shock the heavens. Lu Xiong said proudly. In terms of bloodline power, he was the strongest among the three. Amazing! Fong Chen couldn't help but exclaim. Every cultivation system was a kind of innovation and also a kind of challenge. My cultivation system is called the Golden Shield Cultivation System. The ultimate goal is to increase the strength of the physical body to the strongest state. Sword 3 said, the most obvious characteristic of my cultivation system is that I can endlessly take over powerful bodies and use them for myself. My master said that when cultivated to the extreme of our cultivation system, the trembling of the physical body can shatter the heavens. Fong Chen nodded slightly. It seemed that Sword 3's cultivation system was similar to Lu Xiong's. One was to devour the strongest bloodline, the other was to take over the strongest body. In short, they were both to increase one's strength. After listening to the two's introduction, Fong Chun was filled with emotions. So far, he only knew of these three cultivation systems in the lower realm. He didn't know if there were other cultivation systems hidden in the dark, but these were no longer within his scope of thinking. Fong Chun also gave a simple introduction of the space-time cultivation system. When he said that when cultivated to the extreme of this system, one could merge with space-time, the two's expressions changed drastically. Immediately, the two gave Fong Chun a thumbs up. The bone progenitor's cultivation system is really domineering. If it completely merges with space-time, who would be able to discover it? It's definitely a good way to save one's life, Sword 3 said. Yes, not only can it save one's life, but it'll also be unexpected when it comes to assassination, Lu Xiong said. After having a preliminary understanding of the space-time cultivation system, the two were even more optimistic about Fang Chun. Brother Fang Chun, the three of us will need to work together to open the cultivation palace, Lu Xiong said with a smile. Let's work together. In front of the cultivation palace, it was joyous and harmonious. However, the pterosaur forbidden land above was not peaceful at all. At the end of the day, the root of all the turmoil was the rootless grass. News of the rootless grass spread throughout the pterosaur forbidden land. The pterosaur forbidden land's environment was already very harsh. After the sea demon tribe and the life and death emperors of the other tribes were defeated, they fled here without a leader. They urgently needed cultivation resources to increase their cultivation base. In order to survive in such a harsh environment, everyone went crazy. In the outside world, the rootless grass was one of the top resources. And now, it had actually appeared in the pterosaur forbidden land. How could the pterosaur forbidden land not go crazy? The appearance of the rootless grass caused an intense war to break out in the 5 regions of the pterosaur forbidden land. The first to bear the brunt was the 7 Tigers forbidden land. The 7 strongest people in the 7 Tigers forbidden land each commanded many different tribes. Fang Chun had unintentionally obtained the rootless grass, causing the Black Qilin King and Duo King to turn against each other. In the battle that day, Duo King was slightly inferior and eventually escaped. Half a month later, Duo King made a comeback. This time, Duo King roped in 3 of the 7 Tigers forbidden land. The 4 experts joined hands to besiege the Black Qilin King. The battle shook the heavens and the earth, and in the end, the Black Qilin King died miserably. The Black Qilin King's death angered the strongest expert in the 7 Tigers forbidden land, Jinbo King. Jinbo King led the other 2 tigers and engaged in an intense battle with Duo King and the other 2. The entire 7 Tigers forbidden land descended into chaos. In a short month, 4 of the 7 Tigers forbidden land's 7 Tigers forbidden land were injured or killed. The 4 experts, including Duo King, had all fallen. In the end, only Jinbo King's group of 3 stood at the highest point of the 7 Tigers forbidden land. Jinbo King used this opportunity to unify the entire 7 Tigers forbidden land with his absolute strength, becoming the true commander of the 7 Tigers forbidden land. Duo King's group had no choice but to submit to Jinbo King's might. After unifying the 7 Tigers forbidden land, Jinbo King began to inquire about the rootless grass whereabouts. In the end, he learned that the rootless grass had most likely appeared in the 3 gods' forbidden land. Jinbo King began to march into the 3 gods' forbidden land. At the same time, the demonesses hidden in the dark were also waiting for an opportunity to act. On this day, the enchanting junior sister Shui infiltrated the 7 Tigers' forbidden land. She had heard that the 7 Tigers' forbidden land had just experienced a great battle and should have an opportunity. After arriving at the 7 Tigers' forbidden land, the enchanting woman had been hiding in the dark, searching for her target. Finally, after hiding for 7 days, she found her target. He was clad in armor and had 2 horns on his head. This person was the Flood Dragon clan's 10,000 Flood Dragon King. 10,000 Flood Dragon King was a mid-level life and death expert. The slightest carelessness could lead to death. However, the enchanting woman had her reasons for choosing the 10,000 Flood Dragon King as her target. Through her observation and investigation, she discovered that the 10,000 Flood Dragon King was a sex fiend. He often bullied women of other races. As long as they were good-looking, the 10,000 Flood Dragon King would bring them back to his mansion to enjoy. The enchanting woman's clothes were revealing and extremely sexy. She quickly walked on a winding path. Huff, huff. Soon, she saw the 10,000 Flood Dragon King. Puff. She ran in front of the 10,000 Flood Dragon King and kneeled on the ground. Lord 10,000 Flood Dragon King, please save me. She pretended that someone was chasing her and begged the 10,000 Flood Dragon King for mercy. And, originally, the 10,000 Flood Dragon King didn't want to pay attention to her. However, after seeing the enchanting woman's face, his eyes became dazzled. "It's so beautiful," the 10,000 Flood Dragon King said in a low voice. Soon after, he helped the enchanting woman up and said, "Don't worry, with this king here, no one will dare to touch you. Many thanks for the 10,000 Flood Dragon King's help. From now on, I'm yours." The enchanting woman's every move would enchant the 10,000 Flood Dragon King. "Beauty, I can't wait any longer. Follow me back to my mansion. I'll properly protect you." After speaking, the 10,000 Flood Dragon King's figure flickered and brought the enchanting woman back to his mansion. Chapter 1568. 10,000 Flood Dragon King's Mansion. 10,000 Flood Dragon King's face was gloomy, and flames of fury were burning in his heart. His sharp eyes stared at the enchanting woman before him. Thinking back to how he had made love with her, 10,000 Flood Dragon King felt regret. He was the leader of the Flood Dragon race, and his cultivation base had reached the 5th level of life and death realm. He had grasped 2 kinds of laws, and his future was limitless. No matter how bad he was, he could still peacefully enjoy life in Seven Tiger Land. However, because he had let his desires get to his head, he was now under someone else's control. "I know you're not convinced. In order to deal with you, I've put in a lot of effort." The enchanting woman's face was somewhat red. In order to deal with the 10,000 Flood Dragon King, she had fused her essence blood into the poison. This kind of poison itself was a threat to life and death emperors. Adding on her essence blood, the poison was too fierce. 10,000 Flood Dragon King couldn't resist the poison's invasion. In a short moment, the poison had already spread to his 4 limbs. As long as he used a bit of strength, his body would go limp, and he would have no fighting power left. "Who are you?" 10,000 Flood Dragon King asked gravely. "Who I am isn't important. What's important is that from now on, you have to listen to me. Otherwise, you'll be poisoned to death." The enchanting woman was somewhat weak. 10,000 Flood Dragon King's body was too strong. In order to not reveal her plan, she did her best to cooperate with 10,000 Flood Dragon King, and almost collapsed from exhaustion. Fortunately, she succeeded at the last moment. Otherwise, she would have been tortured to death. "You, 10,000 Flood Dragon King was furious. You want me to listen to you? That's impossible. What if you want me to kill the descendants of the Flood Dragon race?" 10,000 Flood Dragon King asked. The enchanting woman looked at him and said with a beaming smile, "Don't worry, I won't let you do that." After controlling 10,000 Flood Dragon King, her next target was one of the 3 remaining tigers in Seven Tiger Land, Fire Cat King. Of the 3 remaining tigers, the strongest was Gene Bow King, followed by 10,000 Flood Dragon King, and the weakest was Fire Cat King. With 10,000 Flood Dragon King's cooperation, the enchanting woman successfully controlled him, following which she started controlling the life and death experts in Seven Tigers Land. In comparison, the enchanting woman's luck. He easily took control of the 2 kings of the alien races. Many of her senior martial sisters have been discovered by the outsiders during their missions, and some of them had even been killed. Time passed. Pterosaur danger spot. Undercurrents were surging. Not long after the rootless grass appeared, it disappeared again. The 3 gods of the 3 gods' land were wantonly searching for the rootless grass, but to no avail. In front of the magma in the passageway, Senior Sister Ding and the others were still thinking of a way to break open the bronze door. Below the magma, in a certain scorching place, it was surrounded by magma, and the big white dog greedily sucked in the hot magma. The little mouse was at the side. It used its innate ability, Devour, to compete with the big white dog for the hot lava. Hoo-hoo-hoo, in the blink of an eye, the purple-tinged magma was completely snatched up. The little mouse patted its stomach as if it had not had enough. "You are the guardian of this place. Do you know how much lava you have absorbed? Why are you fighting with me?" The little mouse was speechless. The large white dog at the side opened its mouth and drooled. "You should be content. This is purple lava. It's more than 100 times stronger than ordinary lava. To me, it's considered precious. Purple lava was a unique type of lava. Purple lava would form in the magma river every 10 years or so. Purple lava was extremely important to living beings. After absorbing it, they could speed up their evolution. Every time the purple lava appeared, the big white dog would finish absorbing it. This time, the purple lava just happened to appear, and the big white dog brought the little mouse here. It was strange. After only a few days, the big white dog and the little mouse became close. The relationship between the two became better and better. Big white dog, is there anything good in this magma river? Hurry up and take me there. The devouring ability of the god-devouring rats was too terrifying. There were too few things in the universe that they could not devour. After absorbing the purple lava, the little mouse clearly felt that its strength had increased by a lot. Nothing else is as powerful as the purple lava, the big white dog said. Just as it finished speaking, it suddenly thought of something. Right, a few hundred years ago, I saw a vein of, or at the bottom of the magma river. I don't know if it's still there. Vein of ore. The little mouse was overjoyed when it heard this. To be able to survive in such a hot magma river, this vein of ore must be extraordinary. Perhaps there was a primordial ancestral stone. Under the urging of the little mouse, the big white dog shuttled through the magma river. In front of the cultivation palace, Fang Chun and the other two joined forces for the first time, preparing to attack the gate of the cultivation palace. Brother Fang Chun, I didn't expect you to be so good at formations. The person who spoke was the linen-clothed man, Lu Xiong. His praise for Fang Chun could no longer be described with words. Lu Xiong originally wanted to blast open the gate of the cultivation palace with his strength, but was stopped by Fang Chun. He told his idea to Lu Xiong and Sword 3, and both of them approved of it. During this time, the three of them had been familiarizing themselves with formations. The Chaos Primordial Killing Formation had long been fundamentally changed by Fang Chun. Now, the Origin Killing Formation had been branded with Fang Chun's mark. Its attack power was extremely strong, reaching the peak of the 8th level. It was not far from the 9th level. Fang Chun taught the Origin Killing Formation to the two of them. Both of them were martial artists of other cultivation systems and had great potential. It did not take long for them to learn it. According to Fang Chun's request, the two of them stood in different positions. Brother Fang Chun, can we begin? Sword 3 could not wait. The three of them had already practiced. Using the Origin Killing Formation, their attack power could be increased by a lot. Listen to my command. Attack the gate of the cultivation palace, Fang Chun said. The two of them nodded and looked forward. Buzz! A blinding light shot out from Fang Chun's palm. Instantly, the entire Origin Killing Formation was activated. A terrifying killing power roared. In a short moment, the killing power in the Origin Killing Formation had accumulated to the peak. At this time, Fang Chun's body landed at the control center of the Origin Killing Formation. Attack! Following Fang Chun's command, Lu Xiong and Sword 3 each performed a powerful attack. Lu Xiong's bloodline power erupted completely and merged directly into the Origin Killing Formation. As for Sword 3, he turned his body into a sharp knife and shot towards the gate of the cultivation palace. Whoosh! After the three of them were strengthened by the Origin Killing Formation, their power increased by several times. Under the guidance of Fang Chun, the terrifying power blasted towards the gate of the cultivation palace. Dong! The entire ground shook. The Origin Killing Formation used all its power and merged all its power into the gate of the cultivation palace. Crack! With too much force, the Origin Killing Formation shattered. At the same time, the gate of the cultivation palace shook. It shook. Ha ha! Lu Xiong laughed loudly. Sword 3, who was beside him, quickly transformed into his human form and retreated in front of Lu Xiong. Rumble. The gate of the cultivation palace shook for a few seconds. Although it did not open, this improvement was enough to make Lu Xiong and Sword 3 excited. The two of them looked at Fang Chun excitedly. Brother Fang Chun, your method is feasible. I feel that we will be able to enter the cultivation palace in no time. Lu Xiong smiled. Yes. Before Brother Fong Chun came, the two of us were just fooling around. Now that we have found a way, we will continue to work hard according to this method. Sword 3 said, if Brother Fong Chun can break through to the level of a 9-star formation master, the origin killing formation will be even more powerful. Fong Chun smiled bitterly. A 9-star formation master could already dominate the lower realm. Until now, Fong Chun had never heard of a 9-star formation master. There was an insurmountable gap between 8-star and 9-star. Once a 9-star formation master became a 9-star formation master, his deterrence would be comparable to the 5 great leaders of a human race. It's too difficult. Fong Chun knew best that there was a fundamental change from 8-star to 9-star. It was like being reborn. How could it be so easy? Lu Xiong and Sword 3 chuckled and said, Brother Fong Chun, as long as you work hard, there is nothing you can't do. Yes, let's work hard together. After this experiment, Fong Chun also saw a glimmer of hope. His intuition told him that the cultivation palace might be able to affect his future life. It was very important. Chapter 1569. The Tao of Array Formations was extremely vast. Although he had already become an 8-star array formation master, he was only a beginner. It was extremely difficult for him to become a 9-star array formation master. Fong Chun also knew this, so he did not force it. After 3 months at the bottom of the magma, Fong Chun's cultivation level reached the 9th level of the creation realm. In his sea of qi, the 9-pointed star radiance emitted a terrifying light. I have broken through. He opened his eyes, and a smile appeared on his face. However, he knew that this was far from enough to open the cultivation palace. After thinking for a while, he continued to cultivate. In the outside world, the human race's exploration had never stopped, especially after the destruction of the sea demon race and the foreign race. The entire lower world was under the control of the human race. After the bone progenitor, another human race elite had unified the lower world. Under the command of the human race's holy leader, the human race began to explore the unknown sea. For generations, the void ocean had always been occupied by the sea demons. More than 90% of the lower world was the void ocean. In fact, the human race's territory was very small, but it had many resources. There were no obstacles in exploring the void ocean. The human race's exploration was also progressing rapidly. On this day, the human race's ancient martial art practitioners made a shocking discovery. In the deepest part of the void ocean, they discovered an eye that was emitting a blood-red light. This eye was extremely huge and lay quietly in the depths of the void ocean. Any ancient martial art practitioner who approached it would be instantly enveloped by the blood-red light and turned into ashes. This shocking discovery was immediately reported to the human race's sacred land. When the human race's holy leader heard the news, he immediately rushed over. Everyone, evacuate from the void ocean. The human race's holy leader ordered. Holy leader, what exactly is that blood-red eye? The first elder asked. Could it be left behind by an ancient elite? The second elder asked. The human race's holy leader shook his head and did not speak. After a while, all the ancient martial art practitioners evacuated from the void ocean. The first elder and second elder wanted to stay behind to accompany the human race's holy leader, but the latter refused. Buzz! At the bottom of the void ocean, the huge blood-red eye lay there strangely. The human race's holy leader walked step by step toward the blood-red eye. Strangely, when the blood-red aura emitted from the eye enveloped him, he was not harmed. The blood-red glow sensed a familiar aura from the human race's holy master. At this moment, the right eye of the human holy lord separated from his body. Then, the blood-red eye separated from his eyes. Is this your other eye? Asked the human race's holy master. There was a strange fluctuation around the blood-red eye, as if it was trying to awaken the other one. That's right. He's the other eye that I lost back then, Blood Eye said. Don't worry. I'll keep my promise to you. As long as you help me obtain the blood-red eye, I will leave the lower realm and head to the God realm. Back then, Crimson Eye had made an agreement with the human race's sacred leader. As for what the agreement was, no one knew. The Saint Lord of the human clan thought for a while and nodded. "All right, what do you need me to do?" asked the human race holy leader. "My eyes are in a deep sleep. If you want to wake him up, you need the blood of human warriors." Blood Eye said, "Find some life and death realm monarchs." "Impossible." Hearing this, the human race's Saint Lord directly rejected. Life and death realm monarchs were very rare, and they were the mainstay of the human race. If one of them died, it would be a huge loss to the human race. The human race's Saint Lord would never agree to Blood Eye's request. "Don't you want to break through the universe's restrictions?" Blood Eye sneered. The human race's Saint Lord's expression changed. Thinking of what Blood Eye had said, he said in a low voice, "How many people do you need?" "Not many, 9 will do." Blood Eye was very happy that the human race's Saint Lord agreed. "It would be best if you could find warriors with stronger bloodlines. 3 days later, I'll bring 9 life and death realm monarchs." The human race's Saint Lord said with a gloomy face. Human race's sacred land, sacred palace. The human race's Saint Lord sat on the throne with 9 life and death realm monarchs below him. Most of them were at the first level of life and death realm. Some of them had even just broken through to the life and death realm. Suddenly being summoned by the human race's Saint Lord made them feel a little depressed. However, they were very happy. "I wonder why the human race's Saint Lord summoned us. Could it be that the human race's Saint Lord wants to nurture us? I heard that any warrior summoned by the human race's Saint Lord will have a limitless future." That's right. That green bamboo island master Sanguinati was summoned by the human race's Saint Lord when he was in the star scripture. In just a few years, he's grown to such a level. The human race's Saint Lord waved his hand, and the sacred palace's doors closed. Then he stood up. "Everyone, you're the hope of the human race, and also the pillars of the human race. Are you willing to serve the human race?" The human race's Saint Lord asked. Human race's Saint Lord, we're humans. Even if we die in battle, we'll serve the human race. That's right. As long as the human race needs it, our lives can be taken at any time. Human race's Saint Lord, if you need anything, just say the word. The 9 life and death realm monarchs had the same attitude. For the human race, they were willing to give up everything. "If you say so, then I'm relieved." A strange smile appeared on the human race's Saint Lord's face. Hearing this, the 9 people below thought that the human race's Saint Lord had given them an important mission. However, in their happy wait, what came was a nightmare. Rumble. Suddenly, a terrifying aura appeared around the human race's Saint Lord. The 9 people below were instantly locked in place, unable to move. Human race's Saint Lord. The 9 people were shocked. They didn't know what the human race's Saint Lord was doing. Wong. The human race's Saint Lord stretched out his hand and grabbed the 9 people. Human race's Saint Lord, what are you doing? At this moment, the 9 people were somewhat panicked. Why was the human race's Saint Lord attacking them? Human race's Saint Lord, we didn't betray the human race. Human race's Saint Lord, we're wholeheartedly loyal to the human race. Why are you attacking us? However, their shouts didn't receive any response from the human race's Saint Lord. The human race's Saint Lord was expressionless. After subduing the 9 people, the human race's Saint Lord placed them in his cave residence and disappeared from the palace. In the depths of the void ocean, the human race's Saint Lord arrived with 9 life and death realm monarchs. "How is it?" Blood Eye asked. The human race's Saint Lord waved his hand, and the 9 people instantly appeared. "What is this place?" The 9 people exclaimed inwardly as they looked around. "Not bad. These 9 people's bloodline power is very strong." Blood Eye sinisterly smiled. Hearing this, the 9 people completely understood. Human race's Saint Lord, why? One of them hysterically yelled. He had wholeheartedly served the human race, but in the end, this was his fate. He couldn't accept it. Everything is for the human race. The human race's Saint Lord sighed and turned his head, no longer looking at the 9 people screaming. Blood Eye snickered and spat out a blood-red light that enveloped the 9 people. The 9 people couldn't resist at all and allowed their essence blood to be sucked dry. I can't accept this. Before the 9 people died, they let out a roar of unwillingness. At the same time, the 9 clones that were hidden all over the place mysteriously died. After obtaining the essence blood of the 9 people, I started to summon another eye. The human race's Saint Lord had been watching the entire process. After about 3 days and 3 nights, the 9 people's essence blood was completely used up. The eye that had fallen into a deep sleep finally woke up. "Come back, my eye." Blood Eye called out softly. Under its control, the eye fused with it. Buzz! A terrifying aura spread out. At this moment, the entire void ocean was filled with blood water. This change alarmed the entire lower domain. The 4 giants were all shocked. What happened? The 4 giants gathered in the sky above the void ocean and looked down at the blood water below. The human race's martial artists discovered a blood-red eye when they were exploring the unknown ocean. Could it be related to this? No ordinary person can turn the entire void ocean into this. The 4 great authorities expressed their opinions. Blood water rose into the sky from the void ocean, giving off an extremely shocking feeling. At this moment, the human race's Saint Lord's face turned pale with fright. "CCC Pavilion C, what are you doing?" The human race's Saint Lord roared. Blood Eye laughed sinisterly and ignored the human race's Saint Lord. Seeing the spinning Blood Eye, the human race's Saint Lord immediately made a decision and attacked. "Stop it!" However, the human race's Saint Lord's full force attack couldn't stop the Blood Eye from spinning. Chapter 1570. The Crimson Eye absorbed the other eye, and its aura became even more powerful. Its high-speed rotation directly affected the entire void ocean. More than 90% of the lower realm was the void ocean. Only a small part of it was the human domain, which was the land domain. Now, the entire void ocean was dyed red with blood. Waves of blood rolled, and a terrifying bloody aura spread out and enveloped the entire lower realm. At the same time, all the warriors stopped what they were doing and looked up at the sky with wide eyes. They felt their hearts palpitating, the palpitations in the depths of their souls. What's going on? Why do I feel my heart palpitating and the spirit chi in the air is becoming thinner? Oh my God, is there an eternal realm elite? Many martial artists cried out in surprise. The sudden change made their hearts tremble. Many of the elites on a universe's combat power list also appeared. They came to the void and stood behind the 4 giants. Their eyes flashed as they stared at the rolling blood sea in the west. On a secluded mountain peak, the 2 old men, black-white holy masters, sat cross-legged on a blue stone and played chess. Apart from cultivating, the 2 old men trained their disciple. Over the years, the disciple had improved rapidly. "Old Black, I don't know what's going on with our good disciple," Old White said as he played chess. "I think she'll have a breakthrough after this round of training," Blackie said. They were very confident in their disciple. She had high potential and a special constitution, which was most suitable for the inheritance of black-white holy masters. Buzz! Just as the 2 old men were playing chess, a palpitating aura suddenly came from the void. "What's going on?" Black-white holy masters put down their chess pieces and stood up. With a tap of their toes, their bodies floated in the sky. When they looked down into the distance, they saw a roiling sea of blood. "Who's extracting the universe's origin energy?" Old Black said in a low voice. "It seems that there's a problem in the void ocean. Let's go and take a look." Old White's face was gloomy. Then, black-white holy masters disappeared. At the same time, in a remote place, Silver Moon Island. The residents of Silver Moon Island were aloof from worldly affairs and had always lived on the island. Moreover, since the saint disappeared, the strength of the warriors on Silver Moon Island had obviously improved greatly. As usual, the residents were working hard on cultivating. Suddenly, a palpitating aura came from the sky. The residents of Silver Moon Island looked up at the sky, their faces filled with horror. At this moment, the saint disappeared. She slowly walked over. Her pitch-black eyes pierced through the clouds and looked at the distant horizon. After a long time, she said, "Stop cultivating for now." After that, she dismissed the residents and muttered in her heart that the world was about to change. What happened in the void ocean shook the entire lower realm. "Damn it! Who is it that's extracting the universe's origin energy?" shouted Emperor Blackblade. Once the origin power was intercepted, the universe would also face the phenomenon of collapse. Hearing Monarch Blackblade's words, the other three magnates looked at each other. Helplessness appeared in their eyes. "At least, we can't do it," the Luo clan leader said. His meaning was clear. Perhaps only an eternal realm human holy master would be able to do this. "Is it the Saint Lord?" The spiritual clan leader did not believe it. "Let's go in and take a look." The four leaders decided to go into the void ocean to see what was going on. Splash. The blood sea in the void ocean roiled. The spirit chi in the universe became thinner and thinner as the origin energy was cut off. At this moment, in the depths of the void ocean, the blood eye speed had exceeded its limit. The human race's sacred leader tried to forcefully stop the blood-red eye from rotating, but to no avail. Don't worry. I won't let the universe collapse. I'll just absorb some origin energy to recover." The blood eye's strength was too terrifying. He had not died after being suppressed under the bipolar ice mountain for so many years. Now that he had absorbed the power of the other eye, he was about to recover to his peak strength. As an eternal realm holy master of the human clan, he felt a sense of helplessness. "You've been lying to me all this time." The human Saint Lord roared and waved his hand. The power of the eternal ancient realm exploded. Every time the human race's sacred lord attacked, the void ocean would shake. Splash. The blood-red eye was surrounded by dense seawater, forming an extremely strong defense. "Don't waste your effort. When you break my defense, I'll have absorbed enough origin energy." The blood, I said disdainfully. "I said that when I fully recover, I'll enter the God world. I won't destroy the human race." The human Saint Lord's eyes turned red. He was in a frenzy. "You won't destroy the human race. What you're doing now is more despicable than destroying the human race," the human Saint Lord roared. "Taking origin energy will hasten the destruction of the universe. What's the difference between this and destroying the human race? As the current Saint Lord of the human race, he would not allow this to happen. Plus, it was all because of him. Even if I die, I won't let you succeed." The human Saint Lord roared and attacked. Whoosh! The four giants came to the depths of the void ocean. When they saw the blood eye, their expressions changed. "Let's attack together and stop him." Before they could say anything, the human race's holy master roared. The five giants attacked the blood eye together. Demon subduing field. Realm Lord subduing demon stood on the ground with his hands behind his back. His eyes were filled with complicated emotions. "I haven't fought in a long time. I wonder if my body is flexible." Realm Lord subduing demon muttered to himself. After a while, he made a decision. His body flashed, and he left demon subduing field, entering the depths of the void ocean. The battle between the five giants and the blood eye was intense. Their efforts to stop him had some effect. The blood eye's speed of absorbing origin energy was greatly reduced. This made the blood eye extremely angry. "You're courting death." The blood eye roared angrily, and a terrifying aura spread out. The blood eye launched a fierce counterattack. Boom! The battle continued. The human Saint Lord took the lead and blocked all of the blood eye's attacks. "You damned bastard." The blood eye hated the human Saint Lord the most. This was part of the deal, but the human Saint Lord had stopped him. "I want you to die." A tumbling blood sea gushed out of the crimson eye and enveloped the human saint leader. "Die!" The human Saint Lord was like a god of death. His fist shattered the void, and his combat power skyrocketed. The blood eye's combat power was also very strong after absorbing some origin energy. He was on par with the five giants. The battle continued until Realm Lord subduing demon appeared. "You can't stop me." He continued to absorb origin energy as he fought. The blood eye sneered. The five giants looked at each other and attacked with all their might. However, at this moment, a terrifying whirlpool appeared in the blood eye. Realm Lord subduing demon walked over. He had a broken hammer in his hand. Boom! Realm Lord Subduing Demon used all his strength and smashed the hammer toward the Blood Eye. Poochie! The Blood Eye's defense was instantly broken. This is the blood I was shocked. A treasure from the God Realm. Not only Crimson Eye, but the 5 giants were also shocked. Who was this person? Why did he have a treasure from the God Realm? Moreover, he could use a treasure from the God Realm. What are you waiting for? Realm Lord Subduing Demon used a treasure from the God Realm, and his energy was quickly depleted. Following his loud roar, the 5 leaders once again joined the battle. With Realm Lord Subduing Demon's treasure, the blood, I had a struggle. 88. 8. The origin energy was blocked, and the universe was gradually recovering. Damn it! The blood, I roared angrily. He needed origin energy. These damn people who dared to stop him had to die. Kill him. Realm Lord Subduing Demon's hammer came down. The Blood Eye's face turned pale, and the hand holding the hammer trembled. Chapter 1572. The big white dog sensed the golden lion's approach. Its expression was solemn as it stared ahead with its gong-sized eyes. Without any hesitation, the golden lion jumped into the magma. It knew better than anyone else how dangerous the magma was. However, that was only for human warriors. To it, it was just a piece of cake. The golden lion passed through the scorching magma easily and arrived on the plains. Thump! Its body landed heavily on the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. The golden lion looked at the big white dog, which was emitting a golden aura, and grinned. You're still the same after so many years. You haven't changed either. You're still greedy and sinister, the big white dog said coldly. If there were any outsiders here, they would definitely be shocked. The big white dog and the golden lion knew each other. Furthermore, the two of them had met many years ago. The golden lion did not care about the big white dog's words at all. It spread its paws indifferently. What I'm after is only a higher level of power, the golden lion said. I told you to come with me back then, but you weren't willing. Hearing the golden lion's words, the big white dog was even more furious. Bullsh *T. You're after a higher level of power. You're betraying your master, the big white dog said angrily. If my master hadn't left long ago, I would have killed you. In fact, not only did the big white dog and the golden lion know each other, they were also good brothers a long time ago. The big white dog was the first to follow its master, followed by the golden lion. Although they were of different races, they were very loyal to their master. There were many times when the big white dog was in danger and was saved by the golden lion. At that time, the big white dog treated the golden lion as its best friend. However, no one knew that the golden lion was ambitious. After its master left the lower realm, the golden lion's meticulous plan finally began to be implemented. It used the big white dog's brotherhood to set it up. Fortunately, the big white dog noticed and was not killed. However, even so, the power in his body was still sealed. All these years, the big white dog had been trying to break the seal, but no matter what it did, it could not return to its peak. It had been doing its best to protect the cultivation palace, because it knew that the golden lion would definitely return. After sealing the big white dog, the golden lion thought that it could obtain the inheritance of the cultivation palace. However, something unexpected happened. It seemed that Long Ming had expected this and left a backup plan to severely injure the golden lion. As a result, his strength was greatly reduced, and he fled far away. All these years, the golden lion had been hiding in the pterosaur forbidden ground, recovering while thinking of ways to take revenge. It used its own methods to gather many talented women and formed the Lion's Gate. There weren't many disciples in the Lion's Gate, only a few dozen in total. However, they were all women. There were no men. The golden lion had an innate divine ability. Based on its own experience, it dissected the innate divine ability. In the end, it evolved into terrifying goo and poison arts. The women of Lion's Gate either learned goo arts or poison arts. Either way, the two secret techniques were very powerful. Furthermore, by making use of their beauty, the disciples of the Lion's Gate would almost never fail in their missions. Most of the time, They would be able to control a large number of outsiders or human martial artists without even realizing it. The Golden Lion had been waiting for this day, and it had finally arrived. When the cultivation palace opened, the passageway would be completely destroyed. It had finally returned here. The Golden Lion stared at the big white dog. Even now, you still want to stop me? The Golden Lion was extremely confident in itself and said coldly, "You despicable piece of trash. Back then, Master trusted you so much, but you betrayed him. I'd be blind to call you brother," the big white dog said. It hated the Golden Lion immensely. However, it did not act rashly. Since the Golden Lion dared to come, it must be fearless. The power in its body was sealed, and it could not use its full strength, so it had to be cautious. "Big white dog, you're no match for me. Move aside," the Golden Lion sighed. After all, we were once brothers. When it heard the word brother, the big white dog felt that it was ironic. Once brothers, they were now meeting on the battlefield. This was what it meant to be brothers. "I don't have a brother like you. Right now, there are only two paths before you. Either you fight me to the death and step over my dead body, or you leave this place with Su, the big white dog said. Actually, deep in its heart, it still cared about the brotherhood of the past. However, the cultivation palace left behind by its master was not to be desecrated. It could not allow this traitor to enter either. Even if it had to die, it had to protect it. "It seems that you have no choice but to fight," the Golden Lion said indifferently. The big white dog turned to look at the closed cultivation palace. Then a powerful aura rippled around its body. It was ready to fight to the death. "Come, let me see how much you've recovered after all these years," the big white dog said in a deep voice. "I didn't want to fight you, but you forced me." The Golden Lion pretended to be innocent, which made the big white dog even more furious. "Rumble." The big white dog opened its bloody mouth, and immediately hot magma spewed out from its body. The fiery magma contained an extreme amount of power as it whistled through the air. "Have you forgotten that I used to feed on magma as well?" Seeing this, the Golden Lion sneered. It suddenly opened its mouth and sucked the hot magma into its body. "If that's all you've got, admit defeat," the Golden Lion said arrogantly. "Dream on." The big white dog turned into an afterimage and rushed in front of the Golden Lion, fighting with the latter. "Rumble." A deafening sound echoed through the sky. The big white dog's claws were extremely sharp, and when it waved, it could change the airflow of heaven and earth. The big white dog's attack was very strong and had at least surpassed the creation realm. However, the Golden Lion was not weak either. All these years, it had been scheming to enter the cultivation palace, so it was naturally recovering with all its might. The intense battle was still going on. In the beginning, the big white dog still had the advantage. However, as time passed, the Golden Lion reversed the situation and took control. Bam! The Golden Lion kicked the big white dog's body and sent it flying. It looked down at the big white dog and said coldly, "You're not my match. If you continue to be so stubborn, you'll die." The big white dog got up from the ground and wiped the blood from the corner of its mouth. "You're the stubborn one." The Golden Lion betrayed the owner of the cultivation palace and still made it sound so righteous. No one else could do it. "You're courting death." The Golden Lion was enraged and attacked with a powerful aura that could split heaven and earth. It was extremely domineering. It completely suppressed the big white dog. Although this big guy's aura is strong, it's just an empty shell. It looks good, but is useless. The little mouse was hiding in the dark, waiting for an opportunity to act. The Golden Lion swooped down, golden aura surrounding its body. This was its strongest attack. Once it hit the big white dog, the latter would definitely die. Swoosh! However, just as the Golden Lion was grinning from ear to ear, a strange purple spear suddenly shot out of the void. This purple spear contained a terrifying penetrating power. It was the innate ability of the heaven-devouring divine rat clan, extreme piercing. The little mouse appeared, and extreme piercing whistled through the air. Scram! The Golden Lion did not care about the little mouse at all. It did not even look at it. It casually threw a punch, wanting to destroy the purple spear. However, it was wrong. Crack! The purple spear pierced through its fist at lightning speed and then stabbed into its body. Roar! The golden lion roared at the sky. Its attack was interrupted, and it quickly retreated. Extreme piercing. You're from the heaven-devouring divine rat clan. The golden lion glared at the little mouse. Only then did it realize that it had underestimated this little guy. With the little mouse's support, the big white dog was able to relax for a while. It nodded at the little mouse. The two looked at each other and instantly understood each other's intentions. Whoosh! The little mouse ignored the golden lion and continued to use its innate ability, devour. A terrifying devouring power spread out and enveloped the golden lion. Courting death. The golden lion was furious and desperately resisted the devouring power. If it was at its peak, it naturally would not fear the innate ability of the heaven-devouring divine rat clan. However, its strength was far from its peak. Seeing that the little mouse's devour was controlling the golden lion, the big white dog took the opportunity to attack. The battle was very intense. With the help of the little mouse, the big white dog turned defeat into victory and gradually reversed the situation. After about 2 hours, the golden lion retreated and quickly fled. I won't let you off. Before the golden lion left, it left behind a ruthless warning. Seeing the golden lion flee, the little mouse sat on the ground and panted. It did not feel good to continuously use its innate ability at such a high intensity, especially against a powerhouse like the golden lion. The big white dog stuck out its tongue and walked to the little mouse's side. "Thank you for this time," the big white dog said sincerely. The little mouse waved its little paw and said, "Why are you saying this? Didn't you give me the purple juice too?" Hearing this, the big white dog grinned widely. Ever since its heart was broken by the golden lion, it had never felt this way again. "But that lion is really powerful," the little mouse said. "It's a war general under my master, just like me. If it wasn't injured, it would have killed you in seconds," the big white dog said. "But now that it's injured, it shouldn't appear for the time being." The little mouse nodded. It had helped because the big white dog was good to it, and because its boss was cultivating in the cultivation palace and could not be disturbed. Chapter 1573. Cultivation Palace. Long Ming was indeed a prodigy of the human race. The cultivation palace he created was also quite magical. It looked like a palace, but it was actually a completely different world. Opening the door of the cultivation palace was only the first test of Long Ming's test. After entering the palace, Fang Chun and the other two saw 3 floating staircases. The other side of the floating staircase was covered in thick fog, and they could not see clearly. At the bottom of the floating staircase was hot magma. Once they fell into the magma, they would be seriously injured even if they did not die given their physical strength. "Do we go through the floating staircase?" Lu Xiong asked as he stared at the floating staircase. "That should be the case. There are only 3 floating staircases in front of us. How should we choose?" Sword 3 asked, puzzled. Fang Chun walked to the floating staircase and carefully observed it. There were no hints or explanations. It was very difficult to choose. At this moment, Fang Chun was also a little helpless. He had thought that they would be able to see the inheritance treasure left behind by Long Ming after opening the door of the cultivation palace. Who would have thought that this was just the beginning? "I feel that there must be danger on these floating staircases. We should not casually step on them," Lu Xiong said. Fang Chun and Sword 3 nodded. They also understood this principle. However, how should they choose? The 3 of them fell into a dilemma. They could not keep waiting like this, right? They had to find a way to solve it. Just as the 3 of them were thinking, 3 bowls appeared on each floating staircase. Seeing this, Fang Chun hurriedly looked over. He realized that there was some water in the 9 bowls. "What does this mean?" Fang Chun asked. "Could it be that we can only pass the floating staircase by drinking the water in the bowls?" Lu Xiong said excitedly. "But there are 3 bowls of water in each floating staircase. Which bowl should we drink? We can't drink all of them, right?" Sword 3 asked. Fang Chun shook his head. "This should be a test for us. Only one of the 3 bowls of water is real. We can only rely on luck." Lu Xiong and the other 2 each chose a floating staircase and came in front of the 3 bowls of water. Fang Chun carefully sensed, and the golden heart began to beat. Dong! The golden heart was vaguely guiding Fang Chun. A faintly discernible golden aura entered Fang Chun's palm and hovered above the 3 bowls of water. After circling for a few breaths, it landed on the 3rd bowl of water. Fang Chun pondered for a moment, then picked up the 3rd bowl of water and drank it in one gulp. When he finished the 3rd bowl of water, a strange scene appeared. The remaining 2 bowls of water, including the empty bowl in his hand, disappeared into thin air. Did you pass? Fang Chun was overjoyed. He took a step forward and arrived at the floating staircase. Without any obstruction, Fang Chun walked to the end of the elevator and was enveloped by the thick fog. Brother Fang Chun is really lucky. After saying that, Lu Xiong picked up his bowl and finished it in one gulp. When he finished drinking the water, his expression changed drastically. His body was in turmoil, and his blood vessels were overflowing. This is bad. Lu Xiong realized that something was wrong. He quickly sat down cross-legged and circulated the energy in his body to suppress the evil aura. Puchi Lu Xiong spat out blood, and his face was pale. His body showed signs of cracking. "Was the water in the bowl?" Lu Xiong asked in a low voice. "Lu Xiong, how are you?" Sword 3 asked worriedly. "Don't worry about me." Lu Xiong roared hysterically, but in the end, he could not resist. Boom! His body exploded, and he died on the spot. "Lu Xiong," Sword 3 shouted with his eyes wide open. However, it was useless. Lu Xiong was already dead. After all, there were martial artists who had fought side by side for so many years. Lu Xiong's death was a huge blow to Sword 3. Damned cultivation palace. Sword 3 kept cursing. After a long while, he retracted his aura. "I don't believe that you can do anything to me." Sword 3 picked up a bowl of water and drank it in one gulp. Strangely, his body did not suffer any major injuries. Then, he climbed up the floating staircase and looked at the place where Lu Xiong died. He said in a low voice, "Lu Xiong, don't worry. If I can obtain the inheritance, I will definitely bring it to you." With that, Sword 3 went deeper into the floating staircase. The floating staircase was very long. With Fang Chen's speed, it took him 2 hours to reach the end of the floating staircase. There was an altar on the other side of the floating staircase. The altar was full of complicated patterns. These patterns gave off a mysterious feeling. Whoosh whoosh. At this moment, Sword 3 also arrived. "Brother Sword 3, are you all right?" Seeing that Sword 3 did not look well, Fang Chun asked hurriedly. "Lu Xiong is dead." Hearing this, Fang Chun was rarely surprised. How could Lu Xiong be dead? Could it be that he encountered difficulties on the floating staircase? Or did he drink the wrong bowl of water? After Lu Xiong drank the water, his body exploded and he died, Sword 3 said in a low voice. Fang Chun fell silent. Lu Xiong was too unlucky. He and Sword 3 had successfully passed, but Lu Xiong was dead. Let's think of a way to obtain the inheritance first. Fang Chun collected his thoughts and said in a low voice. Sword 3 nodded and looked at the altar. "What's on this altar?" As Sword 3 spoke, the void on the altar fluctuated and a shadow appeared. "When you see my shadow, it proves that you have passed the floating staircase test." The shadow was a fat old man. He was not big, but he looked very wretched. He can't be Long Ming, right? Fang Chun was a little speechless. The legendary Long Ming, the owner of the cultivation palace. The Bone progenitor called him a human prodigy, but he was actually a wretched fat man. Being able to open the door of the cultivation palace means that your strength has at least been acknowledged by me. You're qualified to receive my life's work. As for the floating staircase test, it is a test of luck. The shadow said calmly, "Out of the 3 bowls of water, 2 of them will definitely kill you. You can only pass the floating staircase if you drink 1 bowl of water." A test of luck? Fang Chun and Sword 3 were rarely speechless. This human prodigy was too strange. At this moment, Sword 3 and Fang Chun felt that it was not worth it for Lu Xiong. Luck is sometimes a part of one's strength. The shadow suddenly changed the topic and sighed. Fang Chun could vaguely make out a story from the virtual shadow's words. However, the shadow did not delve into this matter. Moreover, this shadow was different from willpower. It was left behind in advance. Longming had said these words in advance before he left the lower realm. I don't know how many people will come here in the end. Perhaps one, perhaps two, or perhaps none. However, I really don't want my life's research to be lost in the dust of history, the shadow said. Fangshun and Sword 3 nodded. Studying other cultivation systems was definitely the most amazing method in history. It would be a pity if it disappeared just like that. Look at this altar. My life's work is in these flickering patterns. Whether you can comprehend it or not depends on your luck, the shadow said. I hope we are fated to meet again in the heavenly realm. The shadow disappeared as soon as it finished speaking. Fangshun and Sword 3 looked at each other. Brother Fangshun, since his life's work is on the altar, let's go up and give it a try. Sword 3 was eager to try. Okay. The two of them stepped onto the altar at the same time. The aura of their respective cultivation systems was instantly released. Suddenly, the runes that were circulating came to an abrupt stop, following which a bright light was released from the patterns. Fangshun sat cross-legged, his heart trembling. At the same time, a large amount of information appeared in his mind. The integration of different cultivation systems. Fangshun was completely shocked. Seeing the life's work that Longming had left in his mind, his heart trembled. According to the information, Longming had been studying different cultivation systems. In the end, the direction of his research had changed greatly. He wanted to integrate different cultivation systems and learn from each other's strengths to make up for his weaknesses. Take the essence and discard the dross. Most of this information was about how Longming studied different cultivation systems. Only a small part talked about the integration of different cultivation systems. At the end of the information, Longming's handwriting revealed a trace of helplessness. He had gathered several cultivation systems and developed an ultimate move, but it was not perfected in the end. Because his strength was limited and his research was not deep enough, this ultimate move only had a model. However, Longming firmly believed that if this ultimate move could be developed, the life and death realm could fight against the eternal realm. Seeing this sentence, Fangshun was tempted. The life's work that Longming had left behind was absolutely important to Fangshun and Sword 3. The two of them were using this to improve the strength of their cultivation systems. Of course, Longming had also left behind other means. He was waiting for Fangshun and Sword 3 to explore. Terrasor, Forbidden Land. The battle for the rootless grass had finally come to an end. The three gods of the Triple Godland had taken action and snatched it. They thought that the matter was over. Who would have thought that one of the three gods would suddenly sneak attack the other two? Because they were caught off guard, one of them was severely injured and the other was forced to retreat. He had obtained the rootless grass. At the same time, many disciples of the Lion Gate appeared and used unimaginable methods to forcibly control the two gods. At this point, all the life and death realm foreign races and the sea demon race in the Terrasor Forbidden Land were controlled by the Lion Gate. Master, this is the rootless grass. The first of the three gods to be controlled respectfully offered the rootless grass to Senior Sister Ding. Senior Sister Ding played with the rootless grass, a smile appearing on her face. Let's go. We should go back and report. Senior Sister Ding and the others returned with many life and death realm emperors. The Golden Lion was very satisfied. However, when it saw the rootless grass, it said, "The rootless grass is not fully mature yet. Plant it here first and wait for it to mature before consuming it." Yes, Gate Master. Immediately, the rootless grass was planted here. The Golden Lion ordered Senior Sister Ding and the others to enter the magma shore and attack the Bronze Gate to their heart's content. As for itself, it had suffered some injuries and needed to heal. Don't worry, Gate Master. This time, we will definitely blast open the Bronze Gate, Senior Sister Ding said. After Senior Sister Ding and the others left, the Golden Lion looked into the distance angrily, his heart full of hatred. Chapter 1574. The place where the foreign races and the sea demon race were struggling at death's door was completely occupied by the Lion Gate. Perhaps even they themselves did not expect that the one to destroy them in the end was not the human race, but this mysterious Lion Gate. Although the cultivation of the female disciples of Lion Gate was not strong, their venomous arts and poison arts were too powerful. In terms of poison arts, the most powerful one was the enchanting junior sister Shui. Of course, venomous arts were not to be outdone either. The controlled life and death emperors were filled with unwillingness, but they had no other choice. Unless they were courting death, they could only obey obediently. Under Senior Sister Ding's lead, everyone arrived in front of the bronze door again. You guys attacked the bronze door together. Senior Sister Ding ordered the mid-level life and death emperors to attack the bronze door together. Although they were unwilling, they had no choice. They took a step forward, faced the bronze door, and immediately began to attack crazily. The bronze door's defense was too strong. Breaking through it was not something that could be done in a short time. Senior Sister Ding and the others were not in a hurry. Cultivation Palace. The big white dog and the little mouse were waiting for Fong Chun. The latter was cultivating with Saber 3 in the Cultivation Palace. In the inheritance left behind by Long Ming, there was a mention of the space-time cultivation system. Even Long Ming had to admit that Bone Progenitor was an amazing person. The space-time cultivation system he created, when cultivated to the extreme, could even touch the threshold of the laws. Moreover, what shocked Fong Chun the most was that by cultivating the space-time cultivation system, he had the opportunity to skip the laws and directly grasp the laws. This shocking discovery caused Fong Chun to be extremely tempted. He had gained a lot from comprehending the inheritance left behind by Long Ming. In a short 3 days, the space-time book reached the 4th layer. After reaching the 4th layer, Fong Chun could merge into the space-time space as he wished. If he used the space-time book, even high-level life and death emperors would not be able to detect it. Of course, the powerhouses at the level of the 5 giants should be able to sense it. Half a month later, the space-time book reached the 5th layer. Finally reaching the bottleneck, Fong Chun stopped cultivating. His face was full of smiles. Fortunately, he had the inheritance left behind by Long Ming. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the space-time book to reach the 5th layer. His cultivation base had reached the peak of creation realm and was stuck at the bottleneck. Stepping into life and death realm was impossible for the time being. Thus, Fong Chun decided to give up on cultivating. He had already memorized Long Ming's lifelong efforts in his mind. He turned his head and glanced at Sword 3, who was still cultivating. He stood up and looked at the front of the altar. He hadn't noticed it before, but now he finally saw it. There was a spatial ring placed here. Seeing this, Fong Chun was secretly delighted. Come to think of it, this spatial ring should have been left behind by Long Ming. I wonder what's inside the ring. Fong Chun was very excited and quickly walked towards the ring. He bent down to pick up the ring and checked it. The ring was ownerless. When his consciousness entered the ring, he immediately discovered that the ring was extremely huge. So big. Fong Chun was completely shocked. The space inside the ring was almost the size of an island. Why is there such a big spatial ring? Fong Chun was puzzled. Following the increase in his strength, his insight naturally increased by a lot. So far, the largest spatial ring he had seen was a supreme-grade spatial ring. It was said that the space inside a supreme-grade spatial ring was very large, comparable to the size of a holy land. And the spatial ring in front of him was actually the size of an island. While Fong Chun was shocked, he saw 3 words on the ring. Sumeru ring. He muttered softly. Was this spatial ring different from a spatial ring? After thinking for a moment, he still couldn't figure it out, so he simply stopped thinking about it. His consciousness entered the spatial ring and found that there were a lot of resources inside. This is the Crimson Jellyfish, or Purple Crystal Soul Stone, and Ice Dragon Grass. Fong Chun was completely stunned. There were simply too many cultivation resources in his spatial ring. With so many cultivation resources, it was comparable to the foundation of a holy land. How many resources did Long Ming leave behind? Fated One, when you open the ring, it means that you have received my lifelong efforts and have passed my test. Suddenly, a melodious voice was heard. Fang Chun listened attentively. This should be the voice left behind by Senior Longming. This ring is a treasure of the divine realm, called the spatial ring. Its function is the same as the spatial rings of our lower realms. They are both storage rings. However, the spatial ring can't be compared to the spatial ring. The spatial ring you see is only the trashiest ring in the divine realm. But in the lower realms, it is already the ring with the largest space and can accommodate everything. I left some resources in the spatial ring. I think you should be able to use them. The outermost resources are the trashiest. As my successor, you naturally have to get the best resources. In the deepest part of the spatial ring, there are 3 things that are the most suitable for you so far. This is all I can do for you. I hope that one day, you and I will meet in the divine realm. After saying that, the voice dissipated. The shock in Fang Chen's heart did not dissipate for a long time. The spatial ring was actually a storage ring of the divine realm. He shook his head to keep himself awake. However, every time he saw the cultivation resources at the front of the spatial ring, he couldn't help but be shocked. Crimson jellyfish or ice dragon grass, purple crystal soul stone. These were the cultivation resources that martial artists needed the most. But in Longming's mouth, they were actually trash. I wonder what those 3 things Senior Longming left behind are. Fang Chun was a bit excited. His thoughts impatiently entered the depths of the spatial ring. There was a small hill here. There were 3 balls of light on the hill. The leftmost ball of light was wrapped in red light. The middle ball of light was wrapped in black light. The right ball of light was wrapped in purple light. The 3 balls of light emitted an oppressive aura. His golden heart rapidly beat. His intuition told him that the things inside those 3 balls of light were definitely extraordinary. He slowly walked towards the red ball of light on the left and gently grasped it with his hand. Crash! The red light instantly converged. What appeared in Fang Chen's palm was a fiery red piece of iron. What is this? Fang Chen was a bit puzzled, but soon his eyes widened as he stared at the fiery red piece of iron. His heart began to race. Blood River Crystal Iron. It's actually Blood River Crystal Iron. Fang Chun was thoroughly shocked. Looking at the entire lower realms, there were countless ores that were naturally born. Each one of them was extraordinary. Moreover, each one of them had a primordial ancestral stone and a pseudo-ancestral stone. For instance, the flowing gold ancestral stone that the little mouse had swallowed. These ores born from the heavens and earth were a fatal temptation to martial artists. Of course, there's also a ranking between each type of ore. Flowing gold ancestral stone could only be considered a middle grade ore. As for scarlet jellyfish, or it could be considered a high grade ore. But this Blood River crystal iron in front of him was a legendary top grade, or that was unique in the lower realms. The universe had existed since ancient times and was constantly changing. But there was one kind of ore that existed forever. That was the Blood River crystal iron. Up until now, the Blood River crystal iron had only existed in legends. The reason Fang Chen knew about it was because he had read about it in the history books of the human race. Of course, the records weren't complete. They had only mentioned it a little. Blood River crystal iron. Fang Chen rubbed his eyes, not daring to believe what he was seeing. But no matter how he looked, the Blood River crystal iron was still calmly lying in his palm. A fiery aura was emitted from the Blood River crystal iron. Fang Chen's heart couldn't calm down for a long time. He didn't expect that he would be able to obtain the Blood River crystal iron. If I use the Blood River crystal iron to refine my Scarlet Glass Sword and Hidden Star Sword, I will definitely have an unexpected harvest. Immediately, Fang Chun put down the Blood River crystal iron. His gaze fell on the black ball of light in the middle. The black ball of light was emitting a terrifying killing power. I wonder what's inside this black ball of light. Fang Chun was somewhat puzzled. In the end, he still placed his palm on the black ball of light. Voila! The black ball of light disappeared, and a yellowed book appeared in Fang Chen's palm. The book recorded detailed information about laws and rules. Laws and rules. There were only these 5 words on the front page of the book. But Fang Chun was incomparably happy. Laws and rules were the most basic order of the universe. If he wanted to step into the life and death realm, he had to understand these most basic things. Only then would he be able to understand his future direction. Senior Long Ming is really meticulous. Fang Chen grinned. This book was quite useful for the current Fang Chen. Opening the book, the contents of the first page attracted Fang Chen's attention. This book records some of my views on laws and rules. Although it's very simple, it's enough for future generations to refer to. Long Ming left behind these words. This matter is of great importance. Don't leak it out. Next, Fang Chen seriously flipped through the book. His heart became more and more excited. This book introduced how a martial artist should choose their own path and how to comprehend laws. It was simply a textbook experience. Closing the book, Fang Chen laughed brilliantly. Let's wait until we get out. After saying this, Fang Chen's gaze fell on the third ball of light. This was a purple ball of light. When Fang Chen's palm touched it, the purple ball of light disappeared. The purple light disappeared and a palm-sized bone landed in Fang Chen's palm. 88O bone. The bone emitted a purple aura. Fang Chen felt that it was very familiar. This is the heavenly deity bone of a peerless expert of the heaven-devouring god Rat clan. An imprint drilled into Fang Chen's mind. Heavenly deity bone. Fang Chen was a little puzzled. Once, I accidentally entered the spatial turbulence and obtained this bone. After studying it for tens of thousands of years, I discovered that it was the skeleton of a heaven-devouring god Rat clan. At the same time, I also made a shocking discovery. This bone is not an ordinary bone, but the legendary peak heavenly deity bone of the heaven-devouring god Rat clan. Chapter 1575. After understanding the information about the heavenly god's bone, Fang Chen was all smiles. The three treasures left behind by Senior Long Ming were all very important to him. The Blood River Crystal Iron could strengthen the power of his divine weapon. The Book of Laws and Rules could allow him to see the path of his future development clearly. It was equivalent to a good teacher and helpful friend. He definitely wouldn't be able to see anything in a short time, but when he looked back in the future, he would discover the mystery of this book. The heavenly god's bone of the heaven-devouring divine Rat clan was useless to Fang Chen, but it was very useful to Little Mouse. Those who possessed the heavenly god's bone were known as natural kings and could stand at the peak of martial arts. Needless to say, the heavenly god's bone was naturally left for Little Mouse to use. This trip to the Pterosaur Impasse has really gained a lot. Fang Chen was secretly delighted. At this moment, Saber 3 woke up. Like Fang Chen, he also walked to the front of the altar and picked up a Sumeru ring. Could it be that no one can see each other's Sumeru ring? Fang Chen was a little puzzled. He clearly saw only one Sumeru ring. So why did Saber 3 do the same thing? This made Fang Chen very puzzled. However, after thinking about it, it made sense. Long Ming, who was known as a genius of the human race, must have prepared everything long ago. He put away the Sumeru ring and waited for Saber 3. While waiting for Saber 3, Fang Chen summarized his gains. First of all, his cultivation base had reached the peak of the 9th level of the creation realm. The starlight in his sea of chi had already turned into a 9-pointed starlight, exuding a vast power. Secondly, the 4th level of the Book of Time and Space had been cultivated, and the true meaning of time and space had reached the peak of the 9th grade. Finally, he obtained 3 treasures and improved his control of the space-time cultivation system. Combining the above 3 points, Fang Chen's strength had greatly improved. When he first entered this place, Fang Chen could already crush a 1st-level life and death realm Imperial Emperor. In front of a 2nd-level Imperial Emperor, he could also escape unscathed. But now, with his strength, he was almost invincible under the low-level life and death realm Imperial Emperor. Of course, this was based on the fact that he was a space-time cultivation system martial artist. Otherwise, it would be impossible to make such a huge leap. Unknowingly, Fang Chen had already created history for the human race. Of course, their actual strength would still need to be tested in actual combat. Fang Chen couldn't wait to go out and fight against the foreign races and the sea monsters. Moreover, he was still thinking about the rootless grass. I wonder if there are any flame dragon whiskers in my spatial ring. The rootless grass had already been found, but there was still no information about the flaming dragon beard. Fang Chen suddenly thought of the spatial ring. Immediately, he hurriedly dripped a drop of blood onto the spatial ring and became its master. Then, he swept his thoughts through it. Unfortunately, although there were many cultivation resources in the spatial ring, there was no flame dragon beard. What a pity! Fang Chen sighed. Brother Fang Chen. At this moment, Sword 3 called out with a face full of joy. Brother Saber 3, how's your harvest? Fang Chen asked. Saber 3 was very excited and said, Brother Fang Chen, to tell you the truth, the harvest this time is really beyond my expectations. After this period of time together, Saber 3 had long regarded Fang Chen as a good brother who fought side by side with him. There was nothing he could hide from him. I got a spatial ring with a lot of cultivation resources in it, so much so that it shocked me. Saber 3 said. Fang Chen also told Saber 3 about the news of his spatial ring. Brother Saber 3, is there a spiritual herb called the flame dragon beard in your spatial ring? Fang Chen asked. Perhaps Saber 3's spatial ring had it. Fang Chen also asked with a tentative attitude. Let me see. Saber 3 glanced at the spatial ring, and after a while, nodded and said, there really is. Hearing this, Fang Chen was excited. He glanced at Saber 3 and said somewhat embarrassedly, Brother Saber 3, can you sell the flame dragon beard to me? Whatever you want, just tell me. I can promise you. Saber 3 fell silent. Fang Chen smiled bitterly. It seemed that Saber 3 was unwilling. However, at this moment, Saber 3 raised his head and looked straight at Fang Chen. Brother Fang Chen, don't you treat me as a brother? Faced with Saber 3's questioning, Fang Chen replied, Of course not. Then why did you say that although these flame dragon beard are precious, without you, I wouldn't have been able to enter the cultivation palace at all, let alone get the spatial ring? Saber 3 interrupted Fang Chen and said, Besides, what I got is beyond my imagination. It's just the flame dragon beard. I'll give it to you directly, Brother Fang Chen. You don't have to refuse. We fought side by side until now, and I really treat you as a brother. If you don't mind, take it. After saying that, a whiskey-like spiritual herb appeared in Saber 3's palm. Looking at the flame dragon beard, Fang Chen was quite moved. Brother Saber 3, I won't say anything pretentious. If there's anything you need me for in the future, just let me know. Fang Chen put away the flame dragon beard, and a bright smile appeared on his face. Rumble. At this moment, there was a rumbling sound in the cultivation palace. Fang Chen and Saber 3 looked at each other, and then quickly left the cultivation palace. Outside the cultivation palace, the big white dog and little mouse were watching the cultivation palace. They're coming out, the big white dog said. As soon as he finished speaking, two figures flashed out. Boss! Little mouse ran over. You're finally out. Fang Chen gently stroked Little Mouse's head and smiled. The big white dog walked in front of Fang Chen. Only the two of you came out. The big white dog asked. Fang Chen explained the situation in detail, and the big white dog nodded. Then it said, You've received Master's inheritance and can be considered half of Master's disciples. There's something I need you to do now. What is it? Saber 3 asked. The cultivation palace is the most important inheritance left behind by Master. Needless to say, do you remember that there's a bronze door outside the magma? The big white dog asked. Of course. There are some ordinary inheritances left behind by Master in the bronze door. They're all left for the younger generation of the human race. Now that the bronze door has been attacked by traitors, I need you to take action and chase them away. The big white dog said. Fang Chen didn't care about the word traitors mentioned by the big white dog and immediately agreed. Saber 3 was even more eager to try. His cultivation base had increased greatly, and he had long wanted to fight. Leave this matter to the two of us. Saber 3 patted his chest and said, All right, you can go now. The big white dog said. Then it waved its paw and sent Fang Chen and Saber 3 away. Little Mouse looked at the big white dog in confusion. Why do you want him to go? With the big white dog and little mouse's strength, it was more than enough to deal with those outsiders. They're still too young and have just received the inheritance. They must be sharp and need to be sharpened. Moreover, this is a rare opportunity for them to hone themselves. The big white dog said. Little Mouse understood. So that was the case. Magma River. The fiery magma continued to churn, emitting a terrifying aura. Many female disciples of the Lion's Gate stood on the shore of the magma. As for the life and death realm emperors of the ocean demon race and other races, they were crazily attacking the bronze door. After a period of hard work, there were already signs of cracks on the bronze door. Very good. At this rate, the bronze door will be destroyed in less than half a month. Senior Sister Ding smiled. The other races also paid a heavy price to attack the bronze door. Several life and death realm emperors died. Although they had a lot of complaints, they had no choice but to do this. Whoosh, whoosh. Just as Senior Sister Ding and the enchanting woman were talking, a light pillar appeared on the surface of the churning magma. The light pillar soared into the sky, emitting a scorching aura. What's going on? Senior Sister Ding's expression changed as she felt the scorching aura. She stared at the light pillar. Under everyone's gazes, two people walked down from the light pillar. Soon, the churning magma returned to its original state. It's you. When the enchanting woman saw Fong Chun, a hint of viciousness appeared on her face as she shouted. Junior Sister Shui, do you know this person? Senior Sister Ding asked. Senior Sister Ding, this person is the human I told you about before. Junior Sister Shui said. What? Isn't he dead? Senior Sister Ding was astonished. How did he come out of the magma? Did he obtain the inheritance? Thinking of this, Senior Sister Ding's expression changed. She took a step forward and arrived in front of Fong Chun and Blade 3. How did you two come out of the magma? Senior Sister Ding asked with a beaming smile. At the same time, a hallucinatory aura silently spread out. In the void, one goo after another shot toward Fong Chun. Bang! With a casual punch, all the goo worms hidden in the void were destroyed. This kind of plaything is useless against us, Fong Chun said. Seeing this, Senior Sister Ding's expression turned solemn. Her goo arts were actually useless against these two. It seemed that she had encountered a tough opponent. The Bronze Gate is not something trash like you can touch. You're courting death. The hot-tempered Blade 3 directly berated. Senior Sister Ding, for them to come out of the magma, they must have had a fortuitous encounter. Let's capture them first. A Lion Gate disciple said. Swish. Senior Sister Ding's wrist shook, and countless pills shot toward the life and death emperors. This is the antidote. Suppress the two of them. When the time comes, I can completely remove the poison in your bodies. Senior Sister Ding said. Hearing this, the life and death emperors of the two races stared at the two with scorching eyes as if they were looking at prey. Kid, speaking of which, I still have to thank you too. Obediently surrender. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite. A group of life and death emperors surrounded the two of them. Life and death emperors are willing to be other people's dog slaves. How shameful. Fong Chun mocked. Brother Fong, I'll leave the low-level life and death emperors to you. I'll deal with the mid-level life and death emperors. How about it? Blade 3 divided the life and death emperors like carrots. The life and death emperors of the two races were thoroughly enraged. Chapter 1576. Kill. The first to jump out was a second-level life and death realm alien. He sensed that Fong Chen's cultivation base had yet to reach the life and death realm, so he immediately attacked. Seeing that, Fong Chen sneered. Then he shot forth a punch. Crack! The alien, who was originally full of confidence, had his skull shattered by Fong Chen's punch. Blood spurted out from the shattered skull, shocking everyone. How is this possible? Everyone cried out in alarm. It was simply too shocking. A 9th-level creation realm expert had shattered the skull of a 2nd-level life and death realm emperor with a punch. How can he be so strong? The enchanting junior sister Shui's pitch-black eyes flickered with astonishment. Soon after, she thought of something. This person must have obtained a fortuitous encounter. Otherwise, it was impossible for his strength to rise so quickly. It must be a very powerful inheritance. I must obtain it, the enchanting woman said inwardly. Senior Sister Ding and the others also cried out in alarm. Bang! Amidst everyone's exclamations, Fang Chun punched out again, killing the alien. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, Xiao Chun easily killed a second-level life and death realm monarch. A faint smile appeared on Fang Chen's face. Amazing. Admirable. Blade 3 raised his head at Fang Chun and said, Attack together. Encircle them. Someone roared, and immediately, a large number of life and death realm emperors attacked. Your opponent is me. A few mid-level life and death realm experts wanted to suppress Fang Chun, but they were blocked by Blade 3. Blade 3 held his battle blade and swept across the world. In the blink of an eye, his aura rose to the peak. Pucci! With a slash, a fourth-level life and death realm emperor was instantly killed. Blade 3 licked his dry lips and took the initiative to attack the other mid-level life and death realm experts. At the same time, Fang Chen also started his massacre. The alien race and the ocean demon race had always been mortal enemies with the human race. If not for the human race's Saint Lord breaking through to the eternal realm at the crucial moment, the human race would have been annihilated long ago. Kill. Facing a second-layer life and death realm alien, Fang Chun killed one with a single punch. In the blink of an eye, there were countless corpses on the ground. The non-humankind and the sea monsters suffered heavy losses. A bunch of trash. You can't even suppress a manifestation realm martial artist? Senior Sister Ding shouted angrily. Not only will I give the antidote to whoever can capture him, but I will also give him an opportunity. Provoked by Senior Sister Ding's words, the crowd's attacks became even fiercer. As the battle progressed, second-level life and death realm monarchs no longer dared to attack alone. Their hearts were filled with terror. They were not fighting humans at all, but demons. Right now, Fang Chun was mainly fighting against third-level life and death realm monarchs. One or two of them were not strong, but if several of them worked together, their power would increase greatly. After a fierce battle, Fang Chun finally used the space-time book. So far, the space-time book was his greatest trump card. A divine art was a divine art. As soon as he used the space-time book, Fang Chun disappeared into thin air. Where is he? The numerous attacking life and death realm monarchs looked at each other in dismay when their attacks missed. Pucci! Suddenly, a huge hand appeared in the void. Carrying a terrifying power, it directly penetrated the body of a third-level life and death realm monarch. No! The third-level life and death realm monarch spurted out a mouthful of blood. His face was filled with unwillingness as his body slowly fell to the ground. He's hiding in the void. Attack him together. A non-humankind roared. Suddenly, everyone attacked the surrounding void crazily, not giving Fang Chun a chance to take advantage of the situation. At the edge of the lava river, the faces of Senior Sister Ding and the others turned increasingly grave. Senior Sister Ding, these two humans are too strong. Should we leave for now? Junior Sister Shui asked in a low voice. That's right, Senior Sister Ding. That saber-wielding martial artist is too strong. He's practically invincible among mid-level life and death realm experts. Another disciple said. In a short while, the non-humankind and the sea monsters suffered disastrous casualties. If this dragged on, when the non-humankind and the sea monsters were all dead, it would be their turn. At that time, they would not even have the chance to escape. Retreat. Senior Sister Ding waved her hand and took the lead to leave. In the blink of an eye, the Lion Gates people had all left. Who? The Lion Gates people returned to their base. Gate Master, something bad has happened. Senior Sister Ding said in a fluster. What happened? An ice-cold voice sounded from the darkness. Gate Master, two humans walked out of the lava river and started a massacre. They're too strong. The life and death realm monarchs of the non-humankind and the sea monsters couldn't resist at all. Senior Sister Ding said. A group of life and death realm monarchs couldn't even kill 2 humans. Gatemaster, I suspect that those 2 have obtained some major inheritance. Their strength is too unimaginable, especially that Fortune Realm martial artist, who could easily kill a 3rd-level life and death realm monarch. Senior Sister Ding continued. Voila! In the darkness, the void tore open and the golden lion walked out. Its face was filled with a gloomy expression. Cultivation Palace Inheritance? The golden lion sneered and took a step forward, walking toward the passage. In front of the lava river, Fong Chun killed the last 3rd-level life and death realm monarch with a punch. Beside him, Blade 3 killed the last god of Triple Godland with a blade. The 2 looked at each other and smiled. This battle was simply too delightful. Brother Fong Chun, this is the most delightful battle I've had since I started cultivating. Blade 3 said with a smile. Fong Chun nodded. He felt the same. One had to admit that the Cultivation Palace's inheritance had allowed them to undergo a qualitative transformation. Right at this moment, the big white dog and little mouse appeared. Boss, you're too strong. You can easily kill a low-level life and death realm monarch with a Fortune Realm martial artist. Little Mouse said with a smile. The big white dog was very satisfied with Fong Chun and Blade 3's performance. Not bad. You didn't disgrace my master's reputation. The big white dog shook its head and said, Buzz. A golden aura spread out and the lava river started boiling. The big white dog turned its head and saw that the golden lion was already standing opposite it, glaring at it. Big white dog, you'd rather let 2 irrelevant trash enter the cultivation palace than let me in. The golden lion roared angrily. You traitor. You still have the face to say that my master's inheritance won't be given to you even if he doesn't appear in the world for the rest of his life. The big white dog hated the golden lion very much. While the big white dog and the golden lion were confronting each other, Little Mouse explained to Blade 3 and Fong Chun. After hearing this, Fong Chun came to a realization. So this golden lion is the enchanting woman's backer. Fong Chun said, I didn't expect this lion to betray Senior Longming. No wonder the big white dog hated the golden lion so much. So that was the case. Thinking of this, Fong Chun and Blade 3's eyes turned cold. They were indebted to Long Ming and could be considered half of his disciples. Since the golden lion had betrayed Long Ming, they naturally had to clean up the mess for him. Fong Chun and Blade 3 walked in front of the big white dog and stood side by side with it, full of fighting spirit. Big white dog, haven't you been looking for a successor for that old bastard Long Ming? Today, I'll kill the 2 of them in front of you. The golden lion laughed wildly. I'm afraid you don't have the ability, Blade 3 said coldly. Just as well, we're also preparing to clean up the mess for Senior Long Ming, Fong Chun said. Boom! A terrifying aura soared into the sky. Golden patterns flowed rapidly around the golden lion's body. At this moment, the golden lion unleashed his strongest strength. He knew that his opponent was strong, so he directly used his trump card. Oh no! Feeling the fluctuations in the air, the big white dog cursed inwardly. However, before it finished speaking, it felt the fluctuations in the void. Then, a formation drowned the golden lion. Do it! Fong Chun set up an improved version of the Chaos Killing formation and temporarily trapped the golden lion. Sword 3 took the lead and charged into the formation. The big white dog and Fong Chun entered the formation one after another. How can you leave me out of this kind of thing? After the little mouse finished speaking, a huge purple mouse phantom condensed behind it and used the extreme piercing divine ability. Under normal circumstances, the golden lion's combat strength was not much different from the big white dog. Last time, it was forced to retreat by the big white dog and the little mouse. Now, it used the trump card that it had been hiding for many years and its combat strength sword, becoming super strong all of a sudden. However, it thought that it could crush its opponent, but it found that it had fallen into a formation. You want to trap me with a mere formation? The golden lion's monstrous aura spread as it said coldly. Today is the day you die. Fang Chun used the space-time book and merged with time and space, controlling the Chaos Killing Formation to secretly attack the Golden Lion. Blade 3 and the Big White Dog fought head-on. The battle was very intense, and the entire cave was shaking. Within the river, the boiling hot magma was churning rapidly. Swoosh! Extreme piercing pierced one of the Golden Lion's legs, causing it to be stained with blood. Ah! The Golden Lion roared and spat out a terrifying golden aura, shooting toward the Big White Dog. Careful! The Big White Dog pulled Blade 3 and dodged the golden aura attack. The battle blade in Blade 3's hand slashed down, and a majestic blade light collided with the Golden Lion's body. The destructive power of a life and death emperor was extremely great. At this moment, the enchanting woman and the others felt the ground shaking. Gate Master is fighting with those two, Senior Sister Ding said. With Gate Master taking action, they're dead for sure. Those two humans are nothing but clowns. Gate Master's methods are heaven-defying. He can easily suppress them. The Lion Gate disciples blindly worshipped the Golden Lion. Only the enchanting woman had a faint feeling of unease in her heart. She kept feeling that the magma river below was extraordinary. Why do I have such a feeling? Could it be that Gate Master will lose? Chapter 1577. If the Golden Lion and the Big White Dog were at their peak, Fang Chun and the others would not be able to match up to their strength. However, because of what happened back then, the power in the Big White Dog's body was sealed. The Golden Lion, on the other hand, was seriously injured and could not recover to its peak. Otherwise, it would not have ended up like this. Originally, the Big White Dog and Little Mouse could force the Golden Lion to retreat if they joined forces. However, this time, the Golden Lion unleashed its trump card, and its attack power increased by more than one level. It thought that it could easily kill a few people, but it was wrong. It neglected Fang Chun and Sword 3. It was precisely these two people who changed the situation of the battle. Fang Chun's space-time cultivation system and Sword 3's cultivation system had skyrocketed after being honed in the cultivation palace. Dong! Sword 3 slashed out with his battle sword, and a terrifying sword gleam with incredible power blasted toward the Golden Lion. Slash! A saber mark actually appeared on the Golden Lion's tough body. Traces of blood flowed out from the sword mark. Roar! The Golden Lion roared into the sky. Its eyes as big as gongs widened, and it wanted nothing more than to tear Sword 3 into pieces. You're courting death. The Golden Lion gave up on attacking the others and focused on attacking Sword 3. In the blink of an eye, the two entered a state of chaotic battle. Killing power whizzed out from the Chaos Killing Formation. Little Mouse's two great talents were used alternately. Fang Chun's figure was hidden in the void. As time passed, Fang Chun and the others gradually took control of the rhythm of the battle. Bang! Under a joint attack, the Golden Lion's huge body was instantly sent flying. It's injured. Sword 3 growled and took the lead to attack the Golden Lion. The Golden Lion fought back with all its might, and a terrifying power erupted from its body. Seeing this, Fang Chun did not hesitate to activate the Dark Demonic Wheel. This was the first time Fang Chun had used the Dark Demonic Wheel after stepping into the 9th level of the Creation Realm. Boom! Extremely terrifying power gushed out from the Dark Demonic Wheel and instantly drowned the Golden Lion. At the same time, Sword 3's battle sword pierced into the Golden Lion's body. Crack! The Golden Lion's body was split in half and directly annihilated by the dark power. Fang Chun hurriedly put away the Dark Demonic Wheel. Even so, he felt that his strength had almost been sucked dry. My strength has increased, and so has the power of the Dark Demonic Wheel. Fang Chun thought to himself. The Dark Demonic Wheel itself was an existence that surpassed 9th-ranked divine weapons. However, limited by Fang Chun's own strength, he was unable to unleash his tyrannical power. However, now that Fang Chun's strength had increased, the power of the Dark Demonic Wheel had also increased. Miserable screams came from the dark energy. The Golden Lion's body was finally shattered by the power of darkness, and it perished here. Whoosh, the big white dog, looked at all of this and felt rather emotional. Once upon a time, it had called the golden lion brother, but now he had fallen to such a state. However, at the thought of the golden lion betraying its master, the big white dog's heart was filled with strong resentment. Now, the golden lion's death could be considered as cleaning up the house for Master Longming. With my power, there's no way I can kill the golden lion, the big white dog thought to itself. Immediately, its gaze fell on Sword 3 and Fong Chun. A gratified smile appeared on its face. It was also very happy that its master could obtain such an outstanding successor. What? The sect master has perished? Oh my God! How could the sect master have perished? Run! Suddenly, someone in the lion sect's crowd exclaimed. Then, everyone reacted and scrambled to escape this place. Even an expert like the sect master had perished in the hands of these people. They would only die if they stayed here. Sect master. Senior Sister Ding took the lead, and the other disciples followed closely behind. Only the enchanting woman's pretty face was filled with desolation. She screamed, and immediately, a terrifying hallucinogenic aura spread out from her body. The sect master had done her a great favor, and she wanted to avenge him. All of you must die. The enchanting woman's lips turned black, and her fair face dimmed. Her entire body was filled with poison. Her palms kept waving, and her beautiful body quickly rushed toward Fong Chun and Sword 3. Die! Sword 3 did not have any protective feelings for the fairer sex. He waved the battle saber in his hand and directly cut the enchanting woman in half. Fong Chun nodded slightly. This woman is quite loyal. At this critical moment of life and death, the fact that she could stay to avenge the sect master was enough to show her loyalty. Unfortunately, their standpoints were different. It was either you die or I die. Those people are the traitor's disciples. Kill them all, the big white dog said softly. The golden lion was dead, and the hatred in its heart had dissipated. However, it could not let go of the lion sect's disciples. Fong Chun and Sword 3 looked at each other, and then nodded. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Fong Chun used the space-time book, and his figure merged into the space-time. In the blink of an eye, he arrived above the pterosaur forbidden land. He looked down and saw Senior Sister Ding and the others fleeing in a hurry. You can't escape. Fong Chun waved his hand and set up a chaos element killing formation, instantly trapping Senior Sister Ding and the others. Then, they were left to fend for themselves. Fong Chun believed that the power of the chaos element killing formation was terrifying. With the strength of Senior Sister Ding and the others, it was impossible for them to break through. There was only one outcome, and it was already destined. That was, they were destined to perish. After all this was done, Sword 3 also arrived. The big white dog and the little mouse also came out from under the lava river one after another. Rumble. At this moment, a deafening sound came from inside the passage. What's going on? Fong Chun asked in confusion. The cultivation palace left behind by Master already has an heir. This place will no longer exist, the big white dog said calmly. What about the bronze gate? Sword 3 asked. The treasure inside the bronze gate is of no help to you. It will sink into the earth and reappear after a few years. Leave it for the fated, the big white dog said. All of this was set up by Master Longming. Hearing this, Fong Chun and Sword 3 nodded. In fact, after obtaining the cultivation resources in the Sumeru Ring, they really didn't care about ordinary cultivation resources. By the way, I wonder if there's any rootless grass inside the Bronze Gate. Suddenly, Fong Chun remembered something. His initial purpose in entering the pterosaur forbidden ground was to find the rootless grass and the flame dragon whisker for his mother. He had already obtained the flame dragon whisker, but he had yet to obtain the rootless grass. Although he had heard about the rootless grass when he first entered the pterosaur forbidden ground, the big white dog shook its head, indicating that there was none. Although there's none inside the Bronze Gate, there's one in the pterosaur forbidden ground, the big white dog said. Brother Fong Chun, do you need the rootless grass? Sword 3 asked. Fong Chun nodded. If I find it, I'll definitely tell you, Sword 3 said with a smile. Thank you, Brother Sword 3. Fang Chun cupped his fists. The trip to the pterosaur forbidden ground had ended perfectly, and Sword 3 was ready to leave. He thought about it and asked Fang Chun, Brother Fang Chun, I've already obtained the inheritance from the cultivation palace. This trip can be considered complete, and I'll be leaving this place next. What are your plans? Sword 3 asked. I'm going to look for the rootless grass and then leave the pterosaur forbidden ground. Fang Chun said, I wonder where Brother Sword 3 lives. If I have time in the future, I'll definitely pay you a visit. Sword 3 grinned and said, I take the world as my home. I'll go wherever I go. However, when I return this time, I'll probably find a quiet place to cultivate in seclusion and strive to enter the god realm as soon as possible. Hearing this, Fang Chen's heart skipped a beat. Brother Sword 3, I know a place that's suitable for you to cultivate in seclusion. The environment and resources are good. I wonder if you're willing, Fang Chen asked. Oh, where is it? Tell me, Sword 3 said. Green Bamboo Island. Fang Chen chuckled and said, To be honest, I'm the island master of Green Bamboo Island. My alias is Sanguinati. On my Green Bamboo Island, there's a green pillar formation that's very suitable for cultivation. Sword 3 thought for a moment and finally agreed. In that case, I'll have to trouble Brother Fang Chun. After spending so much time with Fang Chun, Sword 3 also liked Fang Chen's character. Moreover, if it weren't for Fang Chun, he wouldn't have been able to open the cultivation palace. He was grateful to Fang Chun from the bottom of his heart. After hearing the latter's invitation, he instantly understood. No trouble, no trouble. Fang Chun was also very happy that Sword 3 agreed. With a powerhouse like Sword 3 overseeing Green Bamboo Island, it would definitely greatly increase the island's defense. Brother Fang Chun, in that case, I'll help you look for the rootless grass and return together, Sword 3 said. Thank you, Brother Sword 3. While Fang Chun and Sword 3 were chatting, the big white dog kept watching the two of them. Kid, I want to go to Green Bamboo Island too, the big white dog suddenly said. Fang Chun was a little surprised, but then a bright smile appeared on his face. Of course, he was very happy that the big white dog wanted to go. You don't have to stay here anymore, the little mouse said. The big white dog shook its head, and a look of determination appeared in its eyes. I want to break the seal on my body as soon as possible and step into the god realm to find my master. Previously, it couldn't leave because it had to guard the cultivation palace. Now that the cultivation palace was history and its mission was completed, it could naturally leave. Haha, I'll have company from now on, the little mouse laughed. Fang Chen nodded and said, Let's go look for the rootless grass first and then return to Green Bamboo Island together. The two humans and two monsters began to search for the rootless grass. At this time, the chaos element killing formation below was also gradually collapsing. Senior Sister Ding and the others were all wiped out. At this point, no one for the Lion Gate was left alive. The big white dog sighed. After so many years, it was finally time to clean house. It was very sad that it was deceived by the golden lion, but now it was relieved. While flying in the void, the big white dog's nose suddenly twitched. Chapter 1578. The big white dog was more familiar with this place, and its sense of smell was very sensitive. In the blink of an eye, it smelled the scent of the rootless grass. Where is it? Fang Chun asked hurriedly. Under the lead of the big white dog, they came to a slightly dark hiding place in a few breaths' time. This place was filled with an evil aura. Fang Chun looked around and frowned. This is the golden lion's hiding place, the big white dog said. It was all too familiar with the golden lion. With just one look, it could tell. The rootless grass was planted here by the golden lion. The big white dog's paw pointed to the front. Fang Chun followed the dog's gaze and found a herb on a small hill. Is this the rootless grass? Although Fang Chun had obtained the rootless grass's branches and leaves before, he had never seen it before. This herb had no roots and was suspended above the soil. There were 9 branches and leaves on the herb, and the surroundings exuded a strong aura. The rootless grass is not mature yet, the big white dog said, but you can take it back and plant it yourself. Fang Chun nodded, took a deep breath, and walked to the small hill. Following the big white dog's instructions, he easily pulled up the rootless grass. Looking at the rootless grass in his hand, Fong Chun was secretly delighted. He finally got the rootless grass. Thinking of his mother's face, Fong Chun felt warm in his heart. Let's go. Putting away the rootless grass, Fong Chun took Sword 3, the little mouse, and the big white dog, and left the pterosaur forbidden ground. The pterosaur forbidden ground, which once terrified people, became an ordinary cultivation place. No one would have thought that the foreign tribes and the Sea Demon clan, who were struggling to survive in the pterosaur forbidden ground, would fall because of one person. What happened in the pterosaur forbidden ground was naturally unknown to outsiders. Whoosh! Passing through the seal, Fong Chun felt the rich spiritual energy in heaven and earth. He took a deep breath. The outside world felt more comfortable. He took out the celestial dragon boat and took Sword 3 to Green Bamboo Island. 5 days later, the Starfield dragon boat stopped above Green Bamboo Island, and Fong Chun and Sword 3 stepped out of it. Big white dog, this is Green Bamboo Island, my boss's territory. I'll show you around. As soon as he walked out of the Starfield dragon boat, the little mouse left with the big white dog. Fong Chun did not pay any attention to it. In the entire lower realm, there were not many who dared to attack the little mouse. He knew all the great beings on the universe combat power list, so he wouldn't attack them casually. This is Green Bamboo Island. Sword 3's divine consciousness enveloped Green Bamboo Island as a smile appeared on his face. This was indeed a holy land for cultivation. It was far away from the other islands and was almost at the edge of the void ocean. Most importantly, almost no one would disturb him here. After all, Fong Chun was the island master of Green Bamboo Island. Moreover, Sword 3 soon discovered the wonders of the Green Pillar Formation. This formation is really amazing, Sword 3 could not help but exclaim. How is it, Saber 3 brothers? Fong Chun asked. Sword 3 nodded with satisfaction. He had decided to cultivate here from now on. If you need anything, just look for me directly, Fong Chun said. At that moment, Sword 3 discovered the old faker. Sword 3 was considered a knowledgeable person. He could tell at a glance that the old faker was extraordinary. The old faker stood on Green Bamboo Island as if he had existed since ancient times. If not for the fact that his main torso had been cut off, his aura would have been even more powerful. Now, he was recovering on Green Bamboo Island. This is my partner, a quasi-divine tree. What a pity! When he mentioned the old faker, Fong Chun's expression dimmed. The old faker had become like this in order to save Tion Xin, although the old faker kept saying that he was fine. However, how could Fong Chun not know that? Cutting off half of his main torso was equivalent to cutting off the old faker's path to godhood. This was a huge blow to a plant. One had to know that in the last tens of thousands of years, there had been no plants in the lower realm who had cultivated to godhood. The old faker had been able to reach this stage after a lot of effort and countless opportunities. Blood Fiend Emperor. Fong Chun's heart was burning with anger. If it weren't for that despicable Blood Fiend Emperor, the old faker would not have fallen to this point. However, it was useless to say this now. Fong Chun could only pray that the old faker could recover. Of course, he would also think of a way to help the old faker find some heavenly treasures to help him recover. The main torso has been cut off. This is a method to cut off his cultivation. Who on earth is so vicious? Sword 3 asked in surprise. Fong Chun told him everything about his grudge with Blood Fiend Emperor. After hearing this, Sword 3 also shook his head and sighed. He sympathized with Fong Chun. The latter was a person who valued friendship. Brother Fong, I believe that he will definitely rise again. Sword 3 comforted. Fong Chun nodded and did not think too much. He took Sword 3 back to the island master's residence. After a period of development, Green Bamboo Island had not only recovered its former strength, but also became more prosperous. As soon as he entered the island master's residence, In Fong came to welcome him. Island Master, you're back. In Fong chuckled. Fong Chun nodded and introduced Sword 3. Then, he said, find a place for Brother Sword 3 to cultivate in seclusion. Remember, he must not be disturbed. After saying this, Fang Chun was still not at ease. He warned, "If Brother Sword 3 has any instructions, you must do your best to satisfy him." Yin Fang had followed Fang Chun for a long time, so he understood the latter very well. For him to warn him like this, it could be assumed that Sword 3 had a close relationship with the Island Master. Moreover, as a peak manifestation expert, Yin Fang could naturally sense the terrifying aura coming from Sword 3. Life and Death Emperor, Yin Fang inwardly said. Moreover, this person should not be an ordinary Life and Death Emperor. Thinking of this, Yin Fang rejoiced inwardly. Their green bamboo island finally had a Life and Death Emperor overseeing it. "Brother Fang Chun, I need to leave Green Bamboo Island first." Just as Yin Fang was about to leave with Sword 3, the latter said, Brother Sword 3, what's the matter?" Fang Chun asked. After a moment of silence, Sword 3 said, "I received a message from Lu Xiong." Lu Xiong. Fang Chun was somewhat surprised, but he soon understood. Martial artists in the creation realm could cultivate the doppelganger technique and condense doppelgangers. How could a Life and Death Emperor not have a clone? Thinking about it, the one left in the outside world should be Lu Xiong's clone. Indeed, as Fang Chun guessed, the one destroyed was Lu Xiong's main body. Lu Xiong and I have been together for a long time. The two of us have a very good relationship. Back then, we agreed that no matter who obtained the inheritance, we should help the other party. Sword 3 said, "I know Lu Xiong's character. If it was an ordinary matter, he would be too embarrassed to ask. However, this time, he sent me a voice transmission. He seems to be in danger." Lu Xiong is in danger. The strength of a clone was definitely not as strong as the main body. I want to save Lu Xiong. If it goes smoothly, I will bring him back to Green Bamboo Island. Sword 3 said, "I'll go with you." No matter what, the three of them were comrades who fought side by side in the Cultivation Palace. Fang Chun and Sword 3 were somewhat sad that Lu Xiong had died midway. Now that Lu Xiong's clone was in danger, they naturally had to go save him. Sword 3 looked straight at Fang Chun and nodded heavily. "Did he tell you where he is?" Fang Chun asked. He did. The two boarded the Starfield Dragon boat and quickly set off. They traveled through the void according to the address Lu Xiong gave them. Azure Civ Islands. Amongst the many islands of the lower realms, this was one of the stronger islands. According to the detailed information of the human race's sacred land, the Azure Civ Islands' overall strength ranked in the top 5. From this, one could see how powerful the Azure Civ Islands were. The Azure Civ Islands produced geniuses in large numbers. The geniuses of each generation were incomparably dazzling. However, ever since Sanguinati appeared, the geniuses of the Azure Civ Islands dimmed. Since then, the young geniuses of the Azure Civ Islands no longer went out. They all went into seclusion, hoping to make a breakthrough. There were many Life and Death Emperors on the Azure Civ Islands. Moreover, the legendary ancestor of the Azure Civ Islands was a high-level Life and Death expert. Because of the ancestor's existence, the Azure Civ Islands intimidated the surrounding islands. There were many islands in the Azure Civ Islands territory. One of the islands that few people knew of was called Tyrant Dragon Island. There weren't many people on this island, and the martial artists weren't too strong. Lu Xiong's clone had always been hiding on this island. However, Lu Xiong's clone had encountered some trouble recently. Hu Hua Life and Death Emperor was chasing after him. Lu Xiong's clone's strength was equivalent to a third-level Life and Death Emperor. The one chasing after him was a fourth-level Life and Death Emperor. Surrender obediently. Otherwise, I'll make you wish you were dead. An old man behind Lu Xiong coldly said. His speed was extremely fast. No matter how Lu Xiong fled, he couldn't escape his grasp. "Why are you chasing after me?" Lu Xiong didn't understand. He furiously roared as he fled. "Submit to me, and I'll spare your life," the old man said. Lu Xiong was very anxious. His main body had died in the Cultivation Palace, so he only had one clone. Once the clone died, he would truly die. He was unwilling. He had a bloodline cultivation system and could absorb bloodline power to increase his strength. His future was limitless, and he could even step into the divine world. He didn't want to die. There's so many life and death emperors. Why me? Lu Xiong asked. The old man smiled sinisterly and didn't say anything else. His figure flickered as he chased after Lu Xiong. This guy can actually absorb the bloodline power of demonic beasts to increase his cultivation. The secret art he cultivates must be extraordinary. It might even be a divine art. No matter what, I must obtain it. The old man thought to himself. Actually, the old man had passed by Tyrant Dragon Island by accident. He happened to see Lu Xiong absorbing the bloodline power of demonic beasts. Immediately, he became greedy for Lu Xiong. After tracking him for a while, he figured out Lu Xiong's whereabouts and acted swiftly to capture him. However, the result was beyond his expectations. Lu Xiong was much stronger than he had imagined. Otherwise, he wouldn't have to go through so much trouble and would have captured him long ago. Chapter 1579. Lu Xiong felt helpless. In his current state, there was no way he could escape from this life and death sovereign. I can't continue like this. I have to think of a way. Lu Xiong pondered as he fled. A moment later, he thought of a way. Taking a deep breath, a resolute expression appeared on his face. This was an extreme method. If he failed, his clone would also be destroyed. Even if he succeeded, his clone would suffer heavy injuries and wouldn't be able to recover in a short time. If I go all out, there's still a chance. If I don't, there won't be any. Lu Xiong decisively made his decision. Crash! Lu Xiong, who had been fleeing, suddenly stopped. His expression was gloomy as he quietly floated in the air. Why aren't you running? You know you can't escape. The old man smiled and stared at Lu Xiong. I said that as long as you obediently let me capture you, I won't kill you. The old man greedily looked at Lu Xiong. If my guess is correct, you should be cultivating a legendary divine art, right? To be able to absorb bloodline energy to increase one's strength. I've never seen or heard of such a thing. As long as you hand over this divine art, I can spare your life. Hearing the old man's words, Lu Xiong finally understood why the old man was chasing him. It seemed the old man was treating his bloodline cultivation system as a divine art. I do indeed have a divine art. Lu Xiong's eyes flickered and he said, But how can I believe you? How? Do you think you still have any leeway to bargain? The old man sneered. In his eyes, Lu Xiong was just a prisoner. Prisoners didn't have the qualifications to bargain. It's fine if you don't hand it over. After I kill you, I'll be able to obtain it myself. The old man said, However, if you are willing to take the initiative to hand it over, this old man's mood will be good. Perhaps I will accept you as a servant and let you live. Cold killing intent was hidden in the depths of Lu Xiong's eyes. All right, I promise you. Lu Xiong took a step forward and approached the old man. The old man was bold and wasn't afraid of Lu Xiong playing any tricks. You should have done this from the start. The old man looked at Lu Xiong and chuckled. Lu Xiong got close to the old man and reached his hand into his bosom, fiddling with it. The old man's gaze was fixed on Lu Xiong's palm. Here, suddenly, the hand that had reached into his chest suddenly pulled out. A small green snake instantly shot out from his palm. The old man grabbed the small green snake, and with a crack, the small snake's body exploded. Boom! A terrifying power swept out in an instant, submerging the old man's body. Lu Xiong seized the opportunity and disappeared into the void in a flash. Damn it! The old man let out an angry roar. His clothes were somewhat tattered. Although the explosive power of the little green snake did not injure him, it still caused him some damage. Courting death, the old man's eyes were filled with killing intent as he gave chase. The old man's speed was raised to the limit. Soon, he caught up with Lu Xiong. Die. I've already given him a chance, but he didn't cherish it. The old man's powerful punch landed on Lu Xiong's body. Bang! Lu Xiong's body was sent flying as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Am I going to die? Lu Xiong's face was filled with despair. His eyes were a little dazed, and he was already prepared to die. His trump card had failed, and he was destined to die. However, just as he was about to close his eyes, he suddenly saw the void in front of him being torn apart, and a huge Starfield dragon boat appeared out of nowhere. That is, Lu Xiong's eyes widened as he looked at the two people who walked out of the Starfield Dragon boat. It's you. Lu Xiong, who had fallen into despair, suddenly had the desire to live burning in his heart. He suddenly turned around and used all his strength to throw out a punch in an attempt to block the old man's attack. Bang! As expected, his body was sent flying again. This time, his body did not fall, but was caught by Sword 3. How are you? Sword 3 asked. I'm fine. Lu Xiong was very confident. He did not expect Sword 3 and Fang Chun to be able to rush over so quickly. Brother Lu Xiong, leave the rest to us, Fang Chun said. You must die today. Even if someone saves you, it's useless. The old man sneered and continued to attack. Fang Chen's figure flashed and disappeared into the void. In the next moment, a terrifying strike appeared in the void and struck the old man's body. The old man's attack was neutralized, and his body was forced to retreat. Who are you? Only the younger generation of the 4 great sacred lands could block his attack at the 9th level of the creation realm. Sanguinati, Fang Chun said his name. What? You're the Green Bamboo Island Master? The old man was obviously a little panicked. He did not expect this person to be the Green Bamboo Island Master. He gradually suppressed the surprise on his face and laughed. So, it's the Green Bamboo Island Master. This person has a grudge against me. I believe the Green Bamboo Island Master will not go against me. Right? He's my brother. If you want his life, you want mine. Fang Chun made his stance clear. The old man did not want to go against the Green Bamboo Island Master. However, the Green Bamboo Island Master did not know how to appreciate his kindness. Green Bamboo Island Master, don't fail to appreciate my kindness. It's not that I'm looking down on you. Although you're strong, you're nothing in front of me. The old man said gravely. No matter what, he was still a 4th level life and death realm monarch. Green Bamboo Island Master provoked him like this. Even if he killed him, no one would say anything. What a joke. While you're talking about others, you're also trash in their eyes. Saber 3 said. How can you interrupt when I'm speaking? The old man was already angry. Now that Saber 3 said this, he became even more furious. Boom! Saber 3 did not say anything else and directly released his tyrannical aura. In my eyes, you're just that weak. The aura released by Saber 3 made even a high-level life and death realm monarch's heart palpitate, let alone this 4th level life and death realm old man. The old man felt his heart palpitate. His body involuntarily trembled. This kind of power was simply too strong. Brother, I think there's some misunderstanding here. How about this matter end here? I'll leave immediately. The old man hastily said, You want to leave now? Why didn't you say that earlier? Saber 3 sneered. If he hadn't released his tyrannical aura, the old man wouldn't have compromised. This was a world where the strong preyed on the weak. If they were weak today, they would have died long ago. Therefore, he had never thought of letting this old man live. What do you want? The old man asked. I want to kill you. As soon as he said this, a 30-meter-long saber light appeared in the void. It carried a vast power and shattered the old man's attack. Gotcha! The old man's body was cleaved in 2. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, the battle ended. Lu Xiong couldn't help but smile bitterly. If his true body hadn't been destroyed, he would be as strong as Saber 3. Many thanks to Saber 3 and Brother Fang Chun for this. Lu Xiong cupped his fists towards the two. Brother Lu Xiong, there's no need for this. Fang Chun waved his hand. Brother Lu Xiong, your true body has been destroyed. It's not safe for your clone here. Why don't you come with me to Green Bamboo Island? Saber 3 said. Green Bamboo Island is Brother Fang Chen's territory. I'm going to cultivate in seclusion there. If you go, we can take care of each other. Sure. Lu Xiong agreed immediately. Fang Chun and Saber 3 took out a large number of cultivation resources from their summer rings and gave them to Lu Xiong. These were all obtained in the cultivation palace. Your clone is still weak and needs them. Saber 3 said. Lu Xiong didn't pretend and accepted them directly. However, he was very touched. Brother Lu Xiong, the core inheritance we obtained has restrictions. We can't pass it on to you. However, If I see anything related to the bloodline cultivation system, I'll definitely tell you. Saber 3 said. Thank you. Lu Xiong was very happy. Although his true body had been destroyed in the cultivation palace, and he had gained nothing. However, he was very happy to have such a good brother. After killing the old man, the three of them left the island together. They weren't in a hurry, so they didn't use the Starfield Dragon Boat. Instead, they prepared to go through the transportation array. It just so happened that Fang Qian was going to the Luo clan's sacred land, so Saber 3 could bring Lu Xiong back. On an island not far from the Tyrant Dragon Island, Sword Demon Island. In fact, this island wasn't originally called Sword Demon Island. However, a fierce person rose up and took over the island. He then changed the name to Sword Demon Island. There was only one power on Sword Demon Island, and only one person was the king. Sword Demon Island's core area, Island Master's Mansion. A black-robed, middle-aged martial artist had just finished cultivating when he suddenly sensed a new life. And he even dared to kill my subordinates. The black-robed, middle-aged martial artist's face was gloomy. Killing intent surged from his body. He had taken over Sword Demon Island and gathered many experts, including some life and death emperors. Taoist Mo Shu was his right-hand man. He had always trusted Taoist Mo Shu. This time, Taoist Mo Shu went out to temper himself. Not long after he left, he died. He died on the Tyrant Dragon Island. The black-robed, middle-aged man muttered to himself. His body was filled with an extremely dense energy. 88. Oh, he waved his hand, and his divine sense spread out in his mind. A picture was formed in front of him. This picture was the scene of Saber 3 killing Taoist Mo Shu. Before Taoist Mo Shu died, he sent this picture to the black-robed, middle-aged man, hoping that he could avenge him. Not long ago, Taoist Mo Shu's doppelganger died while exploring the ruins. A new doppelganger is in the process of forming. But now, his true body has been killed. He truly deserves to die. After speaking, the black-robed, middle-aged man stood up. Killing intent spread out in the hall. Chapter 1580. Fang Qian and the other two arrived at Sword Demon Island through the teleportation circle of Tyrant Dragon Island. This Sword Demon Island is strange. Sword Chi soars into the sky. Everyone seems to be sword cultivators, Saber 3 said. Lu Xiong nodded. Above Sword Demon Island, invisible Sword Chi surrounded the island, forming a strong defense. Only Fang Qian's expression changed. His eyes flickered as if he was thinking about something. Brother Fang Qian, let's part ways here. There's a teleportation circle to Old Hua Islands on Sword Demon Island. I'll bring Lu Xiong back to Green Bamboo Island first. Saber 3 set outside the teleportation circle. They took a detour because there was a teleportation circle to Green Bamboo Island on Old Hua Islands. Sword Demon Island could only teleport to Old Hua Islands. Fang Qian nodded. He wanted to go to Luo Islands. There was no teleportation circle there, so he had to go to Green Luo Island, the core of Green Luo Islands. The three parted ways again. The martial artists guarding the teleportation circle turned serious when they saw Fang Qian and the other two. Why do these three look so familiar? Yeah, I think I've seen them somewhere before. These three are the people our master is looking for. Hurry up and inform him, the leader of the guards said telepathically. At this moment, Fang Qian and the other two walked over. We're going to Old Hua Islands, Saber 3 said. I'm going to Green Luo Islands, Fang Qian said. The leader of the guard said, I'm really sorry. There's a problem with the teleportation circle just now. We're trying our best to fix it. Please wait for a moment. We'll inform you as soon as it's fixed. Fang Qian and the other two were helpless. Don't worry. It's just a small problem. We'll fix it in less than 3 minutes, the leader of the guard said, afraid that Fang Qian and the other two would be suspicious. The three nodded. They could only wait. The leader of the guard was secretly happy. At the same time, he prayed that the master would come as soon as possible. Sword Demon Island, Island Master's Mansion. Not long after the black-clothed, middle-aged man gave the order, he received a message. Master, the three of them have arrived at Sword Demon Island. They're going to leave through the teleportation circle. The guards are trying to delay them. After hearing the message, the black-clothed middle-aged man turned into a sword light and shot into the sky without hesitation. Life and death realm monarchs were extremely fast. In just a few breaths of time, they arrived before the teleportation array. As Fong Shun and the other two waited, they suddenly felt the sword chi in the air become oppressive. What happened? Sword 3 jumped to his feet and asked in a deep voice. Fong Shun raised his eyes and stared at the sky, cursing inwardly. Then, he turned to look at the guard leader. A sly smile appeared on the latter's face. The three of you have killed the people of our Sword Demon Island, and you still dare to appear here? You are truly courting death. His Excellency had already arrived, so he was not afraid of these three people. I see. In an instant, Fong Chen understood. It seemed that the life and death realm monarch he killed in the Tyrant Dragon Island was from the Sword Demon Island. Fong Chen's expression was solemn. He was ready to fight. However, as the sword light in the void got closer and closer, a look of shock appeared on his face. His eyes widened as he stared at the scene before him in disbelief. Voila! The resplendent sword light broke through the void and shot over, turning into a black-robed middle-aged man. His body emitted a terrifying aura as his sword chi soared to the sky. Let me. Sword 3 could feel the terror of this person. He took a step forward and stood in front of Fong Shun and Lu Xiong. In the city, all the martial artists were staring at the black-robed middle-aged man. These three have offended the Excellency. They are truly courting death. Yeah, the Excellency has not appeared for a long time. This time, he actually came personally. It seems like he's really angry. I have no regrets in my life to be able to see the Excellency in action. The martial artists of the Sword Demon Island had already reached the point of blind worship for the black-robed middle-aged man. When they saw the black-robed middle-aged man appear, their eyes burned with passion as they cheered. The atmosphere was very solemn. Sword 3's expression was gloomy as he smiled bitterly. The black-robed middle-aged man's aura was very strong. Even Sword 3 felt pressured. This person is very strong. I might not be able to defeat him. When the battle starts, Brother Fong Shun, use the Starfield Dragon Boat and find an opportunity to escape. Sword 3 secretly transmitted his voice. Lu Xiong's expression was also very solemn. He had just escaped danger and did not expect to encounter such a strong opponent. Did the heavens want him, Lu Xiong, to die? The situation was very tense. The guard leader ran to the black-robed middle-aged man and whispered, "Sir, these three are the people you are looking for." When the black-robed middle-aged man landed on the ground, his gaze was fixed on Fong Chun. Fong Chun met his gaze, and a smile appeared on his shocked face. The sky demon sword chi in his body started to circulate automatically. Then, under the gaze of Sword 3 and Lu Xiong, he walked step by step toward the black-robed middle-aged man. Brother Fong Chun. Sword 3 wanted to stop him, but heard Fong Chen's words. I did not expect us to meet in such a way. The black-robed middle-aged man smiled when he heard that. Dense sky demon sword chi exuded from his body. Buzz. The sound of a sword rang through the sky. The sky demon sword emperor. When Fong Chun was weak, he had obtained the inheritance of the sky demon sword emperor. The latter had left behind two inheritances. One was the sky demon sword technique, and the other was the black demon sword technique. At that time, Fong Shun had obtained the sky demon sword technique. Mo Yun Lien Hung had obtained the black demon sword technique. Of the two successors, only one was destined to grow. However, in the end, he had the last laugh. He merged the power of the black demon sword technique and completely controlled the sky demon sword technique. At that time, the sky demon sword technique had helped Fong Shun a lot. It was not an exaggeration to say that without the sky demon sword emperor's inheritance, Fong Chun might not have achieved what he had now. Yes, it has been so long that even I have forgotten. The sky demon sword emperor said slowly. The two of them chatted like old friends, causing the surrounding people to be stunned. What is going on? Does Sir know this person? Sir never smiles, but he actually smiled when he saw this person. Who is this person? Why is Sir treating him like this? Not only were the people of Sword Demon Island shocked, but Sword 3 and Lu Xiong were also shocked. What is going on? Lu Xiong asked. Sword 3 shook his head. He did not know either. At that moment, Fang Chun turned around and said, "Both of you, wait for me here. I will be back soon." Brother Fang Chun. Sword 3 was a little worried. Fang Chun shook his head. "It's fine. Don't worry. Island Master's mansion, in the garden pavilion." Fang Chun and the Sky Demon, Sword Emperor, laughed loudly. Disciple Fang Chun greets Senior Sword Emperor. Fang Chun kowtowed to the Sky Demon, Sword Emperor. Although they were not master and disciple in name, they were master and disciple in reality. I did not expect my successor to grow to such an extent. I did not even dream of it. The Sky Demon Sword Emperor laughed loudly. He was very satisfied with Fang Chun. When he left behind the Sky Demon Sword Technique and the Black Demon Sword Technique, he did not expect this either. "How did you obtain the Sky Demon Sword Technique?" the Sky Demon Sword Emperor asked. Fang Chun spoke frankly with assurance, starting from when he left the mark to when he killed demonic fate Lien Hung, fused the power of the Black Demon Sword Technique, and completely mastered the Sky Demon Sword Technique. After hearing Fang Chun's words, the Sky Demon Sword Emperor nodded. "The Sky Demon Sword Technique was not wasted in your hands," the Sky Demon Sword Emperor said. Fang Chun chuckled and changed the topic, asking, "Senior Sword Emperor, why are you here?" Back then, Fang Chun suspected that the Sky Demon Sword Emperor was not dead. After he became the Green Bamboo Island Master, he had inquired about the Sky Demon Sword Emperor, but to no avail. He did not expect to meet the Sky Demon Sword Emperor by chance this time. It's a long story. The Sky Demon Sword Emperor sighed and said, "Back then, my strength improved very quickly and many people were jealous of me. Later, I obtained some treasures in a ruin. Those who were jealous of me joined forces to assassinate me. I was heavily injured and risked my life to kill one of them. In the end, I was lucky enough to escape. Who would have known that one of the people I killed had a powerful Blessed Realm cultivator behind him? At that time, the Blessed Realm was an insurmountable obstacle to me. I changed my name and came to the Sword Demon Island to hide. That Blessed Realm expert couldn't find me, so he gave up. Later, I cultivated on the Sword Demon Island and obtained countless opportunities. Finally, I stepped into the life and death realm. Then, I occupied the island and became the king," the Sky Demon Sword Emperor said simply. Although it was said casually, Fang Chun could feel the danger. "Then, what about your enemy?" Fang Chun asked. "My enemy had already reached the life and death realm when I stepped into the 5th layer of the creation realm. All these years, I have been paying attention to him. Unfortunately, he did not know that I was the Sky Demon Sword Emperor." The Sky Demon Sword Emperor smiled. "His strength is much stronger than mine. Once I am exposed, he will definitely take revenge. However, the current me is no longer a pushover. If he wants to touch me, he will have to consider his own strength." Fang Chun understood. No wonder his search for the Sky Demon Sword Emperor's whereabouts was fruitless. It turned out that he had hidden himself here. If he hadn't gone to save Lu Xiong, who knew when he would have met the Sky Demon Sword Emperor? Fang Chun and the Sky Demon Sword Emperor chatted for a long time, from the beginning of the Sky Demon Sword arts to their encounters over the years. When the Sky Demon Sword Emperor learned that Fang Chun was Sanguinati, he was also somewhat shocked. Sanguinati's name resounded throughout the lower realms, so he naturally knew of it, but he didn't expect that Sanguinati was his successor. "Kid, your name has resounded throughout the lower realms." The Sky Demon Sword Emperor smiled. He was very happy to meet Fang Chun. "Senior Sword Emperor, why don't you come to my Green Bamboo Island?" Fang Chun asked. The Sky Demon Sword Emperor looked at Fang Chun and slightly shook his head. "I'm already used to this place. I have no worries and can cultivate wholeheartedly. If one day I want to go out, I will definitely go to Green Bamboo Island." Fang Chun nodded and did not insist. The Sky Demon Sword Emperor had lived in seclusion here for many years. Just as he said, he was already used to it. Half a day later, Fang Chun stood up and bid farewell to the Sky Demon Sword Emperor. Senior Sword Emperor, Junior will take his leave first, Fong Chen said. The Sky Demon Sword Emperor nodded and watched Fong Chen leave. Chapter 1581. No matter what, the Sky Demon Sword technique played an indispensable role in Fong Chen's cultivation. If not for the Sky Demon Sword technique, perhaps he could still reach his current level. However, if that was the case, he would definitely take many detours, and it would take a long time. Fong Chen was still very grateful to the Sky Demon Sword Emperor. Meeting the Sky Demon Sword Emperor this time could be considered to have fulfilled one of Fong Chen's wishes. Back then, he guessed that the Sky Demon Sword Emperor was not dead and had always had a wish, which was to meet the Sky Demon Sword Emperor. Of course, even he did not expect that their meeting after so many years would be like this. Although his cultivation was not as high as the Sky Demon Sword Emperor's, his strength was not to be underestimated. Moreover, he had become the Green Bamboo Island Lord, the most outstanding younger generation in the lower realm. All these achievements made him extremely dazzling. The Sky Demon Sword Emperor was also happy. It was fate for such an outstanding younger generation to be able to cultivate the Sky Demon Sword technique. After knowing that the Sky Demon Sword Emperor had an enemy, Fong Chen planned to help him deal with it when he was strong enough. Of course, perhaps by then, the Sky Demon Sword Emperor would already have the strength to deal with it. After leaving the Sword Demon Island, Fong Chen went to the Green Luo Island. Then, he went through the transportation formation of the Green Luo Island and arrived at the Luo clan's sacred ground again. The 2 times he came to the Luo clan's sacred ground, his mentality was obviously different. The last time he came, he was filled with apprehension. This time, he was in an incomparably joyful mood. After arriving at the Luo clan's sacred ground, Fong Chen went straight to the Lapis Lazuli Palace. Coincidentally, the Luo clan lord was also in the Lapis Lazuli Palace. Clan Lord Saintis Sanguinati requests an audience, the subordinate reported. Hearing this, the Luo clan lord's face was filled with surprise. Then he said, "Let him in." As soon as Fong Chen entered, Luo Liuli hurriedly stood up and held his hand. She asked worriedly, "Chenner, where have you been these days? Why did you leave without saying goodbye?" "Mother, I've made you worry," Fong Chen said in a low voice. At this moment, the Luo clan lord looked at Fong Chen and said, "You're back so soon. Did you get the thing?" The words of the Luo clan had confused Luo Liuli. However, she soon found out. Fong Chen nodded and grinned. "Although the process was a bit complicated, I still got it." Then, Fong Chen took out the flame dragon whisker and rootless grass from his spatial ring. Luo Liuli's pretty face was filled with astonishment when she saw these 2 herbs. Then, she stared at Fong Chen with clear eyes. "Chen, you left without saying goodbye, just to find these 2 medicinal herbs." Luo Liuli gently stroked her son's face. Needless to say, her son must have suffered a lot in order to obtain these 2 medicinal herbs. "You're too reckless. What if you ran into danger?" Luo Liuli rebuked. The leader of the Luo clan, who was standing by the side, praised Fong Chen without restraint. He did not expect that Fong Chen would be able to obtain both herbs at once. This was truly a miracle. "I can always see miracles from you, lad." The head of the Luo clan tried his best to suppress the shock in his heart as he spoke slowly. "It was just a coincidence." Fong Chen laughed mischievously. Then, he placed the flame dragon whisker and rootless grass in his mother's hands. "Mother." Luo Liuli held the 2 medicinal herbs, her eyes glistening with tears. "Mother, I'm fine," Fong Chen hurriedly said. Luo Liuli hugged Fong Chen. "Chenner, don't leave without saying goodbye in the future. If something happens to you, how am I supposed to live?" "I know." Fong Chen nodded like an obedient child. Because the leader of the Luo clan was also present, Luo Liuli quickly let go of Fong Chen. "Liuli, with these 2 medicinal herbs, I think your Luo Water 3000 divine art will be able to take another step forward," said the leader of the Luo clan. "If you need anything, just tell me." "Thank you, Patriarch," said Luo Liuli. "You 2 have a good chat. I won't disturb you any longer." The leader of the Luo clan stood up and prepared to leave. At that moment, Fang Chun stopped the leader of the Luo clan. Patriarch, yes. Is there something you need? Fang Chun hesitated for a moment, but still said it. I wonder if Patriarch can agree to a request of mine, said Fang Chun. Speak. I want to bring my mother to Green Bamboo Island to reunite with my father. The leader of the Luo clan pondered for a long time, then said, Liuli is the holy maiden of the Luo clan. It's not good for her to go out so openly. However, I can't just stand by and watch you two not be able to meet. He paused for a moment, then continued, Hide your identities and go to Green Bamboo Island. After meeting her, immediately return to the sacred land. Thank you, Patriarch. To Luo Liuli, this was like a meat pie falling from the sky. She was very excited. Nighttime, Fang Chun and Luo Liuli silently left the Luo clan's sacred land. With Fang Chun's current achievements in the Tao of space-time, it was impossible for anyone to discover him. Soon, they arrived at Green Bamboo Island. Luo Liuli was a little nervous and held Fang Chun's hand tightly. Mother, Fang Chun said. Luo Liuli nodded. I'm fine. Island Lord Mansion, a certain residence. This was Fang Chun's residence. Without Fang Chun's permission, no one could enter this residence. The security here was very tight. Even life and death monarchs couldn't barge in. Fang Tianyu couldn't sleep, so he prepared to go to the study to read. Just as he entered the study, he felt something was wrong. He suddenly turned his head, and the scene that entered his eyes made him stunned. Am I dreaming? Why am I seeing Liuli? Soon after, Fang Tianyu shook his head and muttered to himself, Brother Yu. Luo Liuli couldn't hold back her tears and threw herself into Fang Tianyu's embrace. Fang Tianyu was completely stupefied. I'm not dreaming. Brother Yu, this is all real. Fang Chun didn't disturb his father and mother's reunion. He sighed in his heart. After going through so many hardships, his parents were finally reunited. Soon after, Fang Chun went to see his parents on Earth. They were doing very well, and their cultivation was also gradually increasing. However, because their foundation was weak, their cultivation was still inferior to the natives of this world. The two old people were happy and harmonious. Seeing this scene, Fang Chun was satisfied. Soon after, Fang Chun found Saber 3 and Lu Xiong. Lu Xiong and Saber 3 were cultivating together. At night, the two were drinking wine. You're in such a good mood. Fang Chun suddenly appeared and smiled. Brother Fang Chun, come and drink. Lu Xiong waved his hand. Fang Chun didn't act pretentious and directly sat on the stone bench, picked up a jug of wine, and started drinking. The three drank while chatting. Suddenly, Lu Xiong talked about the old faker. Brother Fang Chun, after I came to Green Bamboo Island, I found a quasi-divine technique here, but half of its body was lost. Lu Xiong said, Later, I heard Saber 3 say that it was your brother, but half of its body was cut off by the blood-evil emperor of the Sea Demon clan, and its cultivation path was cut off. Fang Chun nodded and sighed. It's all my fault. The old faker also wanted to protect my disciple. So, Fang Chun looked a little sad. He was very sad that the old faker became like this. He wanted to help the old faker, but it was too difficult. Brother Fang Chun, I once saw this situation in the inheritance left by my master. Strictly speaking, it's not impossible to recover, but it's more difficult. Lu Xiong continued. Hearing this, Fang Chun hurriedly asked, Is there a way? Lu Xiong nodded and said, Half of the main body was cut off, and its origin was damaged. If you want to completely recover, you need to absorb some heaven-defying plants. Of course, just absorbing is not enough. Fang Chun listened quietly. My master encountered this situation before, so he knows more about it. Perhaps he was worried that I would encounter it, so he left it in the inheritance. Lu Xiong took a deep breath and said, According to my master, you only need to find 3 types of immortal trees to recover. Which 3 types? Fang Chun asked anxiously. Brother Fang Chun, we can understand how you feel, but there's nothing you can do even if you're anxious. Let Lu Xiong finish first. Saber 3 persuaded from aside. The first type is called the immortal peach tree. This type of immortal tree is very rare in the lower realm and only exists in legends. You don't need the entire immortal tree, just its fruits. The second type is called the Dragon Moon Sky Tree. You only need its fruits, but you need at least 9 Dragon Moon Sky fruits. As for the third type, I know where it is. Lu Xiong said. Fang Chen secretly remembered what Lu Xiong said. Immortal Peach Tree, Dragon Moon Sky Tree. He had seen these 2 types in the inheritance of the bone progenitor, but he did not expect to use them. What's the third type? Beside him, Saber 3 was also curious. As everyone knows, the Yuan tribe, the leader of the 3 god tribes, had a treasure tree beside their progenitor. This treasure tree was just an ordinary tree, but it had followed the Yuan tribe progenitor in battle from the beginning. After being tempered by blood and tears, it finally changed its nature and became an extremely powerful immortal tree. With the help of the Yuan tribe progenitor, the treasure tree completely changed its nature and became the most dazzling immortal tree in the lower realm. It was then planted in the Yuan tribe's sacred land. After the Yuan tribe progenitor left the lower realm, the treasure tree became the Yuan tribe's guardian tree and, at the same time, the Yuan tribe's totem. The sword origin tree. Fang Chun and Saber 3 said it almost at the same time. The Yuan tribe's sword origin tree was famous in the lower realm. Countless martial artists wanted to get a sword origin fruit, but could not. The sword origin tree bloomed once every 10,000 years, bore fruit once every 10,000 years, and matured once every 10,000 years. There were only 9 fruits each time. In other words, there would only be 9 ripe sword origin fruits every 30,000 years. The sword origin fruit was very suitable for the Yuan tribe's physique. Every 30,000 years, the Yuan tribe would pluck 9 ripe sword origin fruits and reward them to the 9 people with the most potential in the tribe. The sword origin fruit was the Yuan tribe's ultimate treasure. Even if a human holy lord asked for it, they would not give it to him. Chapter 1582. With these 3 fruits and the means left behind by my master, there's an 80% chance of healing the quasi-divine tree, Lu Xiong said. Hearing this, Fang Chun was secretly delighted, although it was very difficult to obtain these 3 fruits. But having hope was better than having no hope at all. Brother Fang Chun, this is all I can help you with. Lu Xiong said, although my master left behind the inheritance, I really don't know where the other 2 trees are. These 3 fruits are hard to find in the world. Brother Fang Chun, you don't have to carry too much burden. It's best if you can get them, but it doesn't matter if you can't, Saber 3 advised. In fact, he didn't believe that Fang Chun could gather these 3 fruits. I'll definitely work hard. Fang Chun clinked glasses with Lu Xiong and Saber 3, then drank in big gulps. They drank until the wee hours of the morning. Fang Chun got up and left, quietly sending his reluctant mother back to the Luo clan's sacred land. No one knew about the entire process. Although Luo Liuli was very reluctant, she could understand. After returning to the Luo clan's sacred land, Luo Liuli went into seclusion. After seeing Fang Tianyu, she was even more motivated to cultivate. This time, she had to completely cultivate the Luo River 3,000 before coming out of seclusion. After settling his mother, Fang Chun returned to Green Bamboo Island again. In Fang and the others told him about entering the pterosaur forbidden ground. After hearing this, Fang Chun was also a little surprised. What kind of battle could even hurt the universe's origin? No wonder when he returned from the pterosaur forbidden ground, he clearly felt that the spirit energy in the void had become thinner and thinner. Moreover, he felt that this space was different. Immediately, Fang Chun contacted Realm Lord Fu Mo. However, the latter didn't reply. In the end, Fang Chun's clone went to Fu Mo World. After arriving at Fu Mo World, Fang Chun found Realm Lord Fu Mo. The latter's face was pale, and he was lying on a recliner, his aura somewhat weak. Realm Lord, what happened? Fang Chun was shocked. He thought that the one fighting the 5 giants was a Realm Lord. However, when the Realm Lord told him the details, Fang Chun's heart was in turmoil. Are you okay? Fang Chun asked. I'm fine. I just used a supreme treasure from the divine world and injured myself. I'll recover after some time, said Realm Master Fu Mo, but where have you been? I went to the Terrasaur Forbidden Ground, Fong Chun said. Realm Lord Fu Mo nodded. He could feel that Fong Chen's strength was steadily increasing. This made him feel very gratified. The universe's origin being damaged was not something Fong Chen could handle. Besides, he didn't have the ability to do anything about it. He asked Realm Lord Fu Mo if he knew about the other 2 treasure trees. Realm Lord Fu Mo shook his head, indicating that he did not know. These 2 treasure trees are hard to find in this world. But don't worry, I'll keep an eye out for you. If there's any news, I'll let you know immediately. There were many disciples in subduing Devil World, and they were scattered in every corner of the lower realm. It was very easy to find out things. From this, it could be seen how powerful subduing Devil World's information network was. Realm Lord, there's one more thing I want to ask, said Fong Chun. Speak. I want to go to the Yuan race and ask for a sword origin fruit, said Fong Chun. The hidden demon realm master's expression changed when he heard this. He pondered for a moment and said, the Yuan clan's sword Yuan fruit cannot be given to outsiders. How do you know it won't work if you don't try? Fong Chun wasn't willing to give up. Seeing that Fong Chun had made up his mind, Realm Lord Fu Mo said, since you want to try, I'll go with you. Realm Lord, you still haven't recovered from your injuries. Realm Lord Fu Mo interrupted Fong Chun and waved his hand. The Yuan race hates you. If you go alone, although Yuan Gu won't attack you, you'll be in danger. If I take you, the Yuan race will restrain themselves a bit. As for whether or not you can obtain the sword origin fruit, that'll depend on your ability, said Realm Lord Fu Mo. He was only going to intimidate Yuan Gu. Fong Chun still had to rely on himself to obtain the sword origin fruit. Many thanks, Realm Lord. The Yuan race's sacred land. Although Yuan Gu had experienced a great battle, he hadn't been injured at all. At his level, if he wanted to step into the eternal realm, it wasn't something that could be accumulated over a long period of time. He needed to comprehend the nature of heaven and earth. He needed an epiphany. So when he had nothing to do, he had to relax. In the towering Holy Land, there was a unique garden. There was a pond and a pavilion in the garden. The black-robed monarch Blackblade sat on a stone bench with a black chess piece in his hand. Opposite him was the Yuan clan master, Yuan Gu. Emperor Blackblade chuckled and placed the black piece in his hand on the chessboard. Yuan Gu raised his head and looked at Emperor Blackblade. Blackblade, but deliberately going easy on me, aren't you? Yuan Gu smiled. You can't beat me in the first place, but you're going easy on me. Emperor Blackblade smiled and said, I can't hide anything from you. Isn't it just giving Purple Blade a chance to fight for the sword origin fruit? Is there a need to be like this? Besides, you've also paid a corresponding price, Yuan Gu said. It had been nearly 30,000 years since the last batch of sword origin fruit ripened. In less than half a year, the sword origin fruit would completely ripen. Countless Yuan race's martial artists hoped that they could get one of the 9 sword origin fruits. Yuan Gu treated his clansmen fairly. All the clansmen could participate in the test. As long as they passed the test, they could get the sword origin fruit. Only the 9 people who persisted to the end could get the sword origin fruit. At this time, Emperor Blackblade found Yuan Gu shamelessly, wanting to ask for a spot for his disciple. In the end, Yuan Gu agreed, but the condition was that Emperor Blackblade had to be a consecrator of the Yuan race for 30,000 years, which was when the next batch of sword origin fruit ripened. Of course, if Emperor Blackblade stepped into the divine world during this period, the agreement would automatically end. Emperor Blackblade agreed without hesitation. That was why the scene just now happened. In order to thank Yuan Gu, he deliberately gave in. Blackblade, you are now considered a consecrator of my Yuan race. Giving you a spot is nothing, Yuan Gu said with a smile. It was just a spot. As for whether he could get it or not, it was hard to say. After all, there were too many clansmen who wanted to get the sword origin fruit. Some of them had already fallen into madness. Emperor Blackblade also nodded. This is all I can do for my disciple. As for whether he can get it or not, it will depend on his luck. Yuan Gu nodded. looking at the lower realm. Which of the countless martial artists did not want to get the sword origin fruit? Blackblade, after that great battle, the Holy Lord was severely injured and had no time to manage the lower realm. I have an idea, but I don't know if you want to hear it. Oh, tell me. That terrifying Blood Eye is related to the Holy Lord. His battle with Blood Eye caused the universe's origin to be injured. The spiritual energy in the air became thin, and the environment we live in became much worse. The Holy Lord has to take full responsibility for this matter. As the Holy Lord, he should be thinking of the human race wholeheartedly, but he did something that went against the interests of the human race and caused the human race to be injured. I think he is not qualified to continue to be the Holy Lord, Yuan Gu said. Emperor Blackblade's heart skipped a beat. Seeing Emperor Blackblade's expression, Yuan Gu laughed and said, "Don't worry, Brother Blackblade. I'm not asking you to betray the human race with me. My Yuan race will never do such a disgraceful thing." Blackblade Monarch relaxed slightly. To be honest, it was absolutely impossible for Yuan Gu to ask him to betray the human race. As long as the four of us impeach the Holy Lord at the same time and ask him to take responsibility for this matter, the Holy Lord will be relieved of his position. I believe that the Sacred Master will also step down from the position of Sacred Master. I hope that Brother Blackblade can help. Yuan Gu's words were very clear. The five giants represented the five forces and were considered the top forces of the human race. If the four of them did not agree with the Holy Lord, then the Holy Lord would definitely be relieved of his position. But how will you get the two old fellows of the Ling clan and Luo clan to support you? Blackblade asked. In that case, Brother Blackblade and I will have to go and convince them separately. Yuan Gu was very confident. As long as we can persuade them with reason and move them with emotion, they will agree with my point of view. Besides, as long as we rope one in, even if the other doesn't agree, it won't change anything. When the time comes, we will elect a new Holy Lord and lead the human race to rise. I'm doing this for the sake of the human race, Yuan Gu said. Emperor Blackblade pondered. After a long while, he asked, "What if that mysterious expert appears?" Yuan Gu's eyelids twitched. He had really neglected this person. His expression changed, and then he said, "That mysterious expert's heart isn't here. As long as the human race is not in danger of being exterminated, he definitely won't appear." "Brother Yuan Gu, this matter needs to be considered at length," said Emperor Blackblade. As Yuan Gu was about to speak, a terrifying ripple spread toward them all of a sudden. "Who is it?" Yuan Gu looked up at the sky. At this moment, a vortex appeared in the sky, and Fong Chun walked out of it. "It's you." Yuan Gu and Emperor Blackblade's gazes were drawn to Realm Lord Fuming Demon. The two of them were shocked to see him. Why is he with Sanguinati? Yuan Gu's heart was in turmoil. Could this person be the expert behind Sanguinati? "Brother, may I ask why you come in my Yuan race?" Yuan Gu did his best to calm his shock. Emperor Blackblade nodded at Realm Lord Fuming Demon. Back then, Realm Lord Fuming Demon's appearance had been too intimidating. One man and one hammer had directly tied down Blood Eye, allowing the five of them to join forces and completely destroy him. "Fellow Taoists, I've indeed come for some matters," said Realm Lord Fuming Demon with a smile. "Greetings, seniors." Fong Chun cupped his fists. Yuan Gu and Emperor Blackblade looked at Sanguinati with complicated expressions. "Sanguinati, I really didn't expect you to have such a fellow Taoist behind you," said Emperor Blackblade. Yuan Gu's expression was grave. He stared at Sanguinati without saying anything. Chapter 1583. Hearing Fong Chen's words, Yuan Gu was also a little stunned. Fong Chun came to ask for something. He sneered in his heart, but pretended as if nothing had happened and said, "I want something. I heard that the Yuan clan has a sword origin tree. I would like to ask for a sword origin fruit from clan leader Yuan," Fong Chen said. Hearing this, Yuan Gu's face instantly darkened. The sword origin fruit only matured once every 30,000 years, and there were only 9 fruits each time. It was ridiculous that Sanguinati wanted to ask for one. "Do you know what the sword origin fruit means to the Yuan clan?" Yuan Gu said in a deep voice, with a touch of displeasure between his eyebrows. The sword origin fruit meant a lot to the Yuan clan. Every time the sword origin fruit matured, it meant that a few martial artists would rise in the Yuan clan. It represented the hope of the Yuan clan's rise, and was also an important reason for the Yuan clan's longevity. And now, a creation realm martial artist came to ask for a sword origin fruit from him. Not to mention other things, just the fact that he had killed Yuan Ming meant that Yuan Gu would not give it to him. Of course I know. The sword origin tree blossoms every 10,000 years, bears fruit every 10,000 years, and matures every 10,000 years. There are only 9 fruits each time. Fang Chen paused for a moment and continued, but I really need it. I hope clan leader Yuan Gu can give me one. I can pay any price. Exchange it with your life. Otherwise, don't talk about it. Yuan Gu did not want to talk to Fang Chen. If Realm Lord Fu Mo was not here, he would have suppressed Fang Chen. A wry smile appeared on Fang Chen's face. He knew it would not be so easy. Realm Lord Fu Mo spoke at this moment. Yuan Gu, I know the sword origin fruit means a lot to the Yuan clan. However, I will not force you. I just hope you can give him a chance. Realm Lord Fu Mo said, I know the rules of the Yuan clan. Every time the sword origin fruit matures, there will be a competition. The 9 winners will get the sword origin fruit. How about giving me face? Realm Lord Fu Mo said. Immediately, Yuan Gu fell silent. His expression kept changing. Behind him, Monarch Blackblade spoke up. Fellow Taoist, since you know how important the sword origin fruit is, why do you have to do this? Monarch Blackblade asked. There were only 9 sword origin fruits in total. He had gone through a lot of hardships to get a spot for a fair competition for his disciple. How could he let others fight for it? Sanguinati's cultivation is only at the 9th level of the creation realm. Could it be that you, Yuan Gu, are afraid that Sanguinati will enter the list of the final 9 and obtain the sword origin fruit? Realm Lord Fu Mo continued. There was a hint of mockery in his words. Humph, our Yuan clan has many geniuses. Even if we give him a spot, it's impossible for him to obtain the sword origin fruit. Yuan Gu said, however, he's an enemy of my Yuan clan. Me not killing him is already giving you enough face. The quota absolutely can't be given to him. Yuan Gu made his stance clear. It was impossible for him to give Fang Chen a spot. This made Fang Chen a little anxious. There were 3 kinds of fruits to treat the old faker, but he had no clue about the other 2. It was not easy to find one, but he could not get it. Is it really impossible to get it? Fang Chen said to himself, feeling a little disappointed. Yuan Gu, you really don't give me face. Realm Lord Fu Mo shouted, a little angry. Yuan Gu looked at Realm Lord Fu Mo with some fear. At this time, Monarch Blackblade took a step forward and stood side by side with him. Suddenly, Yuan Gu felt a little more confident. Fellow Taoist, although you're strong, this is my Yuan clan. If I join forces with Monarch Blackblade, I'm afraid you won't have a good time, Yuan Gu said in a deep voice. He naturally did not want to fight with Realm Lord Fu Mo. But if Realm Lord Fu Mo really attacked him, he was not afraid. If he joined forces with Monarch Blackblade, it was impossible for him to win unless he was an Eternal Realm expert. Fellow Taoist, if I'm not wrong, you should have consumed a lot of energy by forcibly activating the supreme treasure of the God world, Monarch Blackblade said with a smile. Although the supreme treasure of the God world is strong, it can't be activated without restraint. So, you don't have to scare Brother Yuan Gu here. The quota absolutely can't be given to you. Go back. Boom. A terrifying aura surged from Realm Lord Fu Mo's body. Fellow Taoist, are you really going to attack? Yuan Gu asked in a deep voice. Realm Lord. Fang Chen secretly transmitted. Realm Lord Fu Mo was injured. Once he attacked, he would not be able to gain any advantage. In truth, Realm Lord Fu Mo was just trying to scare Yuan Gu. How laughable. The great Yuan clan doesn't even dare to give you a chance to compete fairly. Is there no one else in the Yuan clan? Realm Lord Fu Mo laughed and took out the supreme treasure of the God world. Instantly, a terrifying aura spread from the hammer. Yuan Gu and Monarch Blackblade's expressions changed drastically. The supreme treasure of the god world was very powerful. Even Yuan Gu and Monarch Blackblade were not willing to fight it head-on. Umph, do you really think my Yuan clan is easy to bully? Yuan Gu was angry. This was the Yuan clan. Realm Lord Fu Mo had come to the Yuan clan without asking for the right or wrong, and had taken out the supreme treasure of the god world to threaten them. How laughable! If this matter spread, how could the Yuan clan establish itself in the lower worlds in the future? So, they could not back down. Yuan Gu's aura fluctuated. Monarch Blackblade was also ready to attack. For a moment, the aura of the three experts became chaotic. They faced each other. Fang Chun cursed inwardly, but he could not intervene. Just as Realm Lord Fu Mo was about to make a move, a sigh suddenly came from the void. Then, a terrifying sword aura shot into the sky and tore through the void. The entire sacred land of a Yuan clan was shaken. Buzz! The sound of a sword rang through the sky. In the forbidden land of a Yuan clan, the Yuan demon sword shook violently. What's going on? In the sacred land of a Yuan clan, all the martial artists widened their eyes and looked at the forbidden land. Monstrous sword aura appeared and covered the entire sacred land of a Yuan clan. The vibration of a Yuan demon sword made Yuan Gu and Monarch Blackblade's expressions change drastically. Whoosh! The Yuan demon sword turned into a huge sword shadow and traveled through the void from the depths of the forbidden land of the Yuan clan to the garden where Yuan Gu was. At the same time, Fang Chen's body shook. Yuan demon sword. Fang Chen was overjoyed. Yuan demon sword. Below, Yuan Gu exclaimed. Buzz! The huge shadow of the Yuan demon sword gradually dissipated, and the true body of the Yuan demon sword appeared in front of everyone. Dong! The Yuan demon sword swooped down from the sky and stabbed into the soil. The sword shook, giving off a shocking aura. Yuan Gu. A voice came from the Yuan demon sword. Senior, Yuan Gu said respectfully. The Yuan demon sword was the supreme divine weapon that had followed the ancestors of the Yuan clan. It had a very high status in the Yuan clan, and was also the most precious treasure of the Yuan clan. Even Yuan Gu, as the leader of the Yuan clan, had to call it senior, because the Yuan demon sword had that qualification. Give this kid a chance to compete, the Yuan demon sword said. Hearing this, Yuan Gu's face was filled with astonishment. He did not understand why the primordial demon sword would speak up for Fang Chun. Senior, before Yuan Gu could finish, the Yuan demon sword continued. I once followed this kid when I lost my memory. This time, I'll return him a favor. At this time, even Monarch Blackblade was a little shocked. This kid's luck is too heaven-defying. The Yuan demon sword had disappeared for countless years, and the Yuan clan had been looking for it, but could not find it. However, this kid had only cultivated for a few years, and he could find the Yuan demon sword. Most importantly, the Yuan demon sword had taken the initiative to follow him. What did this mean? It meant that the Yuan demon sword recognized Sanguinati's potential. Thinking of this, Yuan Gu's face was extremely solemn as he stared straight at Sanguinati. He had always thought that Sanguinati was a lucky guy. He was just a little luckier than Yuan Ming and the others. Otherwise, he would not have achieved so much. However, after hearing the Yuan demon sword's words, Yuan Gu's opinion of Fang Chun had changed greatly. It was not until now that he began to take Fang Chun seriously. This guy who had been ignored by him before really had incredible potential. Yuan Gu could not ignore the Yuan demon sword words. He fell in his silence. He even hated Fang Chun a little. Why was he always so damn lucky? Even the Yuan clan's most precious treasure, the Yuan demon sword, came out to speak for him. Damn it. Yuan Gu clenched his fists and cursed in his heart. Kid, work hard. The Yuan demon sword said something to Fang Chun and then disappeared. The terrifying sword qi that shrouded the Yuan clan's sacred ground disappeared in an instant. The Yuan demon sword had returned to the forbidden ground of the Yuan clan. Fang Chen's face was full of smiles. He had thought that he would not be able to get the sword origin fruit. Who would have thought that things would turn out like this? Even he did not expect the Yuan demon sword to speak for him. Realm Lord Fumo and Mo looked at Yuan Gu with a smile. After a long time, Yuan Gu snorted and looked coldly at Fang Chen. You're lucky that the Yuan demon sword spoke for you. I'll give you a spot. I hope you can get what you want when the time comes. He said the words, get what you want, through gritted teeth. Thank you, Patriarch Yuan Gu. Fang Chen cupped his fists and thanked him. Yuan Gu flicked his sleeves and turned around. Come to the Yuan clan in 3 months. I won't wait for you after that. Fang Chen nodded and then left the sacred ground of the Yuan clan with Realm Lord Fumo and Mo, brother Yuan Gu. This. Emperor Blackblade was very confused. I don't want to do this either, but I can't ignore the Yuan demon sword. Yuan Gu sighed. This kid is really lucky. The Yuan demon sword actually followed him, Emperor Blackblade said in a low voice. Yuan Gu shook his head and looked indifferently at the blue sky. Maybe we've underestimated Sanguinati from the beginning. No one knew the Yuan demon sword better than Yuan Gu. Anyone who could be recognized by the Yuan demon sword was definitely the most talented martial artist in this era. He had not thought that the Yuan demon sword had followed Sanguinati before. This was his mistake. Killing geniuses is my favorite thing, Yuan Gu thought to himself. He had already thought of a way to deal with Sanguinati. Sanguinati was becoming more and more of a threat. He had to kill him before he could grow his wings.